panel discussions and clarion call theatre from 18th to 20th December on Facebook and YouTube Live.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. We welcome you all again to the second day of the MLF. It's a bright sunny day here at Chandigarh, and we are coming on live. We've had a very interesting course of discussions yesterday. I think there were a lot of questions asked, which is very encouraging for us. And today again, we come up with some new panels which are interesting in their own way. And the first is a book discussion, Watershed 1967, India's Forgotten Victory over China. A gripping narrative of what led to the short war between India and China in 1967. What happened when India and China last went to battle with each other? Did China win? Wrong. India won. The sole India-China conflict that remains etched in our collective memory is the 1962 war, which India tragically lost. But however, 5 years later, in 1967, India and China faced off again in the heights of the Chola and the Nathula at Sikkim border. This time, the overcoming odds, India triumphed. Full of thrilling international intrigue and nail-biting battle scenes, this book is based on extensive research and interviews with army officers, soldiers who participated in these historic battles. It aims to rectify a blind spot in history and shine the spotlight on the story of incredible bravery that India should be proud of.
Good morning, and I introduce Prabal Das Gupta, the author. Prabal Das Gupta is an ex-Indian Army officer who served in the Gurkha Regiment for several years before embarking on a career in consultancy. Prabal's writings have appeared in Yale Journal of International Affairs, Mint, The Print, Scroll, Economic Times, Deccan Chronicle, Asian Age, Bloomberg, Quint, and the Times of India, and the list just goes on. Alongside his career as an author and historian, Prabal is a business leader who advises global firms on strategic investment, business and political risks in South Asia and other countries. Watershed 1967 is Prabal's first book.
On the panel, we have Lieutenant General J.S. Chima, PVSM, AVSM, VSM. He was the Deputy Chief of Army Staff in November 2017. He has a vast operational and administrative experience, having served in critical command and staff assignments along the entire spectrum of conflict. He has done his doctorate from Punjab University in Defense and National Security Studies. While in service, he compiled important documents of 15-Corps proxy war, Turbulence to the Stabilization, and the Shairanjali, a coffee table book on Indo-Pak War 1965. He is now the Vice Chancellor of Maharaja Bhupinder Singh Punjab Sports University, Patiala.
Lieutenant General K.J. Singh, PVSM, AVSM, and PAR, was commissioned into the 63rd Cavalry of the Armored Corps. He is the former Army Commander, Western Command. He commanded 33 Corps, looking after Sikkim. Presently, he is the State Information Commissioner, Haryana, and he holds the Maharaja Ranjit Singh Chair at the Punjab University. He is a columnist and writes a very popular column called General's Jottings for the Times of India.
And moderating this panel is Lieutenant General N.S. Brar, a gunner, an alumnus of RIMC Dehradun. His military service spanned 40 years, and he was the Deputy Chief of the Integrated Defense Staff dealing with perspective planning for the three services. He was appointed Colonel Commandant Regiment of Artillery and Honorary ADC to the President of India. He is a recipient of the PVSM, AVSM, VSM, and COAS commendation. Post-retirement, he serves as a member of the Armed Forces Tribunal. Over to you, sir.
Viewers, welcome to this discussion on 1967, the more or less forgotten Battle of Nathula and Chola. Indian cultural tradition lays much emphasis on oral history and very little on recording the events of the past, more so military writings. The only one I can recall is a biography of Subedar Sitaram covering the period from about the Gurkha Wars 1814 till the Anglo-Sikh Wars 1849. And whatever little was written by the Indians was subsumed by the British colonialism. So it's a welcome change now, post-independence, that we have a fair amount of writing on military subjects, military history, Indian military operations, as also insight into strategic affairs related to national security. We are very fortunate that Prabal Das Gupta has gone into research and write about the 1967 operations to bring forth and to highlight what is more or less forgotten both in the military and civil circles. So welcome once again to all of you. We'd start the discussion by asking Prabal what prompted him to research and write this book. Prabal.
Thank you very much, sir. At the outset, I thank the organizers of the Chandigarh Military Lit Fest, and privileged and delighted to be here at such a wonderful discussion with my distinguished co-panelists, and I look forward to a riveting discussion. To your question about the purpose of writing the book, as you rightly said, some of the past is forgotten and shelved over a period of time. I realized that during the Doklam crisis in 2017, that most of the historical references around that time that figured in the discussions, in columns and writings and commentary were fixated around the 1962 India-China war and the debacle that was there around it. What I realized was that here were two influential, powerful military and political powers whose modern references were seen through the prism of the 1962 war. And certainly I realized that there was a bit of a gap in history, in the narrative, in the retelling of history that was there, because 5 years after 1962, in 1967, as you rightly mentioned, India registered two redemptive victories in successive battles at Nathula and Chola on the Himalayan watershed. I also realized that most people were not aware of the 1967 battles. And this is not just outside of the military fraternity and historical scholarship, but a lot of people that were dealing with history, political science, etc., were also not aware of the relevance of these battles in 1967. I also was quite intrigued by the fact that there had been lots of literature written about 1971 war. We are in the month of that victory of that war. There's also literature about 1962. But the transformative period that India underwent from 1962 to 1971, what was the strategic shift? And what was the period that defined it? What was the period that kind of made the strategic shift in military and political leadership possible? That led me to research and understand this particular period, starting from 1965 onwards, in which 1967 stood as a watershed year. The reason why it stood as the watershed year was, the fact that apart from being a geographical watershed, it had been a military watershed, military political watershed, and a historical watershed. What was the reason? We all know it's a geographical watershed that divides India and China, but historical watershed as well, because if we look at the India-China relationship, it had a very different impact on the years that followed. It changed the template as far as India and China was concerned. It wrested the psychological advantage that China had gained after 1962, and it had wrested it back in favor of India. It also resulted in a long period of no hostilities with China, barring an incident in 1975 up until 2020. So if there are several reasons for it, but if you look at a historical marker, a timeline, we go back to 1967. So in several terms, watershed was the year of watershed was 1967, given that the political, geographical, and military aspects were underwent a transformative change at that point of time. I also realized that this was a story whose time had come. And India, as you rightly said, in India, we need to tell our stories because as there is an African proverb which means that, in the jungle, till the lion learns to write, it's the hunter who will always tell the story of the jungle. So it was important, I felt, that the story needed to be told to everyone across India. Though I'm grateful to the fact that, there are several writers, journalists, military historians who had put together accounts of the battles of Nathula and Chola, regimental histories, and several other pieces which I found to be useful in the journey towards writing the book. And I'm really grateful to all of them and the sources. You spoke about oral history. I'm grateful to the various veterans who I interviewed who had robust memories of those battles, and because of which I could piece together a narrative that not only captured the battles, but the reasons or the period that led up to 1967 and the aftermath of the years that followed.
You brought out a very interesting facet in the beginning of your book related to an understanding between China and Pakistan to seize Sikkim and then trade it off in exchange for Kashmir to be given to Pakistan. Now, that's not very well known. And I suppose it needs a bit of highlighting and also an explanation as to how and why this was never in the limelight all these years.
Yes. So what happened was, the book, actually, interesting you brought up this question, because the book starts with the India-China nexus. We all know that in 1965, as the war waged on the Western Front, China was knocking on India's door at Sikkim. The aim of China was threefold. One was to make India commit and deploy at multiple fronts. Second was to test India's resolve after 1962 as to whether India had acquired a military and political resolve to oppose China. Thirdly, it also wanted to extend its psychological domination over India. But the fourth dimension, which you mentioned, was that constituted a case of international intrigue and espionage. The book starts with the meeting of one of the CIA agents in Delhi, Duane Claridge, who was posted there, who went on to become a senior CIA director later on. But he was trying to pursue Sheikh Abdullah, who was a prominent Kashmiri Indian leader at that point of time, for a meeting. Finally, they met at Jeddah. Sheikh Abdullah told him a secret. What had happened was, Sheikh Abdullah had met with Zhou Enlai, the Chinese premier, in Algiers earlier that year, and he had known of a secret plan that China and Pakistan had hatched together in concert, and that was of attacking India. He had shared those details with the CIA agent, and subsequently Sheikh Abdullah clarified in an interview later that he had also informed the ministry in Delhi. But what happened to it was something that we don't know. On the other side, the CIA agent, Duane, called up his superiors in the US, and the CIA headquarters, to one's surprise, was not at all taken aback, because what Duane told them was a clarification or a corroboration of something that they already knew. What did they know? And that's where the secret starts to unfold. At Arlington, Virginia, earlier that year in February, there was a crisis game, as they call it. A war game had taken place where they had pitted India and Pakistan and had also included China there. And they had discussed a plan which included Pakistan making inroads into Kashmir, which they wanted to through Op Gibraltar and Op Grand Slam. And alongside, the plan was also for China to move close to Sikkim and actually occupy important positions in Sikkim, and therefore force India to a negotiating table where they're forced to barter. What was this barter about? The barter was that India would let go of Kashmir in order to keep Sikkim. Remember, Sikkim was not a part of India, it was a protectorate state. However, given that China had also announced the formation of the Tibet Autonomous Region around the same time as the India-Pakistan War in 1965, this was all a part of the longer plan. to force India on the back foot in Sikkim and take Kashmir by virtue of Pakistan making inroads in Kashmir. What happened in 1965 was that the Pakistani plan came unstuck, didn't quite succeed, and therefore the Chinese plans also did not gain ground. We know, for one, that China had applied pressure at Nathula and at Jelapla at that point of time, and China had amassed troops across the Sikkim border in Tibet. So that had happened. Incidentally, this game that had taken place in Arlington, Virginia, was also a culmination of some of the espionage inputs or spy inputs that were coming in to the US. The CIA was very active in Delhi those days and in the region. It was later on during Lyndon B. Johnson's time that the CIA withdrew from here and didn't have much of a presence. But during that time, this all was happening. Incidentally, this crisis game, as they called it, the minutes, the discussions of the crisis game appeared in a book which was released by one of the participants of the crisis game in March or April 1965. What the game had predicted was that this entire war between India and Pakistan, with China included, would take place in 1966 September. However, it was brought forward by a year because the president of Pakistan, Ayub Khan, realized that India had upped its acquisitions of military equipment, had raised military divisions, and was becoming stronger, and didn't want to wait for that long a time. So China had colluded with Pakistan for a short war in which Pakistan would make inroads and China would make inroads, and that's how they would bring India to the negotiating table on their terms. It did not succeed, but it set into motion certain other developments from 1965 onwards, which involved more of China in India than India and Pakistan.
Now that we have the background leading up to the battle at 67, we have with us General KJ, who was privileged to command 33 Corps, which primarily looks after Sikkim and Bhutan. And perhaps he will give us an insight into the battles per se, as also some related incidents and possibly some anecdotes of that period and personalities involved. So can we have General KJ with your views?
Thank you, General Brar sir, and grateful to you, Prabal, for writing this book. This is something which has been very dear to my heart. My connect to these battles goes back to 1976, when I was being trained by Major Bishan Singh. He was my company commander. He was also the company commander in the Battle of Nathula. So he used to tell us about these stories. And later, I was extremely privileged to be liaison officer with General Sagat Singh for about 10 days when he was in Mao doing a kind of study after having retired. That was in 1978. He was the chairman of Rajasthan Bank, and I did the liaison officer with him. So when I went as military tourist to these areas and saw, I realized that very little is known about these battles, even within the armed forces. What to talk about civilians? And when I went at GOC 33 Corps, in sheer gratitude, I did revive the discussion. I have the pleasure to inform you that Sherathang helipad was renamed after Major Harbhajan Singh, who earned a Mahavir Chakra and not the Veer Chakra as mentioned in your book. You are doing electronic versions of this, so it will be a great idea to update some of these things which may have crept in. It happens in research. And we also made a gate which leads to Nathula from Sherathang, which is called Captain Prithi Dagar Dwar. Prithi Singh Dagar earned a Veer Chakra over there. And we also had the pleasure or privilege to do up the BPM hut because it had become old and antiquated, so it had to be done. Now let me come to impressions about this, these battles. These were short, very intense battles, but they bring out the mindset of Chinese. Chinese are averse to defining the borders of line of actual control even. And that is what they were doing in Nathula also. After all, what was General Sagat doing? General Sagat was trying to lay a barbed wire fence, following the old wisdom, good fences make good neighbors. That's all. Because soldiers on ground, it is very difficult to brief them and tell them that this Nehru stone is in India and it is not in Pakistan, in China. So to avert such a situation and to avoid a thing like what happened in Galwan, he was trying to lay down that barbed wire fence. And Chinese were not willing to yield even an inch. And these short, intense exchanges which took place, one which took place at Nathula and second which took place at Chola, brought out the forward commander mentality of General Sagat Singh. After all, Gangtok is about 54 kilometers from Nathula. But the road is treacherous, even today. It takes time to reach there. But Sagat was all over. He had been on ground. He had defined the line which had to be laid. And he was later controlling the entire pitch of operations. He was a unique kind of a commander. He had done Goa operations. He didn't stop in these two battles in 67. And in Goa operations, he had converted to become a paratrooper at the age of 42 years. He did all the jumps, earned his wings. And paras proudly have ownership on him. After all, he was a Gurkhas officer who had changed to paras, who was given this unique honor. And thereafter, he went and handled Mizo insurgency. And probably there was a belated recognition that he had not been given his due. So he was given his PVSM. And after 71 operations, which is going to be discussed in this literature festival only, at Meghna crossings, he showed great audacity, pushed the troops, sent them, and didn't allow them the luxury of saying that you can't cross this river. And rightly so, he was awarded with Padma Bhushan. A great soldier. I wish there are many more soldiers like him who are audacious, because he took that courage in his hand and he ordered artillery fire. It was later post facto approved. So as I look at these things, I have to very quickly tell you, as a corps commander, 2-3 things which I realize. One is a question that you could have tackled more in detail. Why did we give up Jalipla in such a hurry? Why did we fall back to the line of Changu and these Lungthe? Why did we not hold on to Jalipla? After all, traditionally, Jalipla was even more important than Nathula. Captain Young Husband's expedition went through Jalipla. And today, while we may dominate Sher, Cub, Cheetah, there are posts which dominate. Like Nathula is dominated by Sebula. Passes are generally at a lower sort of altitude. So, but by Chinese sitting in Jalipla, they have observation on some of our communications. Something like what used to happen in Kargil. And we have to work to get a lateral or a communication in depth so that we are not under their observation. And if we look at this series of passes, Chola has less significance. Nathula has significance. And then you go to Jalipla, and then you go to Dokala. And that is where currently the standoff or kind of a Chinese effort has taken place to expand their sort of habitation, push towards Jamferi Ridge, and probably pose a greater threat to Siliguri corridor. But allow me to tell you this, that one thing which you do not examine in great detail is that Chinese are driven by their own vulnerabilities also. Chumbi Valley, after all, is very narrow at its base. You know, we say Siliguri corridor is about 20 odd kilometers. Some say 18, some say 22. But Chumbi Valley at its base becomes even narrower than that. So Chinese have this fear that on both sides of Chumbi Valley, we dominate. On this side, we dominate starting from passes in northeastern Sikkim. Because Kankerla, Fimkurla, Tankarla, Chola, Nathula, Sebula, Jalepla, Dokala, because Jalepla, we hold Sher Cup Cheetah. So we have domination. And on that side, Bhutan has domination. So Chinese also have this feeling that they need to enlarge the base of Chumbi Valley. Because Chumbi Valley can be cut off if we are offensive enough. At its head, we can cut it off. And then it becomes meaningless to have Yatung and all such garrisons. I have also felt always that we must look at alternative connectivities, which is very, very important. Currently, we are engaged in improving the communication to Nathula. The Jawaharlal Nehru highway, which was there was problems because there the geomorphical features are such. There are lots of landslides, and as a result, the roads are not very stable. So an alternate alignment has recently been commissioned, and that is going to add to some kind of redundancy. And even like I explained to you, there is another connectivity which comes from Zuluk, and it links up to Nathula. And there we have this vulnerability of Chinese observation. So we need to have something in depth. We have gone miles from what was our state of defenses or habitations in that area. And today we have thriving kind of habitations. We have, and we did a very objective comparison. I took a kind of a mischief maker brigadier, and I commissioned him to look into how China is, disposed on other side and how India is there. And well, he came up with, and I was thinking that he will come. He's known to be very independent, and he tends to not agree easily. He came up with very objective findings that nearly all spheres, our administration and logistics are better poised. So today, we are better poised, and I've always been writing, Chinese are not 10 feet tall. We match them in every sphere. Even the technology that is touted is something which has not yet been operationalized. It is a couple of years away. Till that time, we have to also quickly upgrade our technology. So I'll leave it at this, that you've done a very wonderful thing. You have brought it into Indian discussion and parlance. You've also used a very readable kind of style, and you've given some kind of a geopolitical primer. Some of it you may review in your later editions. So that's a work in progress. You may look at it. Maybe we can have a discussion separately on those issues.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Having got an insight into the ground capabilities and the opposing forces, and the battle per se, which of course the book is highlighted, and all the credit due to General Sagat for doing what he did. One thing which stands out, although the decision to demarcate the watershed with the barbed wire, move the troops up and warn people, and he himself moved up his brigade headquarters or personally moved up to the battalion location. What sort of strikes as a bit of an aberration is that, having anticipated that the Chinese would respond with force, nothing was done to alert, even keep the artillery on standby, and possibly even get the clearances in advance that if required, we would respond immediately. It took about 3 to 4 hours, and that too without waiting finally for the clearance to come from where it had to come to go ahead with it. So how do you ascribe or justify this kind of a gap in the operational planning? Prabal, would you like to say something on it based on your research?
Thank you, sir. I think if we look at the days preceding the battle that broke out, when the Chinese opened fire on 11th September, I think where I came from in terms of my research is contextualizing what was happening at that point of time. If we take our minds back to 1967, again, I think given where we were psychologically, we were still, General Sagat had 2 years before that, he had stood at Nathula, he had opposed the pressure of leaving Nathula, like General KJ brought out about Jelepla. So he had taken that important decision. However, I think in my research, in my understanding of the inputs that I received while speaking with a host of sources, including Colonel Bishan Singh and others, was that there was uncertainty at that point of time. However, the boundaries were being made. There was scuffle going on between Indian and Chinese troops at that point of time. There was a meeting that had taken place on the 10th night, where it was anticipated at that point of time, because if you look at the last scuffle which had taken place, it was just a few days before the time the battle broke out on 11th September. So I think the spacing of these scuffles were just one after the other in a few days before the actual battle. So the time that was there was far more compressed, and we have the luxury of looking at it retrospectively. But at that point of time, I believe the time between each of these scuffles that took place while putting the barbed wires between the Indian and Chinese troops were very much regular. The last scuffle had taken place just a few days before the firing opened up. And if we take our minds back to the briefing that General Sagat had given, Colonel Rai Singh and his troops was to for Colonel Rai Singh to stay out of sight. But also, given the fact that the wire activity was going on, I would think that on that day, whether it was anticipated that the Chinese would immediately open up was something that is again left to debate. The limited point I would make is that they had very little time, given that these scuffles had taken place just before the battle broke out on 11th September. So that left him with very little time to really look at it as a possibility on that day itself. However, he had moved the RT up, as General KJ brought out. But you're right. I think there are certain things that we can look at it in retrospect. Given the uncertainty that prevailed there, he took a decision based on what he thought could actually he could bring to bear, given if the situation went down a slippery slope. But yes, in retrospect, we can say that the clearances were not obtained. However, the other part is that he took a call and did not wait for a post facto decision, which would have been even more disastrous.
Thank you.
Sir, if I could add something, while clearances were slow to come, but we have to place on record, and we have to appreciate the fact that our observation was in place. At Sebula, our OP officers, and even for Chola, our OP officers were in place. They were, and artillery battle, as you know, sir, you have been senior most gunner in a way. Artillery battle is about 40% observation, and maybe even more. So even when it came to use of weapons like RCL, there were trained crews available. Tamzong was available to sort of take on the Chinese bunkers, and they had placed them properly. So to that extent, if there was any lethargy or tardiness, it was at higher headquarters. At lower headquarters, they were all in place, and they had, and that's why they managed to account for so many Chinese.
You highlighted the ground environment astride Nathula and looking into Chumbi Valley. Two major advantages that we had with respect to this episode was, one, we had possibly the entire divisional artillery deployed and available, which the Chinese may not have had. And the second was very good observation looking down into Chumbi Valley. I have personally flown over there for 3 years. I have flown as an AROP pilot over Nathula. And it gives you unlimited observation right deep into Chumbi Valley, the road leading up, all the Chinese defenses, works, everything. And possibly a similar view would be available from the OPs at Camel's Back and other places. So the advantage of observation, the advantage of having artillery in place, and thereafter the retaliation by the artillery would or may warrant a little more, I would say, emphasis in this battle and its outcome. Prabal, would you agree to highlight this to some extent, or any other views you have on these two aspects which I brought out?
So no, I agree. There are these to the aspects that you brought out, but I also would like to kind of add to what was made. The point that was made earlier. I think the fact that the observation, the RTOP was in place, and also there was a sense of there was a sense of urgency, and there was a sense of preparedness that was there from a very earlier time. This is an additional point that I'm making, that General Sagat had right from 1965 onwards to 1967. There are several instances where he would actually be in touch with company commanders and others, and the preparedness, a sense of preparedness, a sense of the fact that there was something that could go down a slippery slope, and we would need to up the ante with the Chinese, was always there. And I think they, General KJ brought out Tinjong Lama's act, which happened in Chola actually. I must say that, he was sent to Mao, and he did a course, and he was brought back there in the area. So I think those things that happened earlier in the year, there was also a sense of, as I said, this again highlights the sense of preparedness that was there as far as preparing oneself for something that would, again, a breakout with China at that point of time. So those aspects were taken care of. The artillery shelling that took place actually decimated the Chinese, given the fact that we had opened up after General Sagat's orders. So I think those things changed the course of the battle at Nathula. The Chinese weren't actually expecting Indian artillery to open up, is what I understand from the research, because they had never expected India to really take it to another level. They thought, India will persist with small arms fire. And I think that was what their perception was at that point of time, when they opened up fire on the 11th of September.
General KJ, would you like to add anything to what he's just said?
Sir, by and large, preparedness, General Sagat, he took over, as we know, he took over in July 65. So he was there right when Assam Rifle Patrol was attacked. He went there. So preparedness, there was no sort of shortcoming on. But you're right to that extent, sir, that higher headquarters, which had been visiting these locations, could have sort of worked out these contingencies, and they should have taken greater advantage of the fact that we had, even when at Chola, that feature 15450 had to be we had to launch a counterattack. There was certain amount of lethargy to get the orders. And even when mortars were opened, it was initiative of CO, KB. He took that initiative and it was done. So this disconnect, like you have also brought out, General Brar sir, was there, and which we need to take sort of notice of. And in future, we need to avoid such things. We have to go through all the contingencies.
What also, I suppose, stands out is that General Sagat had a great advantage of a very decent 2 years tenure prior to this battle. Taking over in 65 and the battle taking place in 67, which, as on today, I think we are a little disadvantaged with the tenures that we are offering our higher commanders. Maybe that could be a lesson and a spin-off which could be taken note of from this episode. Now, having analyzed what brought us to the situation of 67, the battle itself, incidents as relevant, we now request General Chima to explain to us or highlight to us as to what were the consequences at the higher level, at the geopolitical level, at the politico-military level, flowing out of these battles, and the equation thereafter between India and China, both militarily and politically. General Chima.
Good afternoon, the Chair and my co-panelists, as well as the viewers. I would start by complimenting Mr. Prabal Dasgupta for bringing out this book highlighting the forgotten battles of Nathula between India and China in 1967. This could not be a better time than this, seeing the ongoing confrontation between India and China in eastern Ladakh. The battles restored the image of the Indian Army and the soldier who is a symbol of courage and bravery. And it is the moral ascendancy which the Indian Army regained after this battle is far more significant. And obviously, as highlighted by Mr. Prabal also, no territory was gained by these battles, but it is the moral ascendancy which is of far greater significance. And we all know deterrence lies in the cognitive domain more than the physical domain. I shall now touch upon my specific part, that is the post-battle implications, particularly in specific of part 3 of the book, Epilogue After the Watershed Battles. The author has highlighted three main considerations, three main events. First is the 1971 India-Pakistan War, which was a geopolitical reality in which China did not intervene. Second was the 1986 Sumdarong-Cho Valley, which subsequently led to the signing of the Border Peace and Tranquility Agreement, and very recently the 2017 Doklam incident, and of course after the 1971 war was India amalgamating Sikkim as part of the Indian territory. Coming on to part 1, that is the 1971 war, the author has highlighted the geopolitical realities that existed at that time, which did not encourage China to participate in the war. But at the same time, to say that China's non-military intervention was due to the outstanding defense of the Sikkim sector in those years made a critical difference to the outcome of the 1971 war, I feel, is overstating the success of the tactical battles and downplaying the geopolitical realities which existed at that time, at that point of time. China did not intervene in the 1971 war due to the political consideration, and these were basically two. First was the creation of Bangladesh. China was perhaps one of the first countries who realized the coming up of creation of Bangladesh due to the brutal Pakistan military crackdown. As early as 11th April 1971, the Chinese premier wrote a letter to the Pakistan President Yahya Khan, besides other things, highlighting first, he emphasized upon the unification of East and West Pakistan. It deplored India for continued interference in the domestic affairs of Pakistan. And lastly, and the last sentence was that the problem in East Pakistan must be sorted out according to the wishes of the people of East Pakistan. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this particular part was neither published as part of the letter in Pakistan nor in China. It was very cleverly kept hidden. There were a number of letters exchanged between Rawalpindi and Beijing, and fortunately, India was in possession of these letters by July 1971. In none of these secret letters, China made any commitment to protect the territorial integrity of Pakistan or directly intervene in the event of war with India on the Eastern Front. China provided diplomatic and moral support, which of course it did by exercising its veto power in the UNO. China realized the creation of Bangladesh very early in the war, very early in the crisis, that is in April, and China viewed Bangladesh from its long-term perspective gains. China was quite apprehensive and sure that India would definitely intervene, and with India's intervention, the Soviet Union would get a foothold in Bangladesh. China was more interested to keep its influence on Bangladesh post its creation, and it did not want to annoy the emerging Bangladesh leadership as well as the public by siding on the side of Pakistan. That was the main Chinese interest, not to intervene militarily. And the second reason, China was quite worrisome of the emerging closer relationship between India and Soviet Union, and also between Soviet Union and Pakistan. Russia had started supplying arms to Pakistan in 1968. Both India and China took note of this new development. And thereafter, both China as well as India considered working out the rapprochement to reconcile the differences between the two. What Mr. Prabal has highlighted in the book, that the Chinese ambassador in India attending the funeral of late Zakir Hussain was part of this reconciliation which was being worked out behind the scenes at this point of time. China was worried the closer Sino-Indian relationship, China was worried of the growing Russian-Indian collaboration, by which it felt any stance against India would push India more deeply into the fold of Soviet Union, which was its arch rival. And Russia, by supplying arms to Pakistan, was definitely trying to wean away Pakistan from the force of China. That's why it supported Pakistan in the Tashkent Agreement in 1966 as against its closer ally, India. So that was the Chinese interest, not to intervene militarily. It did not even posture. Pakistan kept on requesting. As late as in November, Bhutto paid a visit to Beijing and also made a statement thereafter that China would support Pakistan in the event of a war with India. China took note of this thing, but publicly it did not disapprove of that statement for obvious reasons. Even during the war, as rightfully brought out by Mr. Prabal, USA kept on egging Pakistan to intervene to carry out at least some sort of posturing by moving some vehicles to the border which would threaten India. China did not do so due to these geopolitical realities which China wanted to take note of it and try to take advantage post the creation of Bangladesh. As far as the second part is concerned, that is the Sundarong Cho Valley incident. The author has rightly compared the operational level leadership of General Sagat to uphold the constitutional duty to protect the territorial integrity instead of any orders from the higher ups. He compared this leadership at the political level, at the higher level of General Sundarji, who defied the bureaucrats when he was being criticized for recklessness for moving the troops in the Sundarong Cho Valley. And that deductions are absolutely valid, and it has been highlighted quite aptly in the book. And it was in 1988, that is 2 years after the Sundarong Cho Valley, the Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi was invited to Beijing, which set the foundation for signing the Border Peace and Tranquility Agreement on 7th of September 1993. Its effect on which has been very aptly highlighted. The next part, that is the Doklam incident, 2017. It is also an offshoot, or rather Indian Army drawing confidence from the battles of Nathula that it took an aggressive stance against the Chinese building up of infrastructure in Doklam, and it again led to the political negotiations between the Prime Minister Modi and the Chinese Premier that led to the Wuhan negotiations, due to which the situation was diffused at Doklam. So that definitely is the correlation, and that it deduced the inference from the psychological battle, from the psychological fallout of the Nathula battles was quite evident, and India regaining the higher moral ground, or rather I would say the greater confidence in itself post the 1962 defeat, is a major significant psychological outcome of the 1967 tactical battles of Nathula and Chola. That's all what I have to highlight, sir.
Thank you. Coming back to the battles of Nathula and Chola, the title of the book suggests, and rightly, it's a forgotten battle. Though there are good reasons why such battles are forgotten. You would recall that the relevance of Kohima and Imphal in World War II was overshadowed by events in Europe, so the D-Day landings and the liberation of Rome a day earlier. It was much later that their true strategic import was realized, registered, and acknowledged. So maybe in a similar vein, 67 was overshadowed by 71, the big victory. And a step beyond, I would say, the personalities of 67, whether it was General Sagat Singh, General Jagjit Arora at 33 Corps, or General Manik Shaw in the Eastern Command, they were the main personalities involved with 71 also. And perhaps they gained much better, greater fame in 71 than to be credited or recalled for the events of 67. But nevertheless, a time comes when the import or the relevance or the importance of military events are registered and recognized. And we are glad that Mr. Prabal Das Gupta has brought this into focus. You would also recall that India's contribution in World War I and II was largely ignored. Till the centenary of the World War evoked a lot of research and writings. And also our contribution in World War II was prompted by the recent 75th anniversary of the end of World War II. So it's never too late that military history, specifically important events of military history, which may have been overshadowed by events elsewhere, are brought back into focus. And to that extent, I think Prabal has done a great service, not only to the Indian military, but also to the country at large. And I think with that, we close this discussion. Should there be any comment or any view by any of the panelists to add to what we have discussed, he's welcome. We have about a minute or two to go.
So I would only like to say that it's never too late now that gloves are off with Chinese and we have started taking ownership of our battles and we are commemorating. 1965 was never commemorated by us till we commemorated the Golden Jubilee. So it's never too late. I think the units which took part, 2nd Grenadiers and 711 GR, and also the Jack and maybe artillery unit which was in support, should be considered to be given their well-deserved battle honors. And we should stop calling it a skirmish. It was proper and actual operations which Indians should be very proud of.
Very relevant. I think it's never too late. And there are instances in history where a battle honor has been given even after 400 years. So this is very recent. And considering the fact that we are today more aware and more respectful to events of recent military history, it may be appropriate to do what he's just suggested.
So I'd like to add one quick line here, sir. And you mentioned about how our battles and victories are forgotten. Typically, what I have noticed in history is that if there is a military victory and there are lesser political stakeholders, the chances of such a battle being narrated or recorded is rarer. And it's not just 1967; it has happened across history. Where you mentioned Imphal, there are instances where there has been military victory on the ground taken based on decisions taken by military commanders. They have generally not had too many stakeholders outside of it, which is where 1971 has been recorded so vividly. And that is where 1962 has also been recorded so vividly. And to the aspect of recording our history, it's very important. Otherwise, if we don't tell our histories, somebody else will. It happened with Neville Maxwell in 1962, which changed the way President Nixon and President Kissinger looked at China. History is important, and the way we shape it determines the narrative that it takes on course in times to follow.
That brings to my mind, Winston Churchill was asked at the end of World War II as to how would history treat him. He says, "Don't worry, I will write the history." So I think to that extent, it's time we wrote our own history and not let somebody else write it, as Prabal just mentioned. I think we had a very good discussion, bringing out certain facets of this battle which needed to be put in the public domain. The book has done a lot of service, good service to the Indian military to bring forth this more or less forgotten episode. And hopefully there'll be more writings coming, specifically from Prabal, this being his first book. So wish you all the best on that. And thank you very much, fellow panelists, and all the viewers who have listened to this discussion. Thank you very much for joining us today. Thank you, sir. Good day.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Now, this is the story in a nutshell. 4 E's. Expansion was our first priority in education. Okay, there were only 400,000, 4 lakh students in the entire country in higher education. We had 26 universities, fewer than 700 colleges. So obviously expansion was essential. We've gone right from that 16% to 74% literacy today.
Catch the digital edition of Military Literature Festival 2020 from 18th to 20th December on Facebook and YouTube Live. Panel discussions and Clarion Call Theatre from 18th to 20th December on Facebook and YouTube Live.
पेट में रोटी हाथ में सोटी चाल छोटी छोटी पेट में रोटी हाथ में सोटी चाल छोटी छोटी पेट में रोटी हाथ में सोटी चाल छोटी छोटी
The Indian Army is the only army in the world which operates in such heavy snowbound areas round the year. To reach these places, high up in the northern borders, the men need to negotiate deadly crevasses and impossible ice walls, which require a different level of skill set. The ability to survive and operate effectively in extreme high-altitude terrain. In the depths of our soul, we find the courage to beat the unbeatable, to cross the uncrossable, to whiz past the wide wides and survive the sea of ice. We, the men of the Indian Army, overcome all obstacles with a smile.
बहादुरी का दूसरा नाम गोरखा है। एडोल्फ हिटलर ने कहा था, अगर मेरे पास गोरखा सैनिक होते तो मैं पूरी दुनिया को जीत लेता। निडर योद्धा होना गोरखाओं को विरासत में मिली है और यह बहादुरी हमारे खून में दौड़ती है।
His Excellency the Governor, Mr. VPS Badnor, he asked me, he said, General, is there a military literature festival anywhere in India or in the world? So I told him, I said, I'm not aware there isn't any military literature festival anywhere. So he said, why can't we have it in Chandigarh? I said, certainly we can make an effort, but first I must have the views of the Chief Minister of Punjab.
4 years ago, we started the Military Fest program in Punjab. Object being to teach our youngsters with regards to military affairs, whether there were wars with China or whether there were wars with Pakistan.
The Military Literature Festival Chandigarh has gone from strength to strength over the years, bringing together veterans, historians, strategists, economists, poets, artists, former spies, politicians, and even film stars from all over the world, with a focus that always remains the military, past, present, and future.
Military Literature Festival of Punjab is one of the most inspiring events which takes place in Punjab every year. And it is attended by veterans who have not only done this country proud, but who can inspire future generations.
The soul of the Military Literature Festival actually focuses around the warrior, his activities, his culture, his knowledge, and his understanding that since he is powerful, he must always help the weak.
And I see lots of people there who are buying things and new books coming out, which I've read maybe 40 years ago or 50 years ago when I was under training myself. And subsequently, further research has gone into it and new books emerged with different events. So we thought that this was something that, of course, keep everyone abreast with what's going on, and also for the newer generation to understand.
Punjab has drunk deep the chalice of courage from one end of the world to the other. Punjab has been and is a land of soldiers since times immemorial. This is the first edition which is going virtual to honor our veterans, also to inspire younger generations and generations to come to follow the footsteps of our brave veterans.
Like shotgun shooting, horse shows, polo, to photography, to bird watching, to adventure events like cross-country runs, cycling, off-road shows, Braveheart motorbike shows, vintage car rallies, and paragliding. But now, this time, it will be virtual launch with more national and international participation.
I'm very happy that the organizers, led by General Shergill, have done a great job. It's grown in leaps and bounds, and where we started off as a little lit fest has now become the talk of India, and we are the only military history festival that is existing in the country.
I'm sure younger generations will be inspired, and we will not only learn but we will enjoy ourselves at the festival.
This year, since we are going to have it virtual, I would want lots of people to be virtually be connected to us in this Military Literature Festival.
Well, I'm sure that this year we'll have a great virtual content which is going to reach out to the far corners of the globe.
So look forward to meeting you all in this virtual Military Literature Festival from the 18th to the 20th.
The Raksha Mantri will be addressing the Military Literature Festival in company of His Excellency the Governor and the Honorable Chief Minister.
It's going to be our fourth one, and I not only wish it success, I'm going to be very much part of it. For me, it's something that I look forward to every year, and I hope so will you.
Welcome back, and we apologize for the little interruption in the process of our show. Ladies and gentlemen, coming back to the 61st Cavalry. The 61st Cavalry the 61st Cavalry was formed immediately after India's independence in 1947, following the amalgamation of the princely states with India. It has a glorious past and is the only horse-mounted regiment in the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to sit back and enjoy the audiovisual.
Army, the 61st Cavalry. The documentary that we will see in a short while covers all key highlights of the regiment. Following the amalgamation of the princely states with the Indian Union, a new horse cavalry regiment was formed, merging all regular erstwhile state forces cavalry units on instructions of the first Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru. He famously said, India must maintain a horse cavalry regiment at all times, which shall serve as a link between the past and the present. Raised as New Horse Cavalry Regiment, it was formalized in January 1954 as the 61st Cavalry with Lieutenant Colonel Fulel Singh of Jammu and Kashmir State Forces as its first commandant. The founding fathers of the regiment fought the Battle of Haifa in Israel, in honor of which Haifa Day is celebrated every year on 23rd September to pay tribute to the Indian cavalry regiments of Mysore, Hyderabad and Jodhpur, which helped liberate Haifa in 1918. Major Thakur Dalpat Singh, who was posthumously awarded the Military Cross for gallantry, is referred as the hero of Haifa in Israel. In 2017, during his visit to Israel, the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, as the first Indian Prime Minister to visit Israel, paid homage at the Haifa War Cemetery and unveiled the Hero of Haifa plaque in honor of Major Thakur Dalpat Singh. In 2018, the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi and his Israeli counterpart, Mr. Benjamin Netanyahu, formally renamed the Teen Murti Memorial in New Delhi as Teen Murti Haifa Chowk. Post-independence, the 61st Cavalry has lived up to its founding fathers' expectations, being part of all major military operations. The only regiment of the Indian Army designated with equestrian sports as its mandate is a center of excellence which has achieved unparalleled feats in the field of equestrian sports, having conferred with 1 Padma Shri, 12 Arjuna Awards, 9 Asian Games medals, and various medals at Polo World Championships and tent pegging World Cups. In the list of honors, the regiment holds enviable milestones, the most recent addition being the Arjuna Award conferred to Risaldar Ajay Sawant in the year 2020. The 61st Cavalry has also been at the forefront of ceremonial duties with the rare honor of leading the Republic Day Parade ever since its inception. The regiment has also had the honor of leading several military parades abroad, including the first Guard of Honor, Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, in January 1972 at Dhaka, Bangladesh. I now would like to present to you the documentary itself, hoping that we cherish and revere what a beautiful organization Indian Army is.
Welcome to 61st Cavalry. I am the double-headed mythical Dhanda Barunda eagle. My outstretched wings span events in their millennia, and my vision enscrolls for posterity, as also views the future with anticipatory prescience, for which I then become the sole anecdotist. I have overwatched the birth and growth of the fabled Indian cavalry and its equally mystical spirit, which tangibly can be said to be that mystic bond of transference of natural instinct, response, and emotion that coursed between a cavalier astride his gallant charger. From this mass of muscle and sinew flowed a vigor of the emotion, a temper of the will, a freshness of the deep springs of life, and a temperamental predominance of courage over timidity. In this vein, I now recount for you the immortal saga of the coalescing of 5 warrior former Indian princely state cavalry units into one valiant, redoubtable, and unique mounted cavalry regiment that carry my image with honor as their badge. The sacrifices, deeds, and renown of this redoubtable and fabled body of troops is immortalized for eternity in the magnificent Teen Murti Cavalry Memorial, which pays silent tribute to the services and memory of the 15th Imperial Indian State Forces Cavalry Brigade, as it then was during World War I, located in the national capital in New Delhi. Come, listen to my story of the fabled 61st Cavalry of the proud Indian Army. After the independence of India in 1947, the restructuring of the new Indian Army commenced after the departure of those elements of the former British Indian Army allotted to the new Dominion of Pakistan. As part of this restructuring, many of the former cavalry or mounted units of the former Indian princely states had to be rationalized and streamlined so as to provide a self-contained militarily effective mounted force for the new emerging Indian Army. This impulsion was a natural outcome of the personal and close association with the sport of equitation and his own love for horses of the first Prime Minister of independent India, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, who saw to it that his nascent nation retained in its full panoply a mounted cavalry unit as part of the regular Indian Army, in his prophetic statement that India must preserve a horsed cavalry regiment which shall serve as a link between the past and the present. Towards this end, the following principal former state cavalry units were put into the crucible of fusion. The Gwalior Lancers, formed by the amalgamation of the 1st and 2nd Gwalior Lancers, raised in 1853 and 1852 respectively. The Jodhpur Kachawa Horse, formed by amalgamating the Jodhpur Lancers, Kachawa Horse, Udaipur Mewar Lancers, Mangal Lancers, Alwar, Dungar Lancers, Bikaner, and the 1st Brijendra Lancers, Bharatpur. The Mysore Lancers, raised in 1807. B Squadron, 2nd Patiala Lancers, 1910, and Saurashtra Horsed Cavalry Squadron, 1891. The symbolism behind the selection of these units is not far to seek. Spiritually, and in some cases actually, in these units were to be found the descendants and ethos of the Maratha, Rajput, Sikh, and South Indian cavalry of yore. The regiment was raised on the 1st of October 1953 under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Phulel Singh of the former Jammu and Kashmir State Forces. The new Horsed Cavalry Regiment, as it was then known, completed its raising and equipping at Jaipur in the Kachawa Cavalry Horse Lines. In January 1954, it assumed its present designation of 61st Cavalry. Organized as a full cavalry regiment with 3 saber squadrons, a medium machine gun troop, a signal and communication troop, and the Gwalior Mounted Band. The regiment's profile changed to 2 saber squadrons and a headquarters squadron, having shed 1 saber squadron and the machine gun and signal troop in 1975. My narration would be incomplete were I to omit to recount the deeds of this unique assembly of disparate in origin, yet formidable band of armigers, whose deeds and valor bequeath to its modern-day successor an awesome military heritage and an impressive tally of battle honors. Hark! Heed the saga. The Gwalior Lancers served with distinction in France and Flanders in 1914, 1918, and in Mesopotamia in 1916. The Jaipur Kachhawa Horse served meritoriously in Sindh, now in Pakistan, for almost 16 months, deployed against the Hurs. The Jodhpur Lancers' enviable record of service boasts of deployment to the former Northwest Frontier Province in the Tirah Campaign, 1897-1898. China, 1900-1901, during the Boxer Rebellion. France and Flanders, 1914-1918, during the engagements at Ypres. Festubert and Cambrai, 1917. Palestine, 1918-1919, when in September 1918, Major Thakur Dalpat Singh earned immortal glory leading the regimental charge that helped result in the capture of the port city of Haifa. The regiment also served with Pay Force in Iran in 1944. The regiment won a host of awards for this dauntless and valorous service over all these years. The 4th strand of this military brotherhood, the Mysore Lancers, served in Egypt and Palestine for the defense of the Suez Canal in 1914-1915. It participated in the pursuit of the Turks, 1915, and the subsequent capture of Gaza. It also assisted in the capture of Haifa, 1918, and the last cavalry action at Aleppo. The regiment's tally of awards comprised 60 decorations. Lastly, the Patiala Lancers saw active service in Afghanistan, 1878-1879, in the Khurram Valley. The Northwest Frontier Province, NWFP, 1897, at the forcing of the Bidmani Pass. World War I in Egypt and Palestine, 1914-1919. The Third Afghan War, 1919, in the Zhob Valley. And World War II, 1939-1945, in Palestine and Aden. The regiment's tally of awards was 22. Verily, the superb body of mounted gladiators lived up to the true soldier's maxim of Vinci qui se vinci, or he conquers who conquers himself, the fear of death. Thus did they bequeath a drum roll of battle honors to their present-day successor, your regiment, 61st Cavalry. Delhi, China, France and Flanders, Cambrai, Suez Canal, Egypt, Mesopotamia, Gaza, Megiddo, Sharon, Damascus, Palestine, and Afghanistan. Thus did the valor and achievements of these gallant armigers of yore merge with the vibrant equestrian excellence of those that succeeded them, ranking this regiment, your regiment, 61st Cavalry, for distinction and renown forevermore. Since its raising, and in its current role as a mounted cavalry regiment on the order of battle of the Indian Army, 61st Cavalry has also recently participated in the following active field deployments. 1965, Indo-Pakistan conflict. Under the command of the late Lieutenant Colonel Thakur Gobind Singh, the regiment was deployed on ground holding and reconnaissance tasks in the Ganganagar sector of the Western Desert. 1971 Indo-Pakistan conflict. The regiment was entrusted with crucial security guard duties at Rashtrapati Bhavan in New Delhi, relieving regular army units for deployment elsewhere. 1989 Operation Pavan, Sri Lanka. Selected drafts from the regiment underwent acclimatization and jungle warfare training prior to deployment with the 11th Battalion, the Rajputana Rifles. Regimental personnel saw action in the Vani jungles of the Tanduan Reserve Forest in August 1989. 1990 Operation Rakshak. The regiment was deployed in the Western Theatre in a new configuration from April to August 1990. 1999 Operation Vijay. The regiment was deployed to Jaisalmer-Barmer sector of the Western Desert in support of the operations of Southern Command. 2001-2002 Operation Parakram. Once again, the regiment was deployed in the same sector of the Western Desert as it had during Operation Vijay in 1999, again in support of the operations of Southern Command. In the regiment's quest of excellence, mention must be made of the distinct and unique role played by eminent individuals, such as the late Lieutenant General, His Highness Maharaja Savai Man Singh of Jaipur, an eminent equestrian and polo player of international fame himself, and the continued patronage of the Jaipur princely family. The late Lieutenant General M.S. Wadalia, also an equestrian figure of renown, who became the first colonel of 61st Cavalry in November 1959, and the unmatched ongoing support of Field Marshal S.H.F.J. Manekshaw, the first Chief of the Army Staff to honor the regiment by becoming its colonel of the regiment, and all the chiefs of the Army Staff who succeeded the Field Marshal in this office. The regiment shall always strive to live up to and surpass, where possible, the standards enjoined by its colonel of the regiment. This it has attempted to achieve during the presentation of the regimental standard on 23rd September 1977 by the then acting President of India, Shri B.D. Jatti. The Silver Jubilee of the regiment observed in 1978, the parade being reviewed by the then Chief of the Army Staff and Colonel of the regiment, General O.P. Malhotra, PVSM, and the Golden Jubilee of the regiment observed in 2003. A mounted ceremonial parade was presented by the regiment, and the parade was reviewed this time by the then Chief of the Army Staff and Colonel of the regiment, General N.C. Vij, PVSM, UYSM, AVSM, ADC. The regiment has also actively participated in all Republic Day parades. Your regiment, 61st Cavalry, was also selected to perform military tattoo displays in the United Kingdom on the coronation and jubilee observances of the British sovereign, when the regiment, magnificently accoutred, gave a dazzling performance of the poetry in motion between its skilled riders and their equally well-trained mounts that left the British horse-loving public enthralled. The regiment also gave a contingent display at Chantilly in France in 2007 and formed the mounted contingent at the formal parade for the Indian Army in March 1972 to commemorate the birth of Bangladesh as a nation. In the field of equestrian sports, especially in polo, the regiment, as inheritors of an unmatched legacy and the sole Indian Army custodians of this elegant mounted sport, has the unique distinction of being the cradle of this magnificent equestrian skill. Equally meritorious has been the regiment's sterling performance in various international mounted tourneys and competitive sports, such as the Moscow Olympics of 1980, the Asian Games in 1982, and subsequently in 1986, 1994, 1998, 2002, and 2006. International show jumping and eventing championships in Japan, Korea, Taipei, and Australia. World Polo Championships in Switzerland, New Zealand, Malaysia, Australia, and Pakistan. Mention too must be made of the superlative performance of exceptionally gifted steeds who, sporting the colours of 61st Cavalry, won laurels for the regiment. Prithviraj, a show jumping champion from the stables of the erstwhile Mysore Lancers, won the International Show Jumping Championship at Lahore in Pakistan in 1959. Shahzada won 2 gold medals for India at the 1982 Asian Games, amongst many others. Such performances and the spirit displayed have inspired the rank and regiment. The regiment has also won the following honours and awards: Dafadar Raghubir Singh, Padma Shri, 1983 Equitation; Lieutenant Colonel Thakur Kishan Singh, Arjuna Award; Dafadar Khan Muhammad Khan, Brigadier VP Singh, Colonel H.S. Sodhi, VSM, Colonel R.S. Brar, Dafadar Raghubir Singh, Colonel R.S. Sodhi, Colonel K.S. Darcha, Major J.S. Aluwalia, Major Rajesh Pattu, SJRP, VSM, who comprise this unique band of mounted armigers. From the proud and stately Rajput warrior horseman to the wiry and doughty Maratha and the stoically dogged Khamkhani Musalman horseman, all are the children of the regiment. Recruited from the sturdy rural stock from Rajasthan and Maharashtra, they are bound together by the common ethos of their love of horses, their loyalty to the army, and the honor of the distinguished regiment whose badge they proudly wear. Trained to perfection by hours spent under the tutelage of experienced equitation instructors, they learn to care for their steeds like one of their own. Military skills such as musketry, basic tactical expertise, communication techniques, and navigational skills are acquired through training within the regiment and at various army instructional establishments. All this is done under the careful yet unobtrusive watch of seasoned and experienced commandants and their team of equally dedicated and competent officers at the unit and squadron level. The end result is a well-matched meld of combat-worthy men, superbly trained steeds, and a military unit of splendid perfection, elan, and a fighting spirit that is second to none in its own sphere. The regiment's spirit and all that it represents is enshrined in their motto, Ashva Shakti Yashobal. The power and strength of a horse epitomizes valor and courage. "61st Cavalry, your regiment, are the inheritors of an ancient and noble lineage who displayed that one distinctive characteristic of the fighting man, proud of his soldierly profession, namely, that honor is manly decency. The shame of being found wanting in it means everything to them. Thus, in this regiment, hear me now, O my young acolytes, valor is the first virtue of the cavalryman and constancy the second. In the immortal words of Lord Birkenhead at Neuve-Chapelle in 1927, whence then came the spirit of endurance and of high endeavor? It came from the twin sources of an inborn and simple loyalty, of an instructed and very perfect discipline. Like the Roman legionary, they were faithful unto death. They had accepted a duty they had destroyed. More can be said, need not be said. Thus, for your regiment, 61st Cavalry, can it truly be stated, valiant will be their deeds, undying shall always be their memory.
Panel discussions and Clarion Call Theatre from 18th to 20th December on Facebook and YouTube Live.
Now, this is the story in a nutshell. 4 E's. Expansion was our first priority in education. Okay, there were only 400,000, 4 lakh students in the entire country in higher education. We had 26 universities, fewer than 700 colleges. So obviously expansion was essential. We've gone right from that 16% to 74% literacy today.
Catch the digital edition of Military Literature Festival 2020 from 18th to 20th December on Facebook and YouTube Live.
इसलिए मैं मैनेजमेंट की पढ़ाई को सिर्फ नौकरी पाने का जरिया नहीं समझता, बल्कि एक जीवन जीने का तरीका समझता हूं। मैं आप सब ग्रेजुएट्स में अपने देश के भविष्य को देख रहा हूं और यह मानता हूं कि आप लोग जहां पर भी जाएंगे वहां पर अपने इंस्टीट्यूट में सीखे गए मैनेजमेंट के स्किल्स को पूर्णतया यूज करके हर लक्ष्य में सफलता हासिल करेंगे।
Catch the digital edition of Military Literature Festival 2020 from 18th to 20th December on Facebook and YouTube Live.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here with the next panel, which is a very interesting one, the Quad, the Emerging Indo-Pacific Naval Alliance. The emerging alliance has come into prominence due to the aggressive posturing by China across the South China Sea and the Tibetan Plateau. The pandemic, the economic drop, Chinese brazen posture, and military forays have given rise to calls for a strong global alliance to check the dragon. The recent 2+2 meetings and the Malabar naval exercise all sharply bring into focus the need for a working and viable geostrategic alliance. The Indian island territories, the dominating location of the Andaman Nicobar Islands, and the criticality of the sea routes to China, despite heavy investment in the CPEC, will necessitate naval muscle and increased presence. The sea and the ocean route for China to the west is economically cost-effective. What are the choke points it will face to its sea power?
I'd like to introduce Vice Admiral Pradeep Chauhan, who has over 35 years of rich and varied experience in the Indian Navy. In his seagoing career, he has held command of the Indian Navy Frontline Service Combatants on 4 occasions. A navigation and direction specialist, he commanded the aircraft carrier INS Virat. He was also part of the 4th Indian Scientific Expedition to Antarctica. He took over as the Chief of Staff of the Western Naval Command in August 2009. He is the recipient of the Vishisht Seva Medal and the Ati Vishisht Seva Medal. Currently, Vice Admiral Pradeep Chauhan is the Director General of the National Maritime Foundation, New Delhi, which is India's foremost resource center for the development and advocacy of strategies for the promotion and protection of India's maritime interests.
Dr. C. Rajamohan. Dr. Chilamkuri Rajamohan is an Indian academic, journalist, and foreign policy analyst. He began his academic career in the Institute of Defense Studies and Analysis, New Delhi. He is presently the director of the Institute of South Asia Studies, National University of Singapore. Dr. Mohan has had a distinguished academic service career, including that of being the founding director of Carnegie India and academic posts in universities in Singapore and Delhi. Dr. Mohan has had a number of stints in journalism as well. He was strategic affairs editor of the Indian Express and has also served as a diplomatic editor, the Washington correspondent of the Hindu newspaper. He now writes for the Indian Express. He is the author of several books, the latest being Samudra Manthan, Sino-Indian Rivalry in the Indo-Pacific. He was awarded the highest French distinction of Chevalier de la Légion Honor, Knight of the Legion Honor in 2016.
Shyam Saran. Shyam Saran was the Foreign Secretary to the Government of India, prior to which he served as India's ambassador to Myanmar, Indonesia, and Nepal, and as High Commissioner to Mauritius. Upon completion of his tenure as Foreign Secretary, he was appointed Prime Minister's Special Envoy for Indo-US civil nuclear issues, and later as Special Envoy and Chief Negotiator on climate change. In 2011, in recognition of his contribution to the civil service, he was awarded the Padma Bhushan.
Colonel David Randolph Scott, US Air Force. He's a retired test pilot and the NASA astronaut who was the 7th person to walk the moon. As the commander of the Apollo 15, he flew 3 times in space and is the only living commander of Apollo mission that landed on the moon. Scott is now the last surviving crew member of Apollo 15. Before becoming an astronaut, Scott was in the Air Force, from where he retired as a colonel and has had more than 5,600 hours of logged flying time. As an astronaut, Scott made his first flight into space as pilot on Gemini 8 mission, along with Neil Armstrong in March 1966, spending just under 11 hours in the low Earth orbit. Scott then spent 10 days in orbit in March 1969 as command module pilot of Apollo 9, a mission that extensively tested the Apollo spacecraft along with Commander James McDivitt and lunar module pilot Rusty Schwartz.
To moderate this panel, we have Admiral Sunil Lamba. Sunil Lamba is a navigation and direction specialist who has served as a navigation and operations officer on board various ships both in the Eastern and Western fleets. For over 4 decades, he has served as a navigation officer on board INS Sindhudurg and INS Dunagiri, before serving as a commanding officer of various ships. He has also held numerous training positions. He is the recipient of the Vishisht Seva Medal and the Ati Vishisht Seva Medal. He became Chief of the Navy Staff on 31st May 2015, and soon after, he took over as the Chairman of the Chiefs of Staff Committee. Currently, Vice Admiral Pradeep Chauhan is the Director General of the National Maritime Foundation, New Delhi, which is India's foremost resource center for the development and advocacy of strategies for the promotion and protection of India's maritime interests. We invite you to begin the session.
Thank you, Bikramjit and Aradhika. Welcome to my co-panelist. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to discuss about the Quad, The genesis of the Quad goes back to the tsunami of 2004, in December 2004, where the four countries, that is the United States of America, Japan, Australia, and India, formed a core group for a joint response to the 2004 tsunami to provide humanitarian assistance and disaster relief. So that was the beginning. In 2007, when the then Prime Minister of Japan visited India, Mr. Shinzo Abe, he made a speech to the joint Parliament of India, a confluence of the two seas. And that started off the Quad, but Quad had a premature birth, wherein they did a joint exercise with Singapore. And in 2008, it died a natural death when Australia pulled out of it. Now, during the previous decade, there has been growing military might, especially the naval power of the Chinese. They invested a huge sum in modernizing the Navy, and no countries invested this kind of effort and money in developing a Navy post the Second World War. And as a maritime and national power has increased, there has been a great deal of aggressive behavior by China. They are signatories to a majority of international agreements, including UNCLOS, but they've cherry-picked the rules and regulations to their own devices and their own advantage to win at all cost. And the South China Sea is a prime example of this, where they have gone on island building effort. They've disregarded the International Court of Justice ruling on the South China Sea. With that, there was a new impetus for the Quad to get together back again. And since 2017, they started meeting at official levels, which has now been upgraded to the ministerial levels. The foreign ministers of the four countries have now met twice, the last being in October. The other issue which is being symbiotically being linked to the Quad is the Malabar. Malabar goes back to 1993, which was a bilateral exercise between the Indian Navy and the United States Navy. Thereafter, over all these years, Japan was included in Malabar. And now this year, Australia has been invited. So in the Malabar 2020, you had all four members of the Quad participating in the Malabar. So like it or not, the Malabar is being linked with Quad. With this as a backdrop, we have four panelists. I am not going to introduce them and waste time because it has already been done by the MC. The sequence would be Ambassador Sam Saran, followed by Vice Admiral Chauhan, and then Dr. David Scott, and finally Professor Raja Mohan, who's now based in Singapore. He'll give that aspect. So each of you will have 10 minutes. I'll give you a warning at 10 minutes to wind up. And thereafter, after all four of you have spoken, we'll open it out to question and answers. And finally, I'll give some time for final remarks to all four of you. Over to you, Ambassador Saran.
Admiral Lamba, thank you very much for inviting me to speak on this very important subject of the Quad and the Indo-Pacific strategy. Let me also acknowledge my very distinguished panelists who are taking part in this military festival. It's an honor to be on the same platform as them. As you mentioned that, the Quad owes its origin to the tsunami of 2004-2005. In fact, the coordination body that you mentioned, in fact, was at the level of foreign secretaries. So I was actually interacting with my colleagues from these other three countries virtually on a daily basis. in terms of delivery of supplies and assistance to countries not only in South Asia but also in Southeast Asia. And I think that was a display of the reach of India's naval forces, and the speed with which India reacted was something which really impressed other partners as well. As you also said, the idea of the Quad owes to the initiative of Shinzo Abe, the Japanese Prime Minister. But I would like to just make a small sort of comment about why the Quad did not, in fact, continue and develop in that initial phase. The reason was that when the Prime Minister of India was going to Japan, in fact, I was called by my American counterpart to basically say that the United States of America wanted to play down the Quad because the United States of America was looking for Chinese and Russian support, for example, on the Iran nuclear deal. That was the time of the six-party talks on North Korea. That's nuclear issue, and therefore the United States of America did not want to unnecessarily antagonize its major partners, China and Russia, because of the requirement for their support. So it is really, that is really the reason why, after having had a secretary level meeting in Manila in 2007, this exercise did not go forward. Yes, it is true that in a sense a coup de grace was delivered by Australia, because they announced that the only security arrangements they have is with the United States and with Japan, thereby implicitly saying we have nothing to do with India in a sense. So that's really the background, and I think that background is important to remember, because in taking this second edition of the Quad forward, I think it is important to remember that history. Now, what is different this time from the first iteration of the Quad? One, to my mind, is that, yes, the challenge to the Quad countries from a very aggressive, a very assertive China, which has dramatically built up its naval power, particularly in the South China Seas, the sense of threat perhaps is more than what it was at that time. That is one factor. The second factor to my mind is that, in a sense, the security relationships among the four countries involved has also, in fact, become much deeper. So we have these three foundational agreements now with the United States of America. We have also fairly strong, security arrangements with Japan on the one hand, with Australia on the other hand. These strong security arrangements did not exist at the earlier period. So in a sense, if we are looking at taking forward this initiative, the building blocks, in a sense, are already in place. I think that is an important aspect. The third aspect is that India, of course, while it is slowly moving to crystallize the Quad, it is also at the same time mindful of the fact that the more plurilateral it is, the more participants there are in this initiative, perhaps it would be better in terms of how the Quad is seen outside the forum of these four countries. And in that context, I think it is very positive that ASEAN, which had some doubts about the Quad because they thought that this would in some way undermine ASEAN centrality, which they keep insisting upon, they have in fact at least cautiously come out with what is known as the Indo-Pacific Outlook, which really looks at the maritime security in the particularly the South China Sea area. Second, that three important European powers, that is France, Germany and the UK have also, in a sense, sort of shown an interest in working together with other major partners in terms of the security of the Indo-Pacific region. And I think that is a good sign. The reason why I say this is that India's own approach to maritime security has been that whatever architecture arises, this architecture should be open, it should be transparent, it should be balanced, and it should be inclusive in character. So our preference would be for an inclusive, plurilateral maritime security architecture. So that keeps open the door for China also to join, provided it also adheres to the various norms and the rules that are necessary for sustaining such a maritime security architecture. So in that sense, our preference, as I said, is for a more plurilateral arrangement. And I think in that sense, if we are able to persuade China that its interests are better served by being part of this inclusive architecture, rather than seeking unilateral dominance, then we are going to be making some progress. However, I would like to point out that as far as the current situation is concerned, there appears to be a judgment on the part of China that its power, based on its very impressive economic performance, is leading it to a position of preeminence, certainly in the Asian theater. And therefore, if that is its preeminence, then why does it need to actually adhere to some kind of a multilateral arrangement? Now, as long as that continues to be the Chinese approach, I think there is no alternative but for a strong countervailing coalition to really push back against this kind of aggressiveness. So much of the trajectory of the Quad going into the future, if we have to look at, will very much depend upon what China's own stance is going to be. I believe that, in fact, India should be less hesitant in taking this initiative forward, while retaining a degree of caution, as I said, because of the history that I mentioned. But I think there is no point in just having a consultative forum without any kind of a commitment to, in fact, taking this forward and crystallizing it. That's my my view. So I look at the future as something which is actually creating a more propitious kind of an environment for the Quad to become more, a much more credible kind of a forum. And also, I see a move by other partners to, in fact, in different ways, associate themselves with this. And the Quad, let me point out finally, that if you take the capabilities of the Quad countries together, they, in fact, are more powerful than China currently is. Therefore, it has that, credibility attached to it, which perhaps makes it a very, very important initiative going forward. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Admiral Ambassadors Charan. Over to you, Admiral Chauhan.
Thank you very much. I presume you can hear me. Admiral Lamba and my co-panelists, I, like Ambassador Shyam would like to start by acknowledging the presence of these luminaries and my singular sense of honor at being on the same platform as them. I wanted to say about 5 or 6 things in the 10 minutes allotted to me, and so I'll proceed without any further ado. These are basically, it's not my intention to give any sort of recap on the development of the Quad. That has already been done. I just wanted to correct 1 or 2 small points that were made right in the beginning, I think, by the MCs. The Quad is not a naval alliance. It's not an alliance at all. So that should be that should be quite clear even from Ambassador Shamsaran's own remarks. My first sort of recommendation, and that's where I would like to concentrate my intervention. My first recommendation is that India and the Quad in general needs to internalize this concept of maneuver. We must be able to play and embrace asymmetries rather than falling into the trap of trying for symmetry in our approach, whether it is to do with China or anybody else. My second point is that in this particular case, if China is indeed a point of focus, if not the threat, then the region is best served by India attempting to utilize all the means at its disposal to actually knit or stitch the region together so nicely and tightly that China cannot find the cracks and the fissures through which to make an entry into this region. And so rather than meeting China head on, somewhat in the form of the enemy at the gate, it is better to provide for a region which itself becomes an impossibility, or at least an extremely difficult proposition for China to actually enter and to thereafter be forcing us to all react to it. So my fundamental belief is that India should not fall into the trap of symmetry, and that we must not try to cut our coat according to our cloth. Now, this is a very, very important thing because Indians tend to downplay themselves a great deal. And we must not cut our coat according to our cloth, as Mummy and Daddy have advised us. We must actually weave the cloth that we need for the coat that we desire. And for that, we must be able to internalize and embrace the differences and the advantages that India has, while differentiating between these two terms, capacity and capability. India brings to the table very large amounts of capability, which is human wherewithal, organizational structures, training mechanisms, legal frameworks, and simply regional sensitivity, which perhaps is something that countries which have got an excess or a surfeit of capacity tend to ignore, including China, thinking that money is the only thing that makes the mare go. I think that this is a very profound mistake if we adopt that particular approach, because countries that have an excess of capacity will always tend to throw capacity at a problem. And countries like India, which have huge surplus of capability, even while not having perhaps enough capacity, must play to their strong suits. And that for India is capability. Now, in a setup like the Quad, there are other players who have more capacity, and India has more capability. This is the stitch that I think will enable us to knit the fabric of the region together. Likewise, I think that it is very important for India, now that we have reached a stage of having, as Admiral Lamba said already, the Malabar and the Quad members coincident. We must not allow this opportunity to slip. What should we then do? We must capitalize upon Malabar to provide for strategic signaling. Whether that Malabar strategic signaling is limited to Malabar, whether that takes place in the Indian Ocean region or in the wider Indo-Pacific, or for that matter, in the focal area of the South China Sea. I am talking about strategic signaling must exist. It must be pursued. And therefore, India, once again, needs to internalize the concept of maneuver, because everybody knows that two armies don't go to conflict, two air forces don't go to conflict, two navies don't go to conflict, two nations go. And the concept of maneuver in India is taken as a given, but for some reason, both our civilian and the bulk of our uniformed segments tend to believe that maneuver is a concept restricted to the core sector. 33 Corps, 31 Corps, whatever Army Corps. Whereas actually, we need to apply the concept of maneuver, even in times of peace, across the theater. And understanding the theater, embracing the theater is crucial. So the Quad enables us once again to do this and to operate in maneuver while focusing our strategic signaling efforts, whatever they may be, within specific areas, whether these are in the Arabian Sea, the Bay of Bengal, or the South China Sea, or anywhere else for that matter. This, I personally have read one of my mentor's more recent pieces about the Malabar, where he said that, we couldn't muster sufficient numbers to be able to impress China. And I think that this is a mistake because it is not numbers that count here. It doesn't matter whether you can field 38 ships or 39 ships or something like that, or you can only field a more limited number, because what counts is quality. Once again, what India should be concentrating upon is to generate and parade its quality. It is wrong to think that India brings little in terms of quality to the maritime table. India actually is extraordinarily competent as a naval power in particular, and as a maritime power in general. So with those initial points, I just wanted to reiterate 2 or 3 issues, and those are that I believe that we now need to establish some significant numbers of working groups within the Quad construct. On the one hand, we need to drill downwards towards working groups for defense and infrastructure, maybe for development. This Blue Dot network emphasizes quality. Japan emphasizes quality. We need to emphasize quality. And so maybe the establishment of these working groups, on the one hand, that means working group on defense, working group on strategic and defense infrastructure, working group on development infrastructure, and developmental coordination, which is quite important. And then at the other end, we need to move the Quad to a point where we have actually a periodic and regular meeting of the heads of government. It is remarkably impressive that we have moved from senior officials across to ministerial levels, but now we need to take that one extra step and move this to, it is the Quad expands to the quadrilateral security framework, but it is not that security is the same as military security, and India needs to be quite clear about this and be able to impress upon the region, many of whom are uncomfortable with the thought that they might have to choose between China and some sort of Quad. But if we looked at the Quad addressing not merely military security, but those elements of economic, human, political security that will actually knit the region together, I think that we will do, it will serve a very great purpose. My last point is really a reiteration of my first, and that is that asymmetry. Do not look for symmetrical approaches in the face of challenges. Utilize the fact that we bring to bear democracies, democratic ideals, a liberal order, an order that is based upon international consensus derived extraordinarily hard by all of the world, and we are not willing to have these new rules written unilaterally by a single country, emphasizing its writ as the only one. That means no, my way or the highway will not work for India, and I dare say it will not work for the Quad. Thank you very much. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Admiral Chauhan. Over to you, Dr. Scott. Hello, Dr. Scott. Okay, we'll get him in later. Professor Rajamohan, you can please start.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Admiral. I mean, delighted to be part of this very distinguished panel, and delighted to be back at the Chandigarh Military Literature Festival. So in the limited time that I have, I mean, let me point to three paradoxes, in the debate on the Quad that we face today. The first is the very nature of the Quad. I mean, I think has generated multiple meanings, and different people see it differently, and it triggers a whole range of ideas. For example, the idea of a new geography, Indo-Pacific as a new geography, as opposed to Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean. It talks about rules-based order, which means talking about actually the larger international system. It signals an attempt to construct a balance of power. We've used the term naval alliance. We could debate whether it's an alliance or a coalition, but the idea of building new institutions to deal with a new context in Asia and in the Indo-Pacific. So all these meanings are simultaneously common, and I don't think we need to quibble about the exact definition. But the fact is, Quad at this point is not a military institution. It is primarily a diplomatic vehicle where diplomats meet for political consultations, for strategic coordination across the region called the Indo-Pacific. Of course, they can give guidance to their four militaries, navies, to do more things, and we've seen that express itself in the Malabar exercises and the inclusion of Australia recently. But the Quad partners are also looking beyond the military and the naval issues. For example, there was a meeting yesterday of the Quad senior officials. Among the topics they listed that figured in the conversation, resilience of regional supply chains, which is a purely economic issue, countering disinformation, which is a question of managing the new media and the kind of tools it has given to states that want to interfere, promoting quality infrastructure, then of course maritime security, cyber security, securing mineral resources, counterterrorism, and humanitarian assistance and disaster relief. So this is a wide bag of issues that the Quad is debating. At the same time, Quad is also looking at a potential expansion and diversification. We're talking about, Japanese have talked about bringing Britain and France into this. We've seen in the last few months, France has an Indo-Pacific strategy. Germany has outlined the guidelines for its approach to the Indo-Pacific. We have the Netherlands, so historically a maritime power, talk about the Indo-Pacific. So the interest and in this region, and those who might be eventually be partners, is certainly growing. Meanwhile, the Quad partners are separately looking at other minilaterals. For example, India, Australia, Japan have a framework of their own. Then you have India, Australia, France. So some things we do with the US and some things without the US. So there is an overlapping series of minilaterals that are beginning to emerge in the region. Then the Quad also has the function of coordinating in various other forums. For example, on the Indian Ocean Rim Association, where India and Australia are members. They've recently decided to admit France as a full member. There's the Indian Ocean Commission, where France has invited India to join that as an observer. There is the East Asia Summit. There is the ASEAN Defense Ministers meeting. So I think you have actually a whole range of institutions, both security, economic, and more political, where the Quad can act as a nucleus for a coordination, for doing things in setting a larger agenda. So I don't want to go into the origins of the Quad, and which is both our Admiral Lamba and Admiral Chauhan have talked about it. That brings me to the question of India. I mean, I think India has repeatedly said Quad is not an alliance, and I think which is a fair point at this point. Two of the members of the Quad have treaty-based security arrangements with the US. India does not, and India does not plan to have one. And I've not heard anything where the US is offering a treaty-based alliance to India either. So I think India will be somewhat different from the other three members. But there is one question: is India never does alliances? I mean, there is one theory that India will never do alliances. I'm somewhat skeptical of that claim because India explored a specific type of military cooperation with the US in 1962, then in 1971 with the Soviet Russians. So I think it is the scale of the challenge and the kind of existential threats that you face are going to people to look for coalitions and alliances. Therefore, it is the nature of the threat, which Ambassador Saran pointed out, a lot would depend upon what China does. If China is going to keep pushing everyone around it, I think there is no choice but to come together and do more things together. That brings me to the second paradox, which is the paradox about Chinese power. It's fascinating to see China is at once the binding and the unbinding force on the Quad. That it is Chinese power and the attempt by China to dominate its neighborhood and the undermining of the equities of other, India, Japan, US, and Australia, that has brought these three countries together. The rapid rise of China, its growing military and naval power, is what is compelling the other these four countries to come together. But China is also the principal source of disruption. Ambassador Saran pointed out to what happened in 2007 or 2008, when Australia, for one reason, the US for another reason, sought that it was, let's downplay it. Since then, the Chinese power has become much stronger. But there is the problem of how you live with power. This idea people will always resist power. We've seen in ASEAN, for example, where I am, there is a growing silence on what China does on South China Sea. So there is, you can call it the frog in warm water that is getting hotter, that way you get used to certain types of pressure, or the economic interdependencies that prevent you from taking a more concrete and specific, calling out the Chinese aggression. So if you're weak, there's a danger that you would accommodate. I mean, the Philippines case won the case in the international arbitration on every one of the 15 points that it raised. But the next president comes and says, look, no point fighting with the Chinese. Let's accommodate with the Chinese. So I think power bends people to its will. And I think the danger that asymmetry in China's power vis-a-vis its neighbors, puts the region in a danger of being pacified, accommodative to rise of Chinese power. And I think this is also made worse by the repeated underestimation of Chinese power in the past. India's own experience in the 50s and later in the 90s. The US significantly underestimated the scale and rapidity of China's military and naval modernization. But that illusion has not disappeared. I'm sure there will be constant hope somehow we can persuade, coax, cajole China into a rules-based multilateral order. But I think that the temptation then to make a separate peace or hoping that you can construct a compromise with China is going to be a constant challenge for the Quad. And China has the tools like coercion or co-option, punishment or seduction. What they're doing to Australia today, in complete violation of every single economic norm, of massive punishment to Australia to recant the position that it has taken against China, the territorial aggression against India. So you have actually the capacity to punish those who do not accept its line have increased. So therefore, we all need to, the Quad members, will entering a very, very difficult phase where the Chinese ambitions are real. They're not hiding it. So, but at the same time, the temptations for a separate peace are going to be pretty strong for all of them. So if we have to navigating this phase, demands a lot more, attention, and I think a lot more need for more intensive substantive cooperation. That brings me to the last paradox about India's approach to Quad. We've had, I think traditionally Delhi, as I said, has been reluctant to engage in the Quad because of the potential of how it would look, potential that it might be misunderstood. But I think as challenges with China are beginning to deepen and the dramatic change in the balance of power between India and China, the comprehensive national power, if you will, a Chinese economy is 5 times larger than India's. Chinese military spending is at least 4 times larger than India's. And therefore, you have actually what China is doing on your northern borders, what it is doing to India's primacy in South Asia, what it is doing in the Indian Ocean, present a scale of threat that India has never confronted before. And I think you have a great power on your frontiers, both in the north and in the south, and dealing with it is not going to be easy. And the old formulae with which we have dealt with ideas of US-Soviet rivalry, many of those are going to be very hard to apply because you have a power right next door. And then I would also argue that India's problem with China is far bigger than the other 3 countries. The US is far away. It can always come to an accommodation as part of a general great power arrangement, and China is teasing the Biden administration with that idea. Japan is next door. It has similar territorial problems, maritime problems, but its economy is far more sophisticated than China's. It has options to work with China, for example, on RCEP, on a range of other issues. Australia is far away, faces no near-term existential threat from China. But what India faces then is far more severe and is only going to grow in the near years. This therefore requires, India needs more partnerships than it ever done before. And at the same time, the tradition has been one of reluctant to go too far in partnerships. The recent changes that India has undertaken are interesting, but it's not clear whether they're adequate to meet the scale and scope of challenges that Chinese power poses for Indian security, for its economic prosperity over the longer term. That brings me to the conclusion. Let me just say three things at the end. One, India has to move on multiple fronts of strengthening Quad where it can, strengthening other regional mechanisms where it can, that it cannot simply rest on its laurels. It needs to move much faster on partnerships, especially with the Quad probably at the core of it. Second, it has to move on multiple fronts, not just on the military front, because the way China threatens India's economic security today, it requires that it needs to do a lot more action on the economic front. And third, that there is a connection between an interactive dynamic between the international coalitions we need to build and the national capacity we need to enhance, because without that in the longer term, we can forever be dependent on the others. So therefore, this dynamic interaction between improving national capacity in partnership with others, that must be the guiding principle for which we need international coalitions, more active coalitions, more intensive coalitions, and use those coalitions to strengthen ourselves over the longer term so that we can be an effective contributor to regional and international security. And the Quad, I think, for near term at least, is going to be the central fulcrum around which much of these initiatives will have to take place. I'll stop here.
Thank you, Professor Mohan. There are no comments or questions in the chat box. So, Ambassador Saran, there were a set of leaders who were there from beginning from 2017. You had Prime Minister Abe, and you had the President Trump administration, and the Prime Minister of Australia, and you had a certain set of relationships which were there between these leaders, and a very aggressive stance which was taken by the United States or what China has been doing in all these forums. Now, with the coming of the Biden administration and the change of the government or the Prime Minister in Japan, what do you see and how do you see the Quad moving forward in the near term?
Thank you, Admiral. My sense is that the confrontation between US and China is something which is quite structural in character. So I do not see that the drivers of that strategic confrontation between the two major powers is going to diminish under Biden. Having said that, I certainly expect that the tone of the relationship and the rhetoric of the relationship will perhaps be less confrontational than it has been in the past. But there is also something that we should keep in mind, and I refer to what Raja Mohan said, that one should not exclude the possibility, perhaps not immediately, but going forward, that in terms of their respective sort of global, interests, the United States and China may come to some kind of a bilateral understanding, some kind of a détente, like we have had in the past between the Soviet Union and the United States of America, who were strategic competitors throughout the Cold War. But that did not preclude some détente on, and especially on some important global issues. So we should keep that possibility in mind. But I believe that for the foreseeable future, we will probably see a continuation of a sharper competitiveness between the US and China. Second, you mentioned the change of leadership in Japan. Yes, we have a change in leadership, and of course, the kind of very almost passionate commitment that Shinzo Abe had to the whole idea of the Indo-Pacific, the confluence of the two oceans, the critical role that relationship with India would play in terms of managing that ocean space. What is reassuring is that we have Prime Minister Suga, who has in fact reiterated his commitment to taking the Indo-Pacific concept forward, and also the Quad as well. So I do not see there being a diminution of Japanese interest in this. And then as far as Australia is concerned, frankly, because of what is happening to Australia today, the kind of punitive actions which are being taken against Australia by China, there is likely to be a greater interest on the part of Australia to strengthen this relationship with the other Quad members, and that in a sense is already happening. So by and large, I would say that the outlook for the Quad in fact is a fairly positive one going forward.
Thank you, Ambassador Saran. There is, Admiral Chauhan, there is a security architecture which exists in the Atlantic. Similarly, there is a security architecture in the larger Pacific. We have the new formulation of the Indo-Pacific now, which is of a recent times, without any security structures present. With the Quad moving forward, and also the Quad members participating in a maritime exercise in the form of Malabar, how do you see this moving forward in setting up some sort of a security architecture in the Indo-Pacific and getting other nations also into it?
Well, thank you very much for that excellent question. Within the Indian Ocean, we have a paradox. And the paradox is that we were one of the earliest movers, a pan-Navy Ocean Naval Symposium. And then, surprisingly, the most skittish of the countries involved, of the 38 countries involved, happened to be India. So we are occasionally, of course, I'm afraid, frightened of our shadow. And the fact that all countries' navies that belonged to the IONS did not belong to the IORA, but not all countries of IORA belonged to, there are gaps in every one of these security constructs. So what then is, and therefore, while the IONS remains a particularly vibrant and huge, retains its enormous potential within the region. However, I think that it's the ability of the Indian establishment to actually embrace this as the embryonic structure for security in the wider Indo-Pacific through an engagement between IONS and WPNS, for example, is this reluctance is somewhat baffling to me, and it has remained baffling for a long time. So we've got two options. One, expand the IONS so as to incorporate extra regional navies, such as the members of the Quad. This, I think, is a much easier proposition. And of course, it requires that, as I said, that the government embraces the IONS as a government-to-government security architecture. The other is to go down the path that you are, I think, suggesting, and that is to utilize the Quad as the embryo for a wider Indo-Pacific strategic architecture, which I think is much, much more difficult, because the Quad, as soon as it leans overtly into military activities, will spook many of the countries that are just about sort of getting used to the idea of a Quad. Malabar expanding is opposed by almost everybody, and Malabar needs to remain, I think, as was said a little while ago in another forum, it needs to remain the big boys' navy. But does that mean that we don't have structures? No, it doesn't. We do have structures. So I think that the correct way to go down that particular path of creating a maritime security architecture in the region, which will then expand, is to first have the ions being embraced, the ions being supported more firmly than it is so far, for the ions to be expanded, for the ions to interface first with WPNS, and as I said, eventually or earlier with the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, thereby bringing a host of naval as well as continental powers into a more or less acceptable structure, and one which has had almost 12 years of presence, thereby allowing people to become familiar with it. Finally, I wanted to just say two things, and those were that, China and its two dreams represent to me a very major strategic mistake by China. Big nations should never give a date by which something or the other will happen, especially those big nations which lay great store by face. If in India we said that India is going to be a superpower by 2020 and it didn't happen, we'll just shrug and say, okay, 30-20. But in China, face, and the face of Xi Jinping having been conflated with the face of the Chinese party, makes this quite a different proposition. So therefore, as like a child who is preparing poorly for an examination which is drawing closer and closer, the year 2049 is upon us, and there is no post-Westphalian state that has become the #1 hegemon in the world without simultaneously being the #1 maritime hegemon. And for that, China will have to beat the combined maritime powers of the Quad countries and a whole heap of countries that are important with navies that are significant but not members of the Quad. This is impossible. So as China approaches 2049, like any kid, China will start to make mistakes. It will start to get more and more frenetic. Our trick is, can we find a structure within Quad whose academic credentials will are sufficient to allow us to identify what is a mistake and therefore capitalize upon that? I'm not talking about in military terms, but in strategic terms. What is a mistake? What form of behavior constitutes an error? And if we can identify that, then I think that we are in a very good position to bring China back on track as a responsible member of the global community that actually relies upon an internationally consensually based, rules-based order which will allow economic activity, particularly trade, to take place. This is the aim of the security architecture, and that, I think, IONS is very well placed to do, provided we can find it in ourselves to expand that. To expand Quad, much more difficult. Thank you.
Thank you, Admiral Chauhan. Professor Mohan, there are the members of the Quad and China have their individual relationships, their individual economic linkages, and as you also mentioned in your remarks, we are the only country which shares an unresolved land border with China. And picking up from the chat box, there are a couple of questions where Atul Kochar is asking that as democracies, how do we move fast on all fronts in countering China? And where does Taiwan stand in its relationship to the Quad?
Okay, I think a number of, before I come to these two questions, I think there is the larger question. I think, any idea that we can persuade China to accept global rules when China is getting so strong, I think will be a mistake. I think to believe somehow multilateral route of setting norms, China is going to abide by them, goes contrary to what actually China is doing. China is bending the international system. It says, look, it comes 1,500 miles into Indonesia's waters and says, I have historic rights in these waters. What they're doing is transforming, writing their own rules, whether it's WHO, WTO, they're in a power to force adoption of new rules. So this idea somehow we can simply persuade them through multilateral means, I think will be a mistake. And I think the only way you can persuade them to do anything would be to be able to demonstrate a military balance, the capacity to deter them from doing certain things, which they're doing. Unless we do that, the rest will really be, we'll get trapped in our own rhetoric about, bringing China inclusive structure. The problem is China wants to be a great power. It thinks it has the means to be a great power. It has the means to pacify its neighbors. It has the means to rewrite the rules under which the international system works, at least in the Western Pacific, and if possibly in the Indo-Pacific. Now, in that situation, I think at this point, the need is for us at the national level to restore, try and do asymmetric strategies, which Admiral Chauhan talked about, strengthen your military capabilities, expand many lateral coalitions. Some you do with France, some you do with the US. And then the multilateral dimension can only be addressing an icing on the cake. That can't be your end goal. That can only be ways in which you can reach out to the rest. Second, I think on the question of democracies, look, democracies have no choice. By nature, they're contentious. You can see today in Australia, the Labour Party is attacking the government for messing up the China relationship. In the US, there are enough people saying, look, US is misreading, Trump has mishandled China question. It has to be redone. So I think those contentions will be there. And I think that's where the problem is, unless the power becomes really so threatening, democracies don't unite. And we've seen it from the Second World War, from a whole range of cases where unless the threat is right, near and present, it's going to be hard to convince people. But I think at least in societies where we can try and build consensus, that's what I think our job, people who are outside the government, to be able to bring together the political elites and say, look, here is a gathering threat and why we need to act. On Taiwan, after what's happened to Hong Kong, Taiwan will be the test. Taiwanese are really in a very panic mode because every day Chinese aircraft are violating the air defense zone. The capacity to keep pushing. And I think the Chinese are essentially saying two things. In punishing Australia, they're saying, here is we're going to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. And Australia is no chicken. It's a big kangaroo. And they're telling you, if we can punish a G20 member with the economic means, others will have no choice but to accept. Second thing it is doing is a distant relative, as the Chinese proverb goes, a distant relative, your ally, is not going to save you from your neighbor. So I think he's going to force very difficult choices. And I think Xi Jinping has made it absolutely clear he's not going to give it an easy time. But Taiwan is really, that's why it's looking for partners. It's looking for security cooperation. And I tell you, if the US, if all of us, Ian, we don't stand up for others. We're only so focused on our own security. So unless there is more solidarity between different parts of the Indo-Pacific and saying aggression must be stopped, then the Chinese capacity to pick each one separately is going to be there. We've seen it in the case of Hong Kong. So little has happened in terms of the reaction. So there we are. I think if Taiwan falls, my sense is after that, the credibility of the US alliance in Australia and Japan would be fundamentally challenged. And if you look at the map, Taiwan is the heart of the South China Sea. It is a link between Western Pacific and the Central Pacific. And if that falls, the whole story is going to be dramatically different. Therefore, the need for solidarity between those who are facing Chinese aggression, and I think there we need to do a lot more, all those of us in Asia. And I think if we don't do that, each one of us is going to be hung separately and if we don't hang together. But Taiwan is going to be probably the most critical feature of security, and that could turn the dynamics in this whole region in the coming year.
Okay, thank you. Ambassador Saran, the point which Professor Raja Mohan has raised about all the Bretton Woods organizations which were set up post the Second World War, and now China has been unilaterally with their own advantages. How, in your opinion, can like-minded countries, even beyond the Quad, work to ensure or get to the reality of what the world is today and not what it was post 1945?
Thank you, Admiral. I think it is fairly obvious by now to all the countries in the world that the international landscape today is very, very different from what it was post Second World War. The order which came into existence after the Second World War, which is basically the liberal international order, don't forget, it was really sort of supported by the overwhelming power of the United States of America. So even if we are talking about rules of the game today, those rules have been put in place as a result of the overwhelming power of the United States of America. Now, those rules, those institutions are being challenged by China, and I think the question is whether we go along with the rewriting of rules, whether we go along with the creation of perhaps a different set of international institutions, which would be essentially dominated by China, or do we try to resist it? I think that's the plain and simple, dilemma that is in front of us, because China is also in the process of creating some of those kind of international institutions, international processes. It is trying to put in place Chinese standards for some of the new technologies, for example, which are coming up. So really, the question is whether we acquiesce in that, or whether we try to resist it. Now, this is where I think the point made by Raja Mohan, I think, is very relevant, that what is the level of threat which is perceived by the so-called, democratic nations, those who benefited a great deal from the liberal international order. Is there a willingness to really come together to deal with this kind of threat? The record on that, I must say, is not very encouraging. That in fact, that kind of a number one, a sense of existential threat is certainly not there, and the willingness to overcome some of the major differences which separate us, that also does not seem to be in evidence. So I'm not very sure that it is possible for India to really take the lead in trying to get mobilize international opinion to really try to safeguard some of the post-war liberal institutions. This is something which will require a much larger effort on the part of the democratic countries. What I think, in terms of India's interests, what I think is possible is that we try to establish different kinds of partnerships for different kinds of ends. I think we are living in a world where coalitions are likely to form around issues rather than coalitions which will be of the traditional alliance kind which we have had in the past. So are there ways in which we can really develop those kind of strong partnerships based on some common concerns, some kind of common objectives that we have. And that is, I think, certainly possible, except that I do believe that perhaps India has not understood fully that as important as the security pillar is, so is the economic pillar. And I have made this point again and again, that you cannot play a more expansive international role, a more expansive regional role, unless you also, are becoming a very active participant in the economic dynamism that is on display, for example, in the East Asia, Southeast Asia country. So from that point of view, perhaps not going ahead with our membership of the RCEP was perhaps not the best decision which could have been taken, because if you are trying to build up a constituency of countries which can be in partnership with you, that economic partnership is as important as the security partnership. That's my perspective. The other aspect, of course, is how do we try and, to the extent that we can, try to shape the external environment in a manner which can support India's own developmental objectives. Because the only long-term solution to being able to deal with the Chinese challenge is by India itself, developing its economic capabilities, science and technology capabilities, its defense capabilities. But all that is dependent upon how successful you are as an economy. And I frequently, refer back to the period between 2003 and 2007, part of the time I was Foreign Secretary. Even though there was a power gap between India and China, the difference was that China's economy was, in a sense, slowing down. The Indian economy was growing at the rate of about 8 to 9% per annum. If you go back to that period, the discourse at that time, international discourse at that time, was that India may actually become the next China. So even though India was not as large an economy as China, it was seen as shrinking the power gap between the two countries. Today, the situation is the opposite. Since the global financial and economic crisis, the gap between India and China, instead of shrinking, has actually been expanding. Just as the gap between the US and China has been shrinking. So this has created a very different kind of an international dynamic. But at that time, because of the fact that we were seen as shrinking that gap, it opened up a huge diplomatic space for us. It is in that context that something like the Indo-US nuclear deal became possible, because we were seen as a strong emerging power. Or even the Quad that we talked about. The fact is that our performance, in a sense, during the tsunami crisis, demonstrated to the world that here is a country with very major, significant naval capabilities. And it has a certain reach which not many countries have. So, the international perception about India changed. Unfortunately, today we are in a different situation. We are in a very defensive situation today. And I think that is what we have to come to terms with. Most importantly, what is it that is necessary in order to change the internal economic dynamic itself in India and bring back India to a high growth trajectory? And in bringing that about, how can we mobilize our strong partnerships with Japan, strong partnership with the United States of America, which are still the world's leading, technological powers, economic powers? How can we leverage that really to transform India's own economy? Because if we are able to at least begin to do that, even start on that path, that itself will enable us to deal with the China challenge more effectively than is possible today. Thank you.
Admiral Chauhan and Professor Rajamohan, would you like to comment on this point?
Yes, I certainly would. Thank you very much for the opportunity. It's always a privilege to listen to Ambassador Shamsaran. However, it is a mistake, in my opinion, to place geoeconomics and geopolitics and geostrategy on the same horizontal plane. Geoeconomics will drive everything. So every country, including India, in dealing either independently or in conjunction with other countries, will have a set of geoeconomic aims, goals. And for India, we must then develop a set of geostrategies to actually pursue and attain those goals. That's where geostrategies lie. Now, in order to ensure that those geostrategies actually work, we must put in place a certain set of assurance mechanisms. And to ensure us from the disadvantages, should those geostrategies threaten not to work, we must have insurance mechanisms. These assurance and insurance mechanisms are the instruments of India's foreign policy, both diplomatic and military. But it's a mistake, I think, in the popular discourse to shift this upwards, to say that it is an either-or proposition between military geostrategic activity or plans and geoeconomic. They're not on the same plane. The typology is wrong. For the typology to be correct, the geoeconomic goals and, in many cases, non-geoeconomic goals of India, which might mean anything from just I want to be numero uno pa, or much more commonly encountered examples such as people-to-people connectivity, which are non-geoeconomic essentially. But geoeconomic goals drive the creation, the formulation, and thereafter the execution of geostrategies. Geostrategies then drive the requirement for military strategies. And therefore, in no argument should we be able to put these at the same horizontal plane and argue one against the other. Second, I entirely agree with the Ambassador Shamsaran that we cannot have a lopsided situation where India is attempting to do things in the assurance and insurance level when India is unable to generate an adequate geostrategy to pursue its geoeconomic goals. And departing from, big powers cannot afford to sulk. India can't say it's my ball, I'm going home, and walk out of the RCEP, because at a given point in time, the RCEP has implications on the service industry and the fear that we will be flooded by cheap Chinese goods. I think this smacks of a certain amount of arrogance in believing that you know exactly how the Indian economy will react. This was exactly the same argument when we opened up retail to America. And we didn't find that Indian retailers in the processed food industry simply rolled over and sort of died. Nothing of the sort happened. Indian products thrived. And I would venture that it may or it may not happen, but for India to admit defeat and walk out of RCEP on two counts, that the rest of them are not willing to give us the concessions we need in terms of services, and secondly, that we are terrified that cheap Chinese and other Southeast Asian goods will flood the Indian market and scotch the Indian entrepreneurial spirit, I think is, how did we decide this on behalf of the rest of the country, sitting in one citadel in New Delhi? How did that happen? And so I believe that India, if it wants, India is quite a lot, I'm afraid, like the cat in the Shakespearean adage in Macbeth. where India, the cat wants the fish, but it doesn't want to get its paws wet. If India has a set of geo-economic goals, then India must devise bold strategies, because otherwise it is trying to compete, as I said in the beginning, on conceptual levels of symmetry. Tell me a case, sir, where we have taken the low temperature thermal desalination capabilities of India, used it as a foreign policy tool. Have we done that? Where have we taken Indian engineering entrepreneurial spirit and capacity and capability and taken it across to the Maldives, saying, you have an existential threat, we'll handle it? Where are we showing that our geostrategy is indeed supportive of our geo-economic aims, goals, and ambitions? Instead, we are entering into this incessant and, to my mind at least, totally infructuous argument about whether we could have or should have a military strategy which is to be equated with either favorably or unfavorably with our economic one. And so I think that it is high time that we actually understood, internalized the typology of how we want to proceed and how the world will proceed. We have strengths. We should be able to utilize those strengths along a strategic endpoint, so that the strategy that will lead to that endpoint will in fact be capable of taking us from where we are in a place called from to a place called to. I think I'll stop there and allow Professor Rajamohan to continue.
Yeah, Lamba, I mean, I thought like, there's no point now crying over spilt milk. I mean, the RCEP is done deal. I don't see we're going back into that. There, I think, on the question of bringing your economic strategy in to reinforce what you're doing on the military side, there again, I think the Quad is offering us a path. So when we today talk about the Quad Plus, where immediately after the pandemic, we saw the constitution of Quad Plus that brought in Vietnam, New Zealand, South Korea sometimes, Brazil, Israel some other time, of actually developing a coordination on the health-related issues, of managing the pandemic, of creating new supply lines for on the whole range of areas relating to the. So that is an opening that we've seen. Some of the follow-up we've seen, India, Australia, Japan have agreed to work together to do resilient supply chains. That the idea that, look, if China is weaponizing economic interdependence, there is a recognition in Japan, in Australia, in India, and the US that, look, we need to find alternatives. And I think that's where India still presents the kind of alternative that you can do. And therefore, pursuing that path is where I think our future is, because there's no way of going back, I mean, of course, into what has already been being done. So the trick is not whether we go back into RCEP or not, but are we capable of doing any trade deal with anyone in the world? I think the problem in the last few years has been that we've completely shut down on FTAs. Last few weeks, we've heard some government spokesmen say, look, they're open to engaging US, Britain, Europe today on a fresh round of free trade agreements, where the complementarities are probably much stronger. So therefore, integrating trade into your economics, into your larger security strategy today becomes very important, because the Chinese power over the longer term can only be controlled. Similarly, on the 5G issue, there has been great coordination. The attempt at saying, look, democracies must come together to be able to prevent China from constructing a digital Silk Road that's going to be tuned to Chinese centrality. So there again, I think some debate has started. Britain has talked about initially a D10 that can come, democracy 10 that can come together to talk about how to deal with 5G. Now, Prime Minister Johnson has invited Prime Minister Modi to come to what is being called a D10 summit when G7 meets in London next summer. He's invited India, South Korea, and Australia to be part of it. So I think the pathways are opening. The question is, how quickly, how effectively can our economic system adapt to the new opportunities that are coming, I think is the challenge. And I think there are today ways forward. There again, the Quad Plus and related on the D10 now. Similarly, on the technology side, there are a whole range of new ideas that are coming that on technology cooperation, we can construct a grouping of like-minded countries. So these are just at the beginning, and I think we need to invest and explore what these bring in the next few years. And I think that's where, if our policy, particularly the economic and trade policy, have the flexibility to connect with at least some people in the world, that I think if we can demonstrate that in the next few years, the next few months or years, I think that will be a huge compensation for our inability to join the Asian economic integration under the leadership of China.
Thank you, Raja Mohan. We have a couple of minutes left. I'll give a minute each to make any of you want to make a final comment. Ambassador Saran. So you're muted.
Thank you. Not much to add really to what has been a very substantive discussion, and I would like to thank my co-panelists for bringing their own rich perspectives to this subject. Let me just conclude by pointing out that we are going to be facing a very new kind of a geopolitical landscape, particularly after this pandemic. I think there has been some reshuffling of the power equations across the world. And my sense is that other things taking into account, China is probably going to emerge as an even stronger power than before the pandemic, which is ironic because the pandemic actually erupted in China. But it appears that on balance, China is the one which will probably come out of this in a stronger pole position than perhaps before. So I think to that extent, the challenge that we will be facing, at least from China, which has the most direct impact on India's security interests, that is perhaps going to be more serious, more complex than it has been in the past. Therefore, I think the importance of looking at what are the countervailing strategies, what are the asymmetric strategies that we need to explore in trying to deal with, as I said, a much more difficult situation. And I think a acceleration in terms of the process of crystallization of something like the Quad will have to be one part of that exercise. Thank you.
Admiral Chauhan.
Thank you. I'll just add a couple of points, and that's it. One of them is that I fully agree that with Professor Raja Mohan that India is currently actually uncomfortable and unfamiliar with dealing with a militarily adversarial great power. It has dealt with adversarial great powers in the past, but a militarily aggressive, assertive great power who considers India as one of the targets of its military aggression or assertiveness is a new phenomenon, and India is not, the Indian establishment is not yet familiar or comfortable with this. And the way to get India quickly familiar and comfortable is for India to be able to open its doors to maybe to academia, to think tanks, because the existing establishment is conditioned in the way it is conditioned. My last point with regard to Quad Plus or a plus Quad. If we are going to have a strong and meaningful relationship with, say, Australia, then we simply have to give primacy along the eastern segment of our thrust lines of Act East policy and so on to Indonesia. If Indonesia and India can sing from the same page, then it is extraordinarily difficult for anybody to play any religious card. Second, Indonesia sits astride every one of the international choke points that connect the Pacific Ocean and the Indian Ocean in either direction. So Australia and India are like two kids with a can and string telephone, which some of you may remember. Indonesia is the string, and we need to be much more nimble in our approach to the sensitivities that China has disturbed in the Indonesian mind, and much more proactive. Likewise is the case with Vietnam. The rapidity with which we should be responding, even if we don't want to do anything more than issue a statement, but a statement at least should come. What is the purpose of our sulking that when we needed it, you didn't give a statement in the past, now we won't give a statement now? These sorts of approaches, I think they lack a certain degree of the maturity that we need, plus the nimbleness, as I said, the adroitness, the dexterity we need if we're going to be dealing with a great power that is militarily adversarial towards India, namely China. Can the Quad help? Of course, it's a major tool, but as Professor Rajamohan said, it gives us opportunities. Now, can we take those? Can we seize those? Because these are fleeting opportunities. And if we are going to be ponderous in our approach, as has been unfortunately the case in the past too frequently, if we're going to argue ourselves to a standstill on every case, then we will miss those opportunities. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Yeah, Professor Mohan.
Yeah, thanks, Aman. I think, Admiral, just three concluding thoughts. I mean, I think one, to reaffirm that let's not underestimate the scale of the Chinese ambition today, the power they have in their command, and the political will today Xi Jinping can mobilize. And I think this is an extraordinary moment, I think, in our revolution. And we underestimated Chinese power in the 1950s. In the 90s, we thought we can work with the Chinese to build a multipolar world, and now we find ourselves in a unipolar Asia. So I think the consequences of underestimating Chinese power are going to be very, very high. Second, we have no choice but to redress the imbalance of power that has come vis-a-vis China. And I think we have to explore multiple means, bilateral, trilateral, plurilateral, minilateral, or multilateral. I think that requires a full-fledged a strategy that explores multiple dimensions in which we can now deal with this challenge, because India never had a great power on its frontier, which is what we have today. It's interesting, China has actually had that problem. The US sat on the first island chain since the end of the Second World War, and yet within a period it fought with China in 1950s, fought with the US in the Korean War. 18 years later, it was drawing closer to the Americans. And today, it's in a position to replace the Americans. So I think we need to have a strategy which eventually turns this to our advantage through partnerships, and both economic and military. And finally, I think I would go with the other panelists. The asymmetric thinking is critical. Though we might be weak vis-a-vis China, our basic potential is by no means inconsiderable. And I think we will be the third largest economy. We still have a large military capabilities. The question is, how do we develop asymmetric strategies to deal with China on our frontiers, where we have to deal with them unilaterally, and how we work with the others in deterring a Chinese aggression in the region? Because I don't see Southeast Asia at all today ready to confront the dominance of the Chinese power. They cannot stand up to one of their own members being violated. So it's going to be very, very hard for them. They've been sucked into the Chinese orbit on the economic side. So for them, it's going to be a lot more wrenching than it is for us. So therefore, we must recognize the weaknesses and build where there is political will, for example, in the Quad, to strengthen that and to create, and then hopefully we begin to draw the others into our coalition. And finally, I think we have to work with Asian nationalism, because in the end, Asian nations fought against the European imperialists, liberated themselves. They're not going to simply roll over to the Chinese over the longer term. There will be elites who are compromised through economic seduction. But I think we need to support, we need to call out Chinese hegemony, we need to call out Chinese neocolonialism. If we do that, then your openings are going to be more, rather than hoping that somehow we can draw them in like we thought in the 50s or like we thought in the 90s. Is not going to work.
Thank you. We have run out of time. At the outset, I'd like to thank my co-panelist, Ambassador Saran, Admiral Chauhan, and Professor Rajamohan for a substantial discussion. I am not going to try and summarize what we have discussed in the last 1.5 hours. The mute point is there is a growing China with a growing national capability and power, with the will and the means to change the world, especially in Asia around. She is the largest by miles a power in Asia. And we need to stand up and look at a whole of government approach in tackling how do we face this new challenge which is there on our northern frontiers. On behalf of all four of us, I'd like to thank the Military Lit Fest of Chandigarh and their team for giving us this opportunity to have this discussion with all of you. Thank you very much, and Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. That was very interesting. And we come to a even more interesting topic, which is very relevant today: the self-reliance towards defense preparedness. A very hot topic for today. India is one of the largest buyer of defense equipment in the world market. This contrasts starkly with the Make in India concept, which is being promoted today. The question is, can India's industrial base create self-reliance and reduce the dependence on import of military hardware? Can the Indian industry achieve competence and scales of production to compete with Chinese products that have flooded the market already?
Thinking ahead of times, China in 1977 had already begun its four-pronged modernization in the fields of agriculture, industry, defense, science, and technology. Like China, can India also achieve military self-reliance through reverse engineering and intense research and development? And what are the timelines that we should be looking at to achieve Atmanirbharta in defense, science, and technology?
Well, we have on the panel with us Mr. Vishnu Som. Vishnu Som is a senior editor and principal anchor with NDTV. Som has reported extensively on war, environment, conflict, aviation, and natural disasters. He has covered Kargil, Afghanistan, Iraq wars, and natural calamities alike. The 2004 Asian tsunami, the 2001 Bhuj earthquake, and 2011 Japan earthquake and tsunami. In April 2012, he was awarded the Best Television Presenter in India by the News Television Awards. Som has completed a multi-part documentary series called Great Battles and has produced a documentary series called India's Underwater Treasures, which won the Best Series Award at the Indian Tele Awards. His program, The Jet Set, gave an insight into the experience of flying along with pilots on fighter aircrafts.
Rahul Bedi has been a journalist for over 40 years, and in that, for 30 years, he's been the New Delhi correspondent for UK's Jain Defence Weekly. For Jains, he reports regularly on assorted Indian military matters with regard to procurements, domestic defence industry, material indigenization efforts, and service doctrines, amongst other defence-related aspects. He is the India correspondent for the Daily Telegraph UK and the Irish Times in Dublin, for which he reports on foreign policy matters and current affairs.
Rajiv Chandrasekhar, a member of the Parliament Rajya Sabha. He is a member of Bharatiya Janata Party and also the national spokesperson of BJP. He was the vice chairman of the Kerala wing of the BJP-led coalition National Democratic Alliance. He represents the state of Karnataka. Presently, Chandrasekhar serves in several crucial parliamentary committees. Chandrasekhar ji is the founder and advisor to the board of Jupiter Capital Private Limited.
Brigadier Suresh Gangadharan is an EME officer and has held various appointments in his army career, both technical and staff. During the span of his service, the officer held appointments at Army Headquarters, Border Road Organization, Military College of Electronics and Mechanical Engineers, Tri-Service Command of Andaman Nicobar Strike Corps. He has served in counterinsurgency areas and commanded an army-based workshop as well. The officer is the recipient of 4 Chief of Army Staff commendations and 2 Army Commander commendations for his distinguished service.
Mr. Harpal Singh. Harpal Singh has a diverse and wide-ranging experience of over 40 years in the corporate sector. In the last decade, he has substantially engaged with the not-for-profit sector, holds senior board-level positions in the national and international organizations, addressing social causes around disadvantaged children, public health, and the girl child and the environment.
Moderating this panel is Mr. M.V. Kotwal, who is a member of the L&T board and the president heading the Heavy Engineering Division. He headed the nuclear and the special fabrication shops in Mumbai before taking charge of critical functions at L&T's works complex in Hazira, Surat. Currently, in addition to Mumbai and Hazira, he is responsible for facilities located at 5 other work centers in India and abroad. He was awarded Business Leader of the Year 2009 by Chemtech Foundation, Mumbai, for development of the engineering studies. He is keenly interested in playing cricket, badminton, and table tennis, and in listening to classical music, and keeps himself abreast with developments in technology and business.
Over to you, Mr. Kotwal.
Yeah, good afternoon to all of you, and thank you very much, Major Bikramjit and Aradhika, for doing a great job of introducing the speakers, because that saves a lot of time and is done very crisply. Thank you. The subject we have to deal with is, of course, very important, as was said earlier, and is very close to my heart because I've spent more than 4 decades in the field of defense equipment on the corporate side, of course, the manufacturing. Now, coming to this whole subject of defense preparedness, I think one is to understand a few basics. What the Honorable Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh ji said last year. He said a country of India's size and global prominence cannot afford to rely on imported arms to conduct its sovereign defense and foreign policy. I think this sums up a lot of things. Now, in this entire gamut of facilities that are already available in India, there are 9 DPSUs, 41 ordnance factories, there are 50 defense labs, and there are more than 70 license holding private companies. So it's a huge workforce available. As far as individually designed air surveillance platforms, patrols, vessels for the Navy, the Defense Ministry has already announced that there will be a procurement reserved for Indian manufacturers close to 27,000 crores. There's also a recent announcement that some 101 systems will be reserved for manufacture in India. These are all very interesting things for the industry, and of course, we hope that these things will be followed up. Now, the other thing to understand, and this brings back a very important and much quoted sentence, it is credited to none other than John Glenn, and I just want to quote it to be on the lighter side. He was asked that how do you feel when you're getting on the launch pad, the first Atlas rocket, 1962, and he said, I felt exactly how you would feel if you were getting ready to launch and knew you were sitting on top of 2 million parts, all built by the lowest bidder on a government contract. So this sort of brings out a lot of things in it. And what we really need to apply ourselves to is, when we talk about policy, are we talking about a long-term, politically neutral, national security policy? Is it going to be supported by assured funding for R&D and long-term projects? So proactive really implies emphasis on eliminating weaknesses. Now, where are the weaknesses that we have? In conceptualization, innovation and design, electronics hardware, future generation manufacturing, system integration, and project management. These, I would say, are the core issues where if we do not have some long-term policies, we will not succeed to become a major power with complete self-reliance. Here I want to make a distinction between what is commonly understood self-reliance and self-sufficiency. We can acquire self-sufficiency easier by acquiring equipment and stocking it so that we are not left without the important equipment that we need. But when you talk about self-reliance, one is talking about something much, much deeper, which in my opinion takes decades to build. So I would here now hand over to Brigadier, Brigadier Suresh. And now, of course, his background has already been given to you, so I don't have to waste any further time. And over to Brigadier Suresh. The format we want to follow here is, we would like each of the speakers, the 5 eminent speakers, to dwell on their thoughts. And after that, we'll have a kind of discussion and answer any Q&A. Thank you very much. Now, over to you, Brigadier Suresh.
Thank you so much, sir. And good afternoon, everybody. And it's a very interesting topic per se to me as an engineer and the maintainer of the Indian Army. So let me start with the quote of the Honorable Prime Minister, that Naya Bharat ek Saksham, Surakshit or Shaktishali Desh hoga. It got a lot of meaning when we say, after seeing the present state of India with the neighboring nations as of now, what we are undergoing. As all of us know, the India is almost accounting for about 12% of the global imports, and out of that, about 70 to 80% of our own arms and related equipments. So, as a nation, we had thought of and initiated the Making India. Now, Atmanirbhar Bharat, that self-reliant India, is the base on which we all of us are working and looking towards it. So, what happened in our period of last about a month or so, or rather about a year or so? So, like what sir said, it is the FDI from the automatic route is increased from 49 to 74%. Then the abolishment of import of about 101 equipments in terms of culminating by 2025 not to import anything from that. Then the cooperation of ordnance factories being thought of by listing in the public. Thereafter, the GOCO, that is government owned, the government assets of the army based workshop, which is overhauling the engineer, the warlike equipment, is likely to get cooperatives and modernized to meet the urgent requirement, and a project management union or unit is being thinking of by the India. So the things are quite positive. Rather than that positivity, what is the importance of the difference what we had from the past and present? That is very important. First and foremost is the Honorable Prime Minister and the government and the ministries and the bureaucrats and the industry. All of us are now positively and thinking a mission of self-reliant India. That's quite a good change. And a synergized effort is being undertaken as a roadmap and a focused approach. And appointment of a CDS, everybody know. Now the CDS is almost having a hold of the tri-services requirement at the apex level. So it's going to be a good change, I can say. So overall, the changes are there. So now, what do you mean by self-reliance? That is a question what I want to throw a question. It is self-reliant may not be what I per se is to make each and everything by you, and it may not be that cost-effective what we may think. I personally feel it's a sourcing of an inventory at your own term, at your own cost, and at your own time, and a scope of aggregation and assured supply, which will translate into an economic growth of the country in terms of GDP, and to cut the import in terms of the outside. That could be the meaning of the self-reliance per se is concerned. So where are we now? What are the strength as a nation, as we are already proved to the world? You can say the missile and satellite technology, the nuclear technology, the communication technology, we can assure the world that we are much ahead. And the potential software base, though it is yet to be reaping the dividends, but we have the potential software base. And heavy industry base, as everybody knows, in the days to come, the India will be one of the major factor for the abundance in terms of the young labor and a strong MSME structure. And network of ordnance and DPSUs and R&Ds are there. So we have a strong base where we can grow further and further. But there is a but always. Sir. As a country, we have the drawdowns. That is a delay in the industrial acquisition process and still there is a lack of orientation. Let me tell you, there is a lack of trust between the industry and the government even today also. Maybe we may further improve upon the time to come. And poor manufacturing environment in terms of the meshing up of the requirement is yet to be still to be meshed further. And gestation period. This is one of the most critical thing what we are facing now. We are thinking something, we are putting some effort, but it is not coming and delivering at the right time. So it is escalating into in the inflation. It is escalating in terms of the problems with the scaling of the technology. Then we are lagging behind. So and there is another thing called I have a feeling that we have firmly believing in more of believing the output rather than the process. So we are still lagging in the R&D. We have a strong industrial base. We have strong academia. We have strong people to work, but we are still not putting enough energy into the R&D per se to mesh it out, rather than what I told the strength in the before. And the project management group, though it is in place, and the single window solution, what we claim, is actually not able to give a solution, because the sub-verticals under the single solution window is also having their own rules, which it cannot be overruled by the single solution authority. So we have issues there. So recently, I happened to see one of the article, Vedi sir here. So it is giving that DRDO lags about 2 technical cycles behind, and so much so on. So having seen all the plus and minuses, still we are in the positive side. Still we are in the growing side, where we have come to know that the defense corridors have been being thought of in one in UP and one in Tamil Nadu, and thereafter we are thinking in terms of meshing up the MSMEs. Today's if you see the news today, the MSMEs to be integrated with the IITs and the engineering college. That's a good sign. Today, Honorable Raksha Mantriji already dedicated some facilities to the 3 services chief. So it's all are good things to happen. And the Navy and Air Force had taken a forefront in terms of the Indian nation way back. However, Army is also into the forefront now, and they have made an organization called Army Design Bureau, which is always thinking to mesh up the industry, the technology, the people to the needs of the Army. And also we are thinking of innovation for defense excellence, where we are focusing more on the startups. We are trying to give the problem statement to the industry so that a viable solution can come up. So it is a very, 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 very growing path and greenery path we are looking forward. But mind you, what I said in the self-reliance, it is not making everything at your own. That be the case. If you want to host a party at home, we should have gone for everything at your home, but we don't do. It is economy, time, and dictation of what you dictate. For that, I have few recommendations which can be of taking the initiative further ahead. One is to have a national vision, that already we have set up the vision in terms of Atmanirbhar Bharat, irrespective of the change in the thought process in terms of government or political bodies. We should, as a nation, we should have this vision to continue. Atmanirbhar Bharat or the self-reliant India should be the mantra if you want to continue the progression. That is what the first and foremost vision. Secondly, the standardization of in defense inventory. What I mean to say is, often when you see and go around see the defense background, we often see the qualitative requirement or general staff requirement of a particular weapon system or a combat vehicle may match each other, but still we have a different inventory in the complete system. So we have to think of a standardization of the defense inventory for a common cause. That is a must for our self-reliance to days to come, so that the manufacturer's facility can be reaped upon for the economy of effort. The second is the scalability. Scalability, what I mean to say is that a particular weapon, when we are having this thought process is already put in the ground, we should think how this can be modular in terms of future use. So that scalability will obviously eliminate the repeated cost in the days to come. That is already there in the missile system so far, and long-range vectors, if you can see. And if you see the BrahMos, it's already proved it is a concept we should think of in the days to come, sir. Then the seamless integration of the military and R&D, academia, and the industry. Today, we are thinking of giving this the process statement or the problem statement to a particular project management group. Thereafter, the continuation of the process is not there at all. And the importance of the defense R&D in terms of equipment to be meshed up in terms of the complete paraphernalia, what I already mentioned. It's a must, sir. Coming to the multiple players of R&D and the procurement or a design for a warlike equipment. What I mean to say in this particular aspect, the system always feels that we select one partner, and finally after going to the iteration, then we invest on that, then we look forward to a project. What I mean to say is that after meeting the QR, why can't we think of having a multiple partners or multiple partners for an R&D investment? Thereafter, you come to a result, and one of them will get succeeded. After success of that, the production capacity of the all three or all two can be utilized for the mass production. So nobody is losing their effort. So the defense industry or civil industry will have more of a faith in you. Yes, when we work with the defense, I am going to get the benefit back in terms of the major share or at least a minor partnership share. So a multiple partners for R&D or investment in the design is a way of some we can think of. Sir.
Brigadier, could you wind up in the next minute or so? Thank you.
Sir, on the joint venture, sir, it's proven its potentials all very well. And the easiness of business, I already mentioned, sir. The easiness of business is a must to happen because it is still lacking in our system, though it has to come from the top-driven kind of approach. We have to ensure the easiness of business is ensured for the partners what we are associating, sir. And infusion of MSME, sir, and integration of expertise of the people who have worked on the ground and they have finished the mandated service in the various sectors. We have to reap in the potential because defense sector is the acquired expertise is a must. So we have to get the expertise even after the mandatory engagement to the requirement of the nation. And the resource pooling of the friendly nations. That is what the point I was initially relying upon, that we feel there are some resources of the neighboring nations are also potential to grow together. So we may have to invest in those nations also in the self-reliant thought process, so that we have to invest in the R&D there, we have to put the PSUs there, we have to put the industry there, and make and manufacture togetherly and use for together this. That's a point I thought I will impress upon. And lastly, but not the least, the transfer of technology and integration. What we talk about, we normally see a backdoor effort of getting the components from outside, but the component the level can be increased from today to a level of reaching 100% in the days to come. That is how the real integration to happen to realize in the days to come. So with this, sir, the nature is giving us so much of resource. The India is giving us so much of resource. The only thing is we have to measure the resource and think little different than also to get the self-reliant India as a reality. That's what.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Brigadier, for an excellent presentation. May I now request Sir Harpal Singh to step in with his huge experience in the corporate sector and, of course, so many social sectors. Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Harpal Singh.
Well, thank you, Mr. Kotwal, and thank you, Brigadier, for that very extensive comment with your experience. And of course, also, I do want to compliment the Military Literature Festival for creating such wonderful space in this arena, nationally, not internationally. I thought that what I would share with you, and I think that on the panel, We have some very great expertise, people who study this with great depth. And I thought one approach that I might bring to the table for our thinking is, what does the citizen think about resilience and about preparedness? What's the citizen's view and perspective on these two very critical sort of aspects that we are discussing today? And let me start by saying, unquestionably, in the minds of the citizen, national security is a very, very emotive issue, and that evokes actually a very strong positive response from citizens when the issue of national security is discussed. In the minds of citizens, self-reliance is actually a desire, and actually that comes from the perspective that citizens wish to have a sense of assurance and a sense of confidence that our ecosystem, which is the defense ecosystem, has the ability to defend the country, to defend its borders, to defend its sovereignty. And in that, clearly speaking, in the current context, as has been the case oftentimes in our history, that in the current context where we have very belligerent neighbors, and certainly those who are challenging and threatening adversaries they are. And hence, in this context, the citizen must surely be asking themselves the question, how prepared are we as a country? And if we are prepared, what is the foundation of that preparedness? Is it based on accepted level of self-reliance or self-sufficiency? Or is it that we are hugely dependent still on others in whatever nature of dependence that might be required? And I think in answering those two questions, the citizen will certainly have some very significant queries. Now, interestingly, the citizen also, if you were to go to a farmer in Punjab, or you were to go to for that matter, a simple rural citizen anywhere, and ask them about what does resilience really mean and what does preparedness really mean, and you'll be surprised how actually well informed in rather simple terms they are about what they mean by resilience. Obviously, at its most basic level, it is a force that can sort of fully defend itself if challenged by an adversary. But they also recognize that in achieving this resilience, in achieving this preparedness, there are a large number of stakeholders that have to work together. There is the stakeholder, the most important one, called the armed forces. There is then the stakeholder called the productive capacity of the country, which largely so far has been relying on the public sector, and then of course now of late trying to join hands with the private sector, and so that represents the productive capacity of the country. The third, of course, and very important one is really the political and administrative leadership in the sector, and unless and until all those, the armed forces, the productive, the producers, the political leaders together, this will not be to achieve that resilience. And post the World War, the last World War, there was a term which is not quite common in the usage of even common citizens, is the military-industrial complex. And the military-industrial complex, as we understand it, one way to define complex is the vast number of stakeholders who need to work together, and that's the complex, that's the ecosystem. But at another level, incidentally, and I think maybe we've not addressed it in that way, complex also actually means what the term means. It's a very complex arrangement of relationships. They have to be based on a bunch of fundamental premises, and if those complex relationships are not managed well, we're not likely to be able to succeed. So frankly speaking, what we're talking about is a grand alliance between the forces, between the productive capacity of the country, and between the leadership, both at the political and at the So that is the question, and I'd love to hear some answers from some of our other colleagues on the panel. That is our ecosystem, our defense ecosystem, well-oiled, and is it effective in delivering on the outcomes that the citizen desires of this ecosystem? And so, if that is to happen, there has to be great harmony amongst the operations of these stakeholders. And the question, therefore, is there harmony? Do they actually work together in the manner that they should? And I'm not going to answer that simply because I don't think I'm as informed, but surely some of our other speakers will address this issue in the interest of citizens, and how harmonious is that relation, so that the outcomes, desired outcomes, can be achieved. Now, I think Brigadier spoke about this in the previous one. Considering this is a long-term relationship, considering this requires vast amounts of public and private investment, considering that it requires innovation, which oftentimes is more fraught with failure than with success, but that's the kind of investment required. If that be so, one foundational element has to be trust between the stakeholders. Trust between the stakeholders. And I think that trust of late has, there are very good attempts to ensure that one other key player to this is the private sector. And the private sector, so far, right since incidentally the first inception of our defense policy, was to say that we were very suspicious, and at some level I might even use the word contemptful of the private sector's ability to contribute to the arena. But that is changing, but I think we still probably have some distance to travel on that, and hopefully that will be the case. Now, can we assess the situation? Now, I'm speaking in a sense as a private citizen.
Excuse me, could you finish in a minute or so? Sorry for the interruption.
Yes, so after spending 60, 70 years, why is it that we still have to import 70% of our requirements for defense? Good question to ask. Maybe some of our other speakers will answer that somewhat more wholesomely. Many people have talked about the inadequacy of some of our productive capacities, as in DRDO, in the DSUs, and I would be wary of commenting on them. I hope that we will hear somebody else commenting about them. But I want to leave ourselves with one thought. Equally important area and institution that meets world-class standards of cost, quality, and acceptability is ISRO. They make very, very, very powerful products for the country, satellites and missiles and what have you. And look at how they have demonstrated their ability to produce world-class products. I would like to understand, why is it that one arm of an association of an ecosystem in that arena produces such good results, whereas we are not able to do the same in our areas of defense? So let me sort of finally say this. In the last aspect of the citizens' concern is the morale of the forces. And the morale of the forces will hugely depend upon how we are able to assure the armed forces and the soldiers and the men and women in uniform that all their needs to be effective are available and will be available to them. That's what we need to, I think, assure to them. Now, if that is to happen, and if we are able to do that, I think citizens are very passionate about defense, who are very passionate in supporting our soldiers in uniform, be they men or women. I think that will give them the comfort, the confidence, and the assurance that we have the required systems, the weapons, the processes, the leadership for the defense of the country, and be assured that here's a force that is both resilient and prepared. That's the citizens' view, and I hope we will hear some answers from some of the other speakers.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harpal Singh, for bringing out a totally different perspective, which is very important, really. May I now request the one and only Mr. Vishnu Som. Why I say this is because you hear of so many anchors. Very rarely do you come across a person who has physically gone across the globe in fast jets. He has gone into the real tough environment of Siachen himself. So he talks with experience on the ground. So I would love to hear Mr. Vishnu Som. My only request to the speakers is please try and maintain time because of respect to the other speakers, and more importantly, we want to have an interesting discussion after this. Thank you very much. Mr. Vishnu Som, please.
Thank you very much. Am I audible? Am I clear?
Absolutely
You, Mr.
clear.
Cooper?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So I'd like to thank the Military Literature Festival, Mandeep Bajwa and the other organizers for having me on board. It's my second time speaking at this venue, and I think it's a wonderful opportunity for a lot of people to come together and share their experiences in all sorts of areas of our armed forces. I am here to speak about why my belief in the Defense Research and Development Organization, the larger ecosystem, and the process of indigenous weapon systems is perhaps very different from what is widely perceived. In fact, Mr. Harpal Singh just a little while back made a very interesting observation when he said that how is it that ISRO is an area of real excellence in this country, and how is it that we don't seem to be able to match the ability of ISRO with our domestic manufacture of weapons. I would actually argue, and I would argue this on the basis of a lot of facts, that India today, in the last 10 years, has made remarkable strides in the process of defense manufacture. And over the course of the next 8 odd minutes which are remaining, I would like to highlight to you a couple of important systems, weapons, which define a part of that process, whereby we have reached a certain level of manufacturing proficiency, a certain level of engineering proficiency, integration proficiency, and combatability, which is something which is not spoken about. But before I actually do that, I think it's important to put it in perspective. Our Defense Research and Development Organization ecosystem faces a profound image crisis. We can manufacture state-of-the-art missiles. We can build the BrahMos, we can build the LCA, we can design warships to our specifications. We can actually think about having a workable ballistic missile defense system in the next couple of years. And proven more than it is right now. But why is it then that we still have a system where the armed forces, let's face it, frown at the DRDO setup, the process of indigenous manufacture, where private manufacturers look at DRDO and say, look, it's taken them 20 odd years to get the Tejas flying, let's forget about them and please import from us. On what basis are these observations made when in fact on the ground, on the basis of rail technology, it's completely to the contrary? Who are the people that the DRDO has making world-class technologies? Who are the researchers? Who are the engineers? Who are the thinkers? Do we know them? We don't. Beyond the chairman of DRDO or a couple of other people, the system itself has failed in identifying its own ability to actually manufacture the state-of-the-art. And let me give you one small example of this. A couple of weeks back, India tested a hypersonic glide vehicle, a vehicle which could travel at upwards of Mach 5. In the future, it could possibly go beyond Mach 7. It's only Russia now that has something which is similar and has been weaponized and is in the process of slow induction. And that's a weapon system called the Avangard. But here in India, on the basis of our own technology, we've actually successfully test flown a hypersonic glide vehicle. That day, when I asked for a sound bite from the DRDO chairman, I was told, absolutely, Vishnu, we are here to help and we want to project this great. And then there was a PRO with a little cell phone in front of the DRDO chairman shaking as he made some sort of statement. And I think to myself, here we are as a nation which is building hypersonic technology and we cannot project it by even having a soundbite recorded and sent across on WhatsApp. If you look at the DRDO website, it is the most unappealing website that you would find for an organization which has done so very well in certain areas. It's not done very well in others, and I don't mean to suggest that it's brilliant in all respects, but there are areas where it's done very well. In fact, I often think to myself, had I not been doing what I was doing, then what I would really have loved to have done is to revamp the image of the DRDO system, the entire process of defense manufacture. Why do they have such appalling websites? Why is it that the transfer of information is so slow? Why is it that image projection is so awful? Not because you want to project image and you have nothing to show. This is a case of you having a lot to show and your inability to actually communicate it. But let me give you a couple of more details of what I am talking about. Firstly, the three systems which I'm going to focus on in this naval shipbuilding, I'll be looking at the Project 15 Bravo destroyers being built for the Indian Navy. I'll talk about the light combat aircraft and briefly touch upon where we stand as far as radar technology is concerned. In fact, I can share screen as well at this stage, just to give you an idea of what we are looking at. So share screen, let's see if this works out. All right, is this picture clear? So this is actually Project 15 Bravo, Project 15 Alpha destroyer, the Kolkata class destroyers. India is actually making a more advanced variant of this, and there'll be 4 ships which will be coming online. There's the Vishakhapatnam, the Mormugao, the Imphal.
Excuse me, Vishnu, we are not able to see the screen. We are not able to see.
You aren't able to see the screen. Okay, so let me just give it one more shot and see if I can get it to actually work. Double click here. Share. Is that visible now?
Not yet.
All right.
Now it's on. Now it's on.
All right, great.
Okay.
So this is the Kolkata class, so the Project 15A destroyer. The Project 15B, which is a follow-up of this particular design, is the first of the classes now and is going to be entering advanced testing very soon. This is state-of-the-art by any standard. This is designed by Indian naval engineers. It's built together by Mazgaon Docks and others as well, increasingly the shipyards. This has been perfected by Indian engineers. It integrates weapon systems from around the world to an Indian design and an Indian requirement. The future ability of this warship to actually meet emerging threats, such as ballistic missile defense, is something which is absolutely visible. It's armed with the Barak 8 surface-to-air missile system. We call it the MR-SAM. It flies out to a range of approximately 70 kilometers. It's being built now in Hyderabad with Israeli collaboration. It has very easily the possibility of being upgunned to strike targets at more than 110, 120 kilometers, if not much more. They won't tell us the exact ranges. The MF Star weapon sensor, the primary sensor, the air search and surface search radar, can actually be used in the future as a ballistic missile detection platform. It can be worked on. It's essentially a software fix. The BrahMos anti-ship cruise missiles and the anti-surface cruise missiles flying in at Mark 8, which is now you can essentially call it an Indian weapon system. It's perhaps the most advanced weapon of its class in the world. And India's ability is showcased in a platform like this, which, yes, it's got Israeli systems, Indian systems, it's got American systems in terms of the helicopters. It's got a Dutch secondary radar system, Ukrainian systems as well in terms of the gas turbines. But the fact of the matter is this, we have successfully integrated this particular warship with what it is that we require. And I would urge people to understand that indigenization and Atmanirbhar Bharat needs to be based on reality. There is no country in the world, perhaps other than Russia, which manufactures everything that they require on their weapon systems. It's about picking and choosing and not reinventing the wheel because it doesn't make any sense at all. In fact, let me give you one small example of this. We often speak about the light combat aircraft Tejas. I'll talk about that in a little while, but this in fact is...
You may have to speed up a bit because I think your time is getting up. It's such an interesting presentation. Sorry.
Right. So this is in fact the Swedish Gripen fighter. And the point over here is, as we criticize the DRDO system for not being able to manufacture component A and component B and having to import it, if you look at the Swedish Gripen, it's got a gun from Germany, it's got a side stick and throttle lever from the United Kingdom, it's got composite materials from France, it's got weapons possibly from Israel as well, engine components from Canada, auxiliary power units from the Netherlands, some structural components from South Africa, and yet it is seen to be an entirely Swedish weapon system. So when we actually talk about the light combat aircraft and say that, oh, you know what, the engine isn't ours, then let's be smart. We've tried to make the engine, it's not worked. We've actually got an immensely reliable American weapon system right now. And therefore, we need to be realistic about what we can achieve and what we have achieved, again, in the field of our indigenous technology. I'll just bring up another image if I can over here, so that we can talk a little bit about the Tejas itself. Let's talk a little bit about the Tejas. This is actually a weapon system I know quite well. I've had the fortune of flying a sortie on the Tejas aircraft. I am up to date with the radar technology it employs. It presently has an Israeli radar. It's got a reliable American engine. But let's look at what we in India have actually managed to do. A quadruple redundant fly-by-wire weapons, fly-by-wire system, carbon composite technology, which is being seen across the board. We've got the Astra air-to-air missile system, which is being integrated. We've got Indian data links, which are in the works. We've got a radar warning system, which is Indian as well. We've got a mission computer, which is Indian as well, and countless other structures in this particular platform, which make it an extremely viable platform for the Indian Air Force. And therefore, where exactly is the criticism? Here's where a part of that criticism comes in. People would say that, look, if you look at the LCA Tejas, it's taken forever to actually come on board. Is that true? In fact, it's not true. Let me give you an example. The Rafale, which we speak about, had its first flight on the 4th of July, 1986. It was inducted in the French Air Force on the 18th of May, 2001, 15 years. The Tejas' first flight was on the 4th of January, 2001, introduction on the 17th of January, 2015, 14 years. From the first flight to squadron induction, it took less for the Tejas than it did for the Rafale. Let's give you another example. The Eurofighter that we talk about. It's taken 9 years between the first flight and squadron induction. So yes, 5 years less than the Tejas, but 6 years less than the Rafale. So this is no ground to be slamming a weapon system. And the fact is we have an ecosystem which cannot communicate this effectively, which is such a problem very often. So I've spoken about the Project 15 destroyers. I've spoken about the project, the LCA itself. I have one more weapon system which I think I can touch on before I start wrapping up in about a minute from now, if that is okay. And what I will show you is the Project 17 destroyer, which is in the works right now. In fact, we have the Project 17 Alpha ships, which are now going to be building. And the point I want to actually mention over here is that in as much as these warships have a brilliant capability similar to the Kolkata class destroyers, there is one other aspect that we need to understand, and this is the point that's important. Domestic weapons do not come cheap. The belief is that we will make in India and it'll be cheaper can only occur if there is a scale of manufacture which is humongous. In the case of 8 warships, which you can afford, or 7 warships of a class, or 83 LCA Tejas aircraft, that is not enough to give you the scale to bring down the costs substantially. Therefore, do not for a moment believe that the state of the art where you have reached right now is going to come cheap. In fact, the Project 15 Bravo destroyers I showed you earlier come to 35,800 crores or $5 billion for the project of 5 ships, or for the project of 4 ships, I believe, or $1.5 billion a single warship. What you see on your screen is a plan for 7 Project 17A frigates. The first one, it's called the Nilgiri class, 45,000 crores or $6.3 billion for a planned 7 construction. So again, the point is, if we want state of the art, one needs to understand that it's not going to come cheap at all. Which brings me to my last couple of sentences. It is my sincere belief that the DRDO setup faces, number one, a profound image crisis. It is unable to get out of that. Number two, like foreign weapons manufacturers, our defense sector faces a huge problem of being unable to get funding. It's taken more than a year for the government to actually talk about the LCA Mark 1A. That has still not been signed. It's in the works. Why? Because ultimately the finances are limited. So let us attribute a lot of the delay as well to the fact that we just don't have the weapons, the money to buy the weapon systems that we need on time, neither from abroad nor from India. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Vishnu, because it's a great presentation and we wish we would have had more time to listen to all that you had to say. So thank you. And this is an ideal platform for the next speaker, Mr. Rahul Bedi. I'm sure he'll add a lot of new dimensions to it. Thank you very much. Over to you, Rahul.
Thank you, Mr. Kotwal. I am going to be slightly at odds with some of the previous speakers, and I'll probably reiterate some of the things they've said. Principally, I think we do, as far as the DRDO is concerned, we do a reasonable job. But as far as indigenization is concerned, I think there is a multiplicity of agencies which are tasked with indigenization, and that is one of the major problems. There is firstly the DRDO Defense Technology Fund. Then there is the IDEX, which I think Brigadier Suresh referred to. Then there are the capability plans of the respective services. And to add to that, there are the defense public sector units, which are also involved in various indigenization efforts. So I think this hodgepodge and this multiplicity of agencies and multiplicity of policies leads to a lot of confusion. And although I do agree that the LCA has finally been produced, I think the Air Force is very skeptical about the capabilities of the LCA. Let's not forget that the LCA was initiated in 1983 and was inducted into squadron service, I think, in 2016 or 2017. But at the slightly lower end of the scale, I mean, we are event managers in this country, and we have produced nuclear submarines. We have, again, but unfortunately with the Russian help, to miniaturize the reactor. We have produced a lot of missile systems in the strategic sphere. We are doing extremely well. But at the lower end of the scale, I mean, just a small example, which I've never really got an answer for. I mean, right now, the Indian Army is deployed on the Chinese border, and we've had frantic shopping worth billions of dollars for winter equipment. Now, for the last 36 years, we've been in Siachen. We've been needing this winter equipment, but we've been importing it, and we continue to import it. And over the last 6 or 8 months, we've gone out and shopped. Similarly, meat and potatoes thing for the Army, an assault rifle. We've spent years and years and years producing the INSAS rifle, which is the 5.56 millimeter rifle, which was finally inducted into the Indian Army in the mid-90s, but rejected in 2010. We went in for imports. We just signed a deal with a US company to import about 72,400 assault rifles, which is a repeat order. Conversely, we have an AK Kalashnikov AK-203 rifle, which is being planned to be produced under license with the Ordnance Factory Board. But unfortunately, the costing of the rifle produced by the Ordnance Factory Board is about 87,000 rupees per unit. And amortizing this over about 650,000 units brings the cost down to about 80 or 81,000 per assault rifle. Now, the imported weapon from the US is priced at $990, which is roughly about 72,000 rupees. So, I mean, there is a problem with the indigenization efforts at most levels because of the confusion and because of the lack of coordination of a single agency to oversee the indigenization efforts, which are long, long overdue. And unfortunately, indigenization is also looked at purely in rupees and naya paisa terms, and it's not looked at in technology terms. I think there is no technology audit that has been done over the last maybe 25 or 30 years to determine what technologies we need, what technologies we can incorporate, what technologies we need to import. And I think for the last 30 or 40 years, we more or less been license building, whether it's been aircraft or helicopters. Similarly, helicopters, for example, which is a very crucial requirement for the Indian Army and the Indian Air Force. We've been using the Cheetahs and the Chetaks, which were inducted in the mid-60s. We've been talking to the Russians since 2014 to license build the Kamov 226. One of the sticking points over that has been the indigenization efforts, because the Indian Army and the Indian Air Force wants to buy about 200 of these helicopters, 60 of which are going to be imported directly, and the remaining 140 are going to be built locally with increasing levels of indigenization. Now that is run into a huge storm between India and Russia. Now, and it's quite possible that the contract would be cancelled, which would be disastrous because the Cheetahs and the Chetaks are well beyond their lifespan. So the indigenization is a problem. The Navy, on the other hand, has taken the lead in indigenizing its requirements. It's built, as the previous speaker said, it's built very competent warships. It's in the process of testing an aircraft carrier, but still it remains import dependent for a majority of its requirements, like its propulsion or its weapon systems. So I think we have to reach some kind of reality as far as our indigenization is concerned. And as again the previous speaker said, indigenization requires in the medium and long term a lot of money, and that is something that is in short supply. And particularly currently, I think the economy is in terrible shape and is in a state of recession. So I don't know how we're going to manage the 101 items that we are going to be making locally over the next 5 years. I mean, and I'll end. I'm not going to take up more of your time, Mr. Kotwal. I think I've been covering defense for the last 30 years, and I've been hearing about indigenization, I think, since 1995, when Abdul Kalam was the DRDO head. And he talked about reaching self-sufficiency levels by 2005. Well, we are in 2020. In 2013 and in 2018, there was a technology perspective capability roadmap. And in fact, the 2018 technology roadmap talked about 221 items which would be indigenized and produced locally. I think we are very far away from that, and we've pruned down that list of 221 to 101. So let's see if we get a little real and manage to achieve that, because self-sufficiency as a principle is excellent and is something we should strive for. But I think we need to get a little real, and we need to have an overarching agency which looks at this in a holistic way, and not tough battles should not be fought between the private sector and the public sector. I think the government has been a little ambivalent about protecting not only the DPSUs but also the OFB. So I think, and Mr. Kotwal being from L&T would know that, because they've been involved in a lot of naval projects. So I think it's a constant battle, and it's a trust deficit, as again one of the previous speakers said, between the private and the public sector, and the government, and the agencies, because most of the contracts are looked upon with a lot of suspicion and a lot of undue diligence, which makes people a little nervous about dealing with these projects. So I'll end on that, saying that we should get a little realistic, and we should be prepared to spend a huge amount of money over the next 10 or 15 years to develop our indigenous capabilities, and do so in a planned and phased manner. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Rahul, because this is something which really brought us to realistic levels. I fortunately have been associated with defense for a pretty long time, seen some real successes and some failures. So both of what you pointed out, Vishnu and Rahul, both have got some points which maybe in the discussion I'll bring out some case studies which bring out why, what is happening, and that's something which is very interesting. Now, the last but I'm sure the most weighty speaker, Chandrasekhar, and we look forward, sir, to your views and how you look at the whole scene. And again, here we have, I think, arguably the most technology-savvy parliamentarian that we have in the country. So over to you, Rajiv Chandrasekhar. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to the Military Lit Fest for having me this afternoon. I think we're all strapped for time. I will pick up from where Mr. Bedi's left off, and I will accept and I will acknowledge what he says, that there have been multiple technology perspective plans. We have had many slogans in the past: self-sufficiency, self-reliance, indigenization, etc., etc. And so there is a healthy skepticism, and naturally so, of another new slogan called Atmanirbhar Bharat. And so a lot of cynics will turn around and say, but is this the same of the old stuff, which is that we keep talking about building our capacities and capabilities, but do we have a new strategy to do it? Is there a new how to the why? And I think that is where we are starting to make a difference and starting to evolve a different roadmap. Let me start by saying, I think this issue of self-sufficiency and indigenization is built into the history of India since we became independent. This whole socialism, we will build what we use, and if we don't build something world-class, you go fight your wars anyway, is something that people who are in this Military Lit Fest and who have understood has been the underlying philosophy of the government DPSUs and the labs saying, fine, this is what we can do. And fine, if it's dated and it's generationally not competitive with what the enemy has, tough luck. That has been effectively our definition of self-sufficiency. That is, we will put in a lot of effort, we will put in good faith, and what we come up with, whether it is the P-17 or P-15, or it is the LCA, or it's the Vijayanta tank, or it's HF-24 in the 50s and the 60s, we will just trundle along with it and say this is something that we made, it's made in India, and we will make the best of it. Here is where I want to make a slightly different point, which is the point that while we have succeeded as a nation in building platforms, conceiving systems, whether they are in the space segment, whether they are in the military segment, I really think it is time for us to start looking at what I believe is what the most important missing piece here, which is a strategic military tech roadmap. Military technology, for those who understand technology, is a very different class of technology. It is not, now for everybody who has a computer and says he's an IT specialist, and with great respect to Brigadier Suresh, when we say we have a great IT industry in India, it is not the same as saying we have a great military technology capability. They are like going to high school and going to engineering school. They are a level of skill and capability apart. So the fact that the focus of military tech has been for years and decades, in a sense, built on the DRDO and the labs. And the labs themselves have been conceived as a Soviet-style, monopolistic models of government, under government supervision, which goes to Vishnu's point. There is really no incentive then, if they are constructed like that and architected like that, for heroes to be visible or for the labs themselves to be visible with the heroes. And I completely agree with you that the labs have significant capabilities. The labs have significant heroes who are doing significant work. But the mistake we have made for decades is to believe that the military tech doctrine and the military tech roadmap for this nation is equivalent to what the DRDO's roadmap is, or equivalent to, even worse, what the services put out is the strategic military roadmap. And I think that when I say I speak as a political person today, and I speak not necessarily as a spokesperson for the BJP, I really believe what we need to be building today is a military technology strategic roadmap. We have to be clear that given our own geopolitical requirements and our security requirements and our determination to be able to project strength in our own economic self-interest, that these are the core technologies that we must have. Now, we can argue that engines for combat aircraft, we don't need to make design, or we need to have them. But there ought to be clearly a list of capabilities in military technology that we can call our own. Now, I will, of course, respectfully, have a difference with Vishnu in the sense that the Kolkata class destroyers, while they represent great strides in shipbuilding, don't represent enough of a stride in the mission control systems, the combat control systems, the ability to fuse multiple sensors speedily and integrate sophisticated weapon systems to that. Now, I'm not a naval shipbuilding expert by any stretch of imagination, but I would argue that the core technologies lie not in actually building the platforms alone. It is in pieces of the platform, sensors, fusion of sensors, combat control systems, materials, semiconductors that go into these combat control systems. Those an inventory of those strategic technologies, and by the way, Mr. Bedi, those don't have to be 200 numbers. They have to be, in my opinion, 10, 15 core technologies. And I would argue that the Atmanirbhar Bharat must have almost as an appendix B to it. If there is a book called the Atmanirbhar Bharat for national security, it should have one chapter or an appendix to it that says the following 11 technologies are military technology strategic areas of focus, and we will acquire them, design them, co-develop them. Now, I will quickly take you back to this comparison between China and India, and I'll give you this in the broad technology context. In 1987, India and China were almost the same vintage technology. I mean, arguably we were ahead. In the early 90s, we were ahead with telecom. China started catching up. You know what China did in the late 80s? China played this I'm a victim of the Cold War card. USA, you hate Russia. We are opposed to Russia. Enemy of my enemy is my friend. And I have just gone through recently a document dated 1987 from the US Congress that lays out in chapter and verse, letter and verse, the amount of technology that the US wanted to transfer to China, including military grade technology that they transferred to China. Now, our approach in the last 30 years, 40 years, what has been for this military technology space, depend on the labs, depend on what is the so-called TOT, and then depend on, in the more recent time, offsets. Now, I mean, Vishnu knows it. He's in media. He understands it, and I think Rahul, you will understand this, and I'm sure all of you understand it. This has been a reasonably, and we can accept this very easily, that this three-pronged approach at creating military tech capability in India has failed, and the only piece that has succeeded is the lab, the DRDO labs. The transfer of technology has been absolutely selective, drafted by a bureaucratic vision of building platforms rather than the core technologies in those platforms. So we know how to make the materials and the fuselage of a Sukhoi 30 MKI, but we still struggle with the core, the radar, the beyond visual range technologies for weapons. So most of the weaponization, combat ability elements are still outside the purview of our capabilities, despite us spending 30 years talking TOT, talking offsets, and talking the labs. And I don't blame anybody on it. I actually blame the political class, and this would be a welcome thing for most of you to hear. I actually think that this has been left, the military technology, strategy, capability building in this country has been left abrogated by the political class to a set of bureaucrats, good, bad, mixed, whatever. And I think it's time that civil society, the country at large, starts asking the question that I think Kripal Singh ji mentioned, which is that people are going to legitimately say, why are we spending $250 million on an aircraft? Why are we spending $6 billion on a destroyer? Why are we just not buying this from Korea or somebody else? So these questions, when the pull and push for the money starts in the budget, and the general literacy of a taxpayer, and the involvement in budgeting, the involvement in governance starts growing, these are natural questions that will be put on the table of any government. And I think it is in that context that Atmanirbhar Bharat, a much more clear military technology development, capacity building roadmap that is politically blessed, that is inherently part of Atmanirbhar Bharat, is the way for the future. And I'll just end by saying, I think all of you recognize, understand, agree that the world post-COVID, geopolitically, economically, is a totally different world. And it's a world where there are some neighbors of ours who are going to try and set the rules of the game. We have, through a combination of national pride and our own economic assertiveness, a desire to say no to rules that don't apply to us or that we don't like. And for that, having a strong military capability is not just an academic talking point. It's not about Republic Day. It's about really protecting our flanks as we rise and grow from $3 trillion to $5-6 trillion, which is what we need to do to develop our country and eradicate poverty. So these are no longer isolated issues or islands of debating points. These are all an inherently integrated worldview of India in the coming years and the world in the coming years. Thank you. Jen.
Thank you so much, Rajiv. It was excellent because you gave a completely down-to-earth and a frank presentation. Now, let me just make a few points as a person who has actually experienced some of, as I mentioned, great successes and obvious failures. To address what Shom said, one of the things probably we do not recognize is on most of the naval platforms, almost, I would say 80% of all weapon systems are completely built in India. I mean, we happen to have contributed most of them. So that is one side. Now, talking about the control systems, which Rajiv rightly mentioned, we have a weakness there in terms of electronic components and basic design. However, BrahMos is an excellent example where the entire missile control systems, apart from the missile itself, composite parts of it, they're all indigenized. And then there is one small example I want to give, which is a great success story. That was the program Dhanush. Now, this was a program where we were challenged to produce a missile which can, not a missile, but a missile system, a launch system, which can launch a missile vertically from a ship. And ship, as you know, does a lot of rolling and pitching. So in that, it has to remain perfectly vertical and there was just one or two other countries at that time who had the capability. And let me tell you, the whole system was built in 18 months and it was fielded, went excellently well. But now, what is the secret behind all this? Actually, and I will easily admit that Navy has been the forerunner in this because first, Navy set up their own design organization decades back. They did not believe that they should only look at foreign designs. They should know the basics of design. So they set up this Naval Shipbuilding Design Bureau, which then went on to the Submarine Design Bureau. And today I must tell you that there is quite a substantial capability there. Now, that is one, but more importantly, and this was brought out by, the first speaker, Brigadier Suresh also, that how you get the collaboration across. The Dhanush system, why it was possible in 18 months was because the R&D wing, the DRDO, the user, the Navy, and the industry, which happened to be us, but it could be anybody else, all worked as one integrated team after the order was placed. And if any of these wings, the three pillars, if any of them is not there or not involved, it will collapse. Give you an example of the other kind. Pinaka is an excellent system which two of our Tatas and L&T have developed. Now, this is something which is a great system, but took 15 years to develop because it went to 3 marks, Mark 1, 2, and 3, because the Army did not get fully involved. Let me be very frank. It was like left to DRDO and the manufacturer. After we made the first Mark 1, the Army said, this is not what we wanted. I mean, say it up front and we could have built it. So there is one thing. The other part I want to say is that what Raju brought out is absolutely to the point when it comes to integration and the system design. See, this is a strength or a need which is not really recognized at all. system integration is not really taught in even high-grade colleges today. You segment the whole thing into electronics and mechanical and electrical. It's a thing of the past. It doesn't work. What you need is an integration capability and putting all the things together. This is a very important skill. It has to be it takes decades to perfect it. And the industry, although segmentally it is ready functionally, it is not ready in totality for the simple reason that it is a question of opportunity. One simple thing I'll tell you, when it talks about money being a scarce resource, there are a lot of old equipment lying around which have outlived their utility of all that. Many times it requires reconditioning, or the whole thing has to be revamped into putting in modern hardware. Excellent opportunity for getting Indian. Learn the hard way, but you learn integration, what it means to integrate one with the other. These are the opportunities we have missed all this time. And this is what we hope will happen in future. Now, we're talking about the money aspect. I want to just throw out one more thing which we can discuss. See, we are definitely going to be hard for resources. I mean, if we talk about the DARPA model and including all the things, I mean, I was a member of the Vijay Kelkar committee in 2004. We looked at all these procurement and all that. Now, just imagine, you're talking about DARPA has got a total of 130 or 140 people of its own. That's it. Okay? They've spent $3.6 billion a year. But they do it through a partnership, and they've got full freedom to give that kind of work to industry, to academia, industry of their choice, come out with only those technologies. And then for production, it goes to the main services, which they've got about a 200 billion kind of a resource. Now, the question is, we often mention about DRDO has got so many weaknesses. Yes, it has. I've seen the strengths and weaknesses very, very closely. But let me tell you that we have to, because we are budget constrained, we have to then prioritize very, very carefully. I really like the idea which was projected that, you just cannot develop anything. I think Brigadier rightly said, and later on other people, there's no point in saying we'll do everything. There's no country in the world that succeeded. But if you draw up a matrix, what is strategically important and where we have a weakness, where we are really going to be stuck. Now, if you take those top 10, 11, as Rajiv said, I think it's eminently possible to concentrate only on those, but then you need something which is a strategic plan, cutting across party lines, no elections and all that. It is just that nation requires these 10 or 11 technologies to be developed, whether it's electronics. Now, if you invest only in that, it is going to be affordable for a country like India, and we will reach a stage, not immediately, maybe 10 years down the line. Okay, we have reached a stage of strength. So this is what I just put some thoughts, but I would like the discussion on this aspect. I would like each one of you panel members to just dwell on this and the points made by the other speakers to bring out your thoughts. Starting with Brigadier Suresh, any thoughts on this with relevance to the sum total of what has happened now? Yeah.
I agree with the sir said, sir. The identification of technology, and as well as the Rajiv sir said, it is absolutely bang on it, sir. Now, there are some technology, even in the industry also, we don't find. For example, I will tell you a particular thing. When we do it in military, there is nothing called hydraulics. The hydraulics engineering is never taught engineering in terms of hydraulic engineering equipments. When it comes to, you may be aware, sir, the L&D. It is never taught in a normal course of curriculum. Similarly, the military technology, what we are referred, is absolutely a thing. And in the national education policy, which is going to come up, I request this point can be brought up in the level of the decision makers, so that the military technology can also be can find the particularly into the scheme of things in the draft, which is going to be promulgated later, sir. And right now, sir, the implementation is a long process. We have to believe in the system, number one. We have to believe in ourselves. We have to augment the system, and a continued project management monitoring system, and with a lot of support.
Yeah.
And
lastly, any views on this? Yeah, we'll have to go quickly so as to manage time. Yeah.
Lastly, but not the least, sir, the trust factor to all as a nation. That is, we should whether it is military man, whether it's the private sector, whether it's a MSME, whether it's a public sector, we need to have a trust factor to be built up in the system with adequate fund support. Thank you so much.
Good, great. Mr. Harpal Singh, of course, please be very pointed in your response so that it saves time. Thank you.
Yeah, so very quickly, I think I'm actually rather encouraged by the debate. We've heard, very interesting views and counter views. I think we have identified that there is a whole new deal that needs to emerge. And clearly speaking, if that has to happen, there has to be bipartisan political support for a long-term strategy. A long-term strategy means doesn't matter whether governments come and go. Here are a bunch of priorities. I think Mr. Chandrasekhar draws attention to what are those 8 or 9 technologies that we should base our future strategy on. So rather interesting. And I would say this, and I think it's a point that Som also brought out, which is that in everything, no team ultimately delivers its best if it doesn't have a good audience and it doesn't have a few people who clap behind them. And so I think we need to learn how to clap behind our defense establishment. We are proud citizens of the defense forces, but I think unless and until this new ecosystem is created fundamentally based on trust, we won't succeed as much as we should. And there have been enough successes as much as there have been some limitations. But thank you very much for a very, very interesting conversation.
Mr. Vishnu, would you like to comment a few things, couple of minutes?
Yeah, just 2 minutes, just to take up on what Mr. Chandrasekhar was mentioning. And again, the sense, it's what I was saying, that there is so much criticism very often of Indian weapon systems, when in fact so much has been achieved. For example, some of the points he mentioned about the Project 15 destroyer, mission control systems, combat control systems, and the process of integration and fusion were words used. Each of this has actually been achieved. The mission control system is India, the control system, the combat control systems are manufactured by BAL and Philips India. Fusion has been achieved to the extent that you use sensor data from one Project 15 destroyer and fire a missile of the other one. It's been proven. It failed the first time around. It's been proven the second time around. If you look at the Tejas program, radar, quite right. We don't have a radar of our own as yet, but the Uttam active electronically scanned radar is very much under development. It's going to be flight tested. It's already been flight tested on the Tejas aircraft. And BVR weapons, we're trying to make our own Astra. It's been integrated for the Su-30. So these things have actually happened. But I can't agree more with the point that, it is a hodgepodge and it is a mess in that sense. But my only submission over here is that you have achieved areas of great success. And it would help immensely if our armed forces actually accepted that. I won't belabor the point, but for all the points in favor of the T-90 tank, I can list as many points in favor of the Arjun and Arjun Mark 1 tank. But where is the confidence if the end day, the user comes and says, I am the user, I don't trust it. We have gone beyond that.
One of the, just an answer, just this point, confidence comes if there is involvement, okay? If you stay out and let the DRDO and the industry, whatever it is, in this case, the PSU, just develop something and then you come in. Obviously, by the time you come in, there's something else which has happened in advance in the world, and you want something with the best, which is, I don't blame the services. So how to bring this timeliness is the main thing. I was therefore pointing out that project management is one of the key areas, apart from technology, as Rajiv rightly said. We do not have the recognition of this tremendously important skill. Rahul, you want to say something on this, please?
Just 2 points. I agree entirely with you, Mr. Kotwal, when you say that the what I call the PPP partnership, the private-public partnership between the DRDO, private industry, which has worked, and you said the Navy was involved in the, I'm thinking actually of the 155 millimeter 52 caliber 88 GS howitzer. That seems to have worked. It's had a few setbacks, but I think those are glitches. Secondly, I'd like to say that I think that we should, as a system, learn to dump projects when we realize they're not going to happen. And I have 2 projects in mind. One is the GTRE Kaveri engine. Yeah. It's been in place since 1986. I mean, that's about 34 years, and it's nowhere near fruition. We've had a lot of setbacks in that. And the second project that I think is stillborn, and I don't know why HAL is persisting with it, is the intermediate jet trainer. I mean, the Air Force has changed its entire instruction discipline. It now instructs its pilots from the basic trainer, which is the Swiss Pilatus, onto the advanced jet trainer, which is the British Hawk. And it's done away with the need for the IJT, but HAL is still persisting with developing the AJT, which it has been developing since 1999. So that's another 21 years. So I think we should have the maturity and the grace to dump projects if we realize and close a file, which in the government of India, it's anathema to close a file in the government of India. But I think we should, as a realistic concept, learn to do that.
I fully agree, because I was reading about DARPA. They have got a very good policy of accepting failures, and they've got a procedure for that. Rajiv, you want to add something to this one?
Look, I don't want to be misunderstood. Vishnu, I'm not carping on the fact that we haven't made progress. I'm talking about this in the context of where we ought to be and where we are. And I'm saying that this is the time to take a quantum jump, not just in terms of what we do, but also in terms of the clarity with which we do it. I absolutely believe that there is no way for the current structure of labs-led development to continue. It has to be a much more vibrant, competitive ecosystem of ideas. And I'll give you a small point just before I wind up. If you look at most of the startups in the military tech space today, and I have some experience in investing, and I meet many of these new startups. Most of them, Vishnu, are from the lab system. They are scientists who are leaving the labs. They are scientists who are leaving DPSUs and starting these small shops, whether they are for autonomous vehicles, or they are for fusion, or they are for applications sitting on top of sensors. So there is absolutely no doubt in my mind that the man or the woman in the lab today, who is a highly capable, competent person, and probably the most skilled in the military technology space. But the overall political and administrative architecture of how we manage military technology development needs reform, needs change, needs a healthy dose of competition, which is brought in via foreign companies, which is brought in by Indian private companies, joint ventures that DPSUs are open to, whatever. But I think that is what I was referring to. I absolutely don't want to be misunderstood as somebody. I'm a big fan of the public sector in terms of what they have developed despite the constraints. So I have no interest in saying that loud and high. But I think the focus, Mr. Kotwal, just to end, is that we need to evolve a paradigm which is in keeping with these objectives and aspirations that we have as a nation.
Excellent. So I've just to make one point. You see, whenever you, in the corporate world, I'm sure many of you would know this. If you want to achieve something big, first you have to lay. Okay. Now we've been talking about the 70-30 going to 30-70 from ever since I remember. India needs shocks before it works. 90s, we started doing indigenization because the Soviet Union collapsed. Now we are in for a shock for a different reason. Okay, that's the reason, that's the trigger. Having said that, can anyone in the government say what is the percentage of indigenization actually achieved today? Now, when I say indigenization, please understand, I am talking about actual Indian value added, not total invoicing. Okay. Now, the same DPSUs and many of the corporate sectors also, I'm not singling out, is something where you show sales value. How much of it has been developed with core technologies or materials or hardware produced in India? Now, those percentages will tell you the true story. Now, having got that number, and there's no shame in this, it is just recognizing where it is. Then you start your budgeting, saying that, okay, we don't want to go all out in all technologies, but some of those things which are strategically important, in those are the cases which we are going to develop in a partnership mode. The reason why I'm talking about partnership with private industry is you get the combination of a high-end research, which is the DRDO. There is no way of replacing or anything like that in industry. I know where I learned my technologies from. It is from 3 organizations, ISRO, Nuclear, and DRDO. Let's be clear. Having said that, take the case of 3 cases I'll give you. The supercomputer was developed because of denial. Nuclear was developed because, again, of denial, because I have gone through the sanctions. And ISRO, please remember, if it had been freely available, where we are. So these are the triggers. But out of the three, you will find only one, that is ISRO, has continued as a national program. What has happened to the famous capability we developed in supercomputers? India had developed it. We have forgotten it because we go commercial. We go fully on the private sector and forget that there's so much available. So this partnership model gets the best of everything. Commercial people have got a pressure. We are answerable to shareholders and we know what the pressure is. So that is the pressure. But we don't have enough research and technology going on ourselves. So this combination is the key, and the faster it happens, the better it is. The other part, Shom, where I fully recognize, in fact, I can reel out so many success stories, but please recognize you have to look at output versus input. And when you look at that input, I mean, you look at the hundreds of thousands of people employed and what are they producing, and go by any yardstick. Compare yourself. There has to be a benchmark. You have to recognize that this is the output we are producing, and this applies equally to ISRO. I'm saying that very openly. So there is a nuclear, there's an ISRO, there's a DRDO, there are 9 big DPSUs. Okay, fine. There is a certain amount of resource, national resource has gone in. How much is the related output? There will be success stories, there will be failures, bound to happen. So this is all I'm saying. I think what we need, as everyone has agreed, that we need a national security policy, cutting across political thinking and all that, but national thinking in the long term with a strategy to invest in selected areas which will hurt us or help us the most. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much. It's been a very interesting discussion. I myself learned a lot from that. Thank you, sir. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. It's an honor.
Thank you. So I go back to the organizers. I must thank the organizers for giving us this opportunity. Thank you.
panel discussions and clarion call theatre from 18th to 20th December on Facebook and YouTube Live.
Good evening. That was one of the latest discussions, and very interesting one indeed. Would have kind of guided us to where we are going to head in the near future. From there, let's go back into history, ladies and gentlemen, and we come to the Indian Army in Italy during the World War II. The Indian Army during the Second World War was the largest volunteer army ever seen by the world. It served with distinction in major theaters of war like North Africa, Italy, and Burma. Italy was a tough campaign on account of terrain and weather, as well as the tough and determined foe, that is the German army. In the face of such odds, the Indian Army served with distinction and fought in some of the fiercest battles of World War II, like crossing of the Sangro River and the Battle of Monte Cassino. The 4th, 8th, and the 10th Indian Divisions, along with the 43rd Independent Gurkha Infantry Brigade, fought with great valor as a part of the British 8th Army.
On the panel today, we have Dr. Alexander Wilson. Dr. Wilson teaches military history at the Defence Studies Department, King's College, London. He is Regional Director of the Second World War Research Group with responsibility for Europe, the Middle East, and North Africa. A counselor of the Army Record Society and a member of the Jalandhar Brigade Association. His research focuses on the Indian Army in the Second World War and has taken him to battlefields from Italy to Myanmar and the archives in the UK, India, and Nepal.
Gareth Davis served in the Royal Tank Regiment with operational tours in the Middle East and 2 staff tours in the Ministry of Defense. He has also been the faculty at Sandhurst, the Land Warfare School, and the Joint Services Command and Staff College. Gareth now works as a warfare analyst and looking at the current military challenges as well as helping people learn from the past. His first book, Tanks in 1917, will be published by Helion in 2022.
Professor Nail Bar is Professor of Military History and Head of Department at the Defence Studies Department, King's College, London. He has taught at St Andrews and the Royal Military Academy, Sandhurst. He joined the Staff College in 2000, where he teaches on a wide range of military courses, including the Higher Command and Staff course, and conducts numerous battlefield tours and staff rides. His main research interest concerns the Anglo-American alliance in the Second World War, but he also has an enduring interest in the Scottish military tradition. His current research project concerns the role and importance of food in war. His books include Flodden, 1513, Pendulum of War, and Yanks and Limeys.
Colonel Patrick Masser. By his own confession, is obsessed with military history. He served in the army for 25 years, mostly in the North Island, Uganda, and Bosnia, before he became the defense correspondent for BBC Radio Force's Today's program, and subsequently a member of parliament. Widely traveled over many British Army's most dramatic battlefields, he is credited with being the first Briton to return to the Crimean battlefields in 1993. Mercer specializes in the 7 Years and Napoleonic Wars, colonial warfare, Crimean campaign, the Indian Mutiny, Irish rebellions, and the Italian campaign of 1943-45.
Moderating the panel today is Dr. Robert Lyman. Dr. Lyman is an elected fellow at the Royal Historical Society. The primary focus of his research is the British and Commonwealth armies in the Second World War. He served for 20 years in the British Army. He is currently writing an account of the Burma campaign. In his book, he argues that this campaign was a victory for India and the Indian Army, and served as a key validation for a newly independent India.
Over to you, Dr. Lyman.
Well, the only person we don't have in the panel this morning is Nail Bar, and I'm assuming that our organisers will ensure that he joins us as soon as we can. But I'll just let all my fellow panelists be aware of that in case, Alex, you might be stepping off on your own. Well, it's a really, really great pleasure for me to be able to introduce everyone today and to be able to act as the moderator. It's going to be a scintillating session, and a very warm welcome to everyone from around the globe, particularly those in Chandigarh who will be watching us online. And let me say, we're looking forward to being back with you next year in person. Well, many of you listening will know that I believe our lack of knowledge about the role of the Indian Army in the Second World War is a national disgrace. And that's not just in the UK, but in India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh as well. And the history of the pre-partition Indian Army is a fundamental part of our history and a significant cornerstone in the story of independence in 1947. It's a story of dramatic change, and we'll hear a little bit about that this morning. A transmogrification, if you will, of the armies that transited from something in 1939 to something very, very different in 1943 and 44 and 45, an army that was able to take on industrialized enemies in a way that had not been conceived of before the Second World War. In a sense, it was a story also of remarkable success, not just against the Japanese, but against the most determined of foes in North Africa and Italy as well. And that's the subject of this morning's conversation. And it's a real pleasure for me this morning to put a little bit of spotlight on a little known battlefield for the Indian Army, which is Italy from 1943. And we've already had introduced to us our panelists who will be taking us through the German minefields on the Gothic Line. It doesn't look as though Neil Barr is able to join us at the moment. There have been technical difficulties over the last few hours with getting Professor Neil online. So I think what we'll do is we'll start off by asking Dr. Alex Wilson to introduce us to his subject, which is to spend a little bit of time understanding how it was that the Indian Army made that transition from a pre-war colonial or even mercenary army in 1939 to an army that was able to take on the Germans on pretty much equal terms in 1943. So, Alex, why don't we start with you?
Thanks, Rob, for that most generous introduction. Can everyone hear me? Wonderful, I'll begin. And thank you too to our organisers for all their hard work behind the scenes. I'm delighted to be supporting the Chandigarh Military Literature Festival because Chandigarh is a city very close to my heart. I first went there 10 years ago, and I'd love to be there today, but this is the next best thing. By the 8th of May 1945, there were 96,100 Indian soldiers serving with Central Mediterranean forces in Italy and Greece, filling, as the announcer mentioned, 3 divisions composed of a mixture of British and Indian troops, as well as an independent Gurkha brigade. And these formations fought at the forefront of the Allied campaign in Italy from October 1943 with the crossings of the Bifano and Truno rivers in the lower Adriatic front, right up to the final battles to break into the Po Valley. And the significance of this contribution wasn't lost on contemporaries. As a British warrant officer assigned to the 10th Indian Division remarked in a letter which he wrote home during January 1945, "Ever since we came to Italy, we've been in the thick of the fighting." And he added, "Everybody seems to depend a devil of a lot on the Indian divisions." This contribution is perhaps not as forgotten as some might like to contend. After all, it does feature prominently in almost all mainstream histories of the Italian campaign, alongside of the other national contingents. But as Dr. Rob Lyman hinted at, there remains scope to develop our detailed understanding of aspects of this experience. Foremost of all, how the Indian divisions in Italy fitted into the Indian Army's wider program of wartime change. And it's this which forms the focus of this paper. I'm going to ask 2 linked questions which connect contribution in Italy to this broader story of transformation. I'll start with a broad question: how the Indian Army adapted to the general requirement of waging a world war during the 1940s. Then I'll move on to a more specific question: how the Indian formations which were sent to Italy adapted to the specific operational and tactical requirements of that campaign. Now, if we take those 2 questions together, the answers help us to come closer to a more evaluative outlook on how the Indian Army mobilized for the Italian campaign. So to start with the process of wartime mobilization, we need to talk about the Indian Army's vast expansion, which saw the force undergo growth which took it from just under 200,000 all ranks in 1939 to over 2 million soldiers by the end of the war in 1945. And this provided the mass to fight on multiple fronts. It's important to bear in mind that during the time of the Italian campaign, Indian troops comprised the bulk of 14th Army in Burma, but also fulfilled large-scale internal security roles in the Middle East and India itself. So we need to talk about expansion in order to understand how this was possible. And the expansion process was achieved in 2 principal ways. First, the army expanded openings to Indian subjects to hold the King's Commission. This is known as the Indianization process. And the second process was through broadening the criteria against which ordinary Jawans were admitted into the ranks. And this enables people from marginalized social groups or from regions in India, such as South India, which had typically been underrepresented to serve the war effort. To start with the Indianization process, it originated during the interwar period, but previous initiatives to Indianize the army were designed to proceed slowly and were also bedeviled by petty acts of discrimination and resistance to change. Now, the literature on organizational change highlights the need for shocks or jolts to spur institutions to make change, to transform. And in many ways, the Second World War provided a shock to the Indian Army. Thus, we see the overall number of Indian officers holding the King's Commission growing from just 577 in 1939 to over 15,000 by the end of the war. And set against this, the proportion of British officers to Indian officers declines from 10 to 1 down to 4 to 1. Now, some frictions remained, but many senior British officers recognized that combat effectiveness depended upon mutual cooperation. And so a lot of the pre-war barriers were broken down. And by the time of the Italian campaign, the army had gone a long way to reducing antagonism within units and to ensuring identical conditions of service, shared vesting arrangements, and eventually parity in pay. With this broader talent pool, this meant that the Indian divisions in Italy were able to draw on the services of numerous highly proficient Indian officers to hold command and staff appointments. Many commanded companies in the rank of captain and major, and a few led battalions, either formally towards the end of the campaign, or in some cases stepping up to command their units in action. And to give you an example of this, Major Girdhari Singh, 3rd 8th Punjab Regiment, stepped up to command his battalion in the successful crossing of the Gari River during mid-May 1944. And whilst total parity still remained a fair distance away, closer cooperation had been attained, and this process augmented Indian Division's fighting power. With regards to the broadening of representation in the army in the lower ranks, the pre-war army had tended to recruit overwhelmingly from northern and northwest India and Nepal, but the wartime demand for recruits and the scale of losses rendered this unsustainable by 1943. So the army responded by enlisting hundreds of thousands of Jawans from parts of India which had previously been underrepresented, including the south, or from lower classes in society. But within this transformation lurk a number of uncomfortable truths, and indeed, as Stephen Wilkinson, C. Christine Fair, who spoke here at the event last year, and Amanda Chisholm's work goes to show, colonial-era inequalities persist to an extent in successor institutions to this day. But with regards to the Second World War, while some of the new enlistees fought in frontline units in Burma, the majority tended to be directed to administrative, logistical, or construction roles, in particular building and running rear base infrastructure in eastern India and the Middle East, while most of the fighting continued to be done by troops from northern and northwest India and Nepal. And you'll find Punjabis comprise around 50% of Indian forces in Italy, out of relation to the proportion of the population as a whole. But that said, these distinctions were inconsistently applied. So we do find South Indian soldiers such as Subadar Subramanian playing key roles in the Italian campaign, and other lower caste personnel like Baz Mir, who was formerly Adobe and a follower, gaining combatant status and distinction, in his case, during the casino fighting of March 1944. And combined, these initiatives enabled Indian units in Italy to maintain an average troop strength consistently above that of the British units serving alongside them, which faced a manpower crisis by the summer of 1944 onward, but also consistently stronger in numbers than the German units arrayed against them. The second theme of this paper moves from looking at the expansion to looking at how the expanded army learnt to fight. Because the Indian Army's defeats in Southeast Asia, in Singapore, Malaya, and Burma from late 1941 through to early 1943 showed expansion was only the first part of mobilization, and the second part involved providing the skill set and the mindset required to fight effectively. So the Indian Army's overall focus from 1943 to 1945 lay in preparing the troops for jungle warfare, as Dr. Rob Lyman mentioned in the introduction. But the institution also took seriously the need to fit formations to fight in Italy. So training for the Italian campaign began in India, and we see by the 1st of April 1944 that there were 73,220 soldiers at training units in India, dedicated to preparing them to serve in Italy, the Middle East, or Africa. And if you analyze the numbers and the turnover of troops in theatre, the vast majority were bound for Italy. In terms of training in the theatre itself, High Command in India devolved much of the responsibility for training to the Indian divisions already in the Mediterranean and the Middle East, because their focus was on preparing the Indian Army for operations in Burma. So this gives rise to a decentralized approach to learning, which placed a great deal of responsibility upon individual divisional and brigade commanders. Although the Indian divisions rarely served side by side during the Italian campaign, much less within a dedicated Indian corps or higher formation, they developed an impressive, though informal, horizontal approach to sharing the lessons of combat, where divisions with the most recent experience sought to share their knowledge with those preparing to enter or re-enter the fray. The specific substance of training for the Italian campaign focused on tactics for major combat operations, including mountain warfare, river crossings, and urban operations, as the troops found they had to contend with numerous defended towns and villages. But they also took into account low-level patrolling and raiding, which formed a huge part of the troops' experience when not committed to the major offensives. But training also focused on imparting specific skills needed to operate effectively in the Italian terrain, and these included rock climbing and skiing. The training also consisted of equipping troops with the mindset to operate effectively. And to give you an anecdote about how this worked, the troops were encouraged to display initiative in training as well as on the battlefield. So a foot patrol of the Central India Horse was cut off in snowy conditions by a German ski patrol in the Maela Mountains during the spring of 1944. But rather than surrender, the troops repurposed their jackets as toboggans and sledged to safety, escaping the German forces and returning to 4th Indian Division with their haul of intelligence. The focus was also on adopting new weapons and technologies, but I'll leave that part to Gareth, who's going to talk about the divisional cavalry regiments and their mechanization process. But it's important to bear in mind that the operations also involved working with amphibious vehicles, landing craft, and the like for the many river crossings over the course of the campaign. To evaluate the role that training played in operational success, we should concede that training did not alone guarantee operational success, because combat comprises a fundamentally adversarial pursuit. Unit quality has to be considered in the contexts of wider support from the Allied field armies around the Indian divisions, the toughness of the tasks to which they were assigned, as well as resistance from the enemies set against them. So we see even experienced or well-trained formations and units like 4th Indian Division at Casino could be halted. However, training did prove essential for fitting the Indian divisions to the distinctive challenges to be found in the Italian campaign. So to conclude, by the spring of 1945, 8th and 10th Indian Divisions and 43rd Gurkha Lorry Brigades were involved in successful Allied operations to break out into the Po Valley in the north of Italy. These operations broke German resistance in the theatre, leading to the German surrender in Italy on the 2nd of May, a week before Germany's formal surrender and the end of active hostilities in Europe. But this victory came at a price. Battle casualties for the Free Indian Divisions are estimated at 473 officers and 6,967 other ranks. This paper's explored how the Indian Army made this contribution possible. Expansion provided the mass upon which global mobilization depended and ensured that the Indian Army sustained their 4 divisions in Italy with adequate numbers of personnel. The second theme addresses the ways in which the Indian divisions adapted to the rigors of the Italian campaign itself, and combined, these measures enabled the Indian Army to adapt to waging a world war and gave Indian divisions the key to operating effectively. That Indian formations were able to play such a meaningful role in this campaign owed in no small part to their army's remarkable wartime transformation. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Alex. What a fabulous start. And it's quite extraordinary, isn't it, to think about the way in which the Indian Army had to expand in numerical terms, whilst at the same time learning how to fight a new way of war fighting against an industrialized enemy, and a pretty potent one at that, and to retain its morale all the way through. So we're very, that was a fabulous start. Thank you very much indeed. We're delighted, of course, that Professor Neil Barr's managed to join us. Those technical problems have been resolved. So a very warm welcome to Professor Barr. We'll hand over to you now really to explain why on earth the Indian Army was in Italy at all in 1943, and to provide some sort of strategic context for the war. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Robert. I'm going to attempt to share my screen now, but before I do, I'd just like to say it's a pleasure and a privilege to be invited to take part in this panel and in the literary festival. So I will now attempt to share my screen and see if I can show you some of my slides that I would like to show you. Let me see. No, I'm not able to. Well, I might be able to if I do this. Here we go. Can people see that?
No.
Not present. In which case I may. Wait a minute. Yes, I think it will work if I do this. Can you see it now?
Nope.
It may take a moment as well.
There we are. Perfect.
There we are. Very good.
Good. So I'm going to go back a slide first of all. In many respects, my theme for this talk is sunny Italy. The fact that the expectations of a rapid and successful campaign proved to be completely unfounded. This is a cartoon of the two types from the cartoonist John of the 8th Army. These gentlemen had fought through the whole of the North African campaign and through into Italy, as indeed many of the Indian troops involved in the campaign had done so. This map, which in many respects is the most important of my maps, would give anyone the impression, reading a book with this kind of map in it, that the campaign in Italy was somehow a triumphant onward progression, and that it had been planned as such from the very beginning. And of course, nothing could be further from the truth. So sometimes maps can give us a sense of inevitability, which didn't exist at the time. And as Alex has already mentioned, there were at least 3 Indian divisions and an independent brigade that fight through this extremely hard-fought campaign from December 1943 until the end of the war in April 1945. So what I want to do is just explain how this is not an inevitable campaign and how the conditions are in fact very different, very difficult indeed. This map is in a sense designed to simply show the fact that Allied arguments as to how to progress the war in Europe continued throughout the conflict, and that by 1943 the British and American high commands were still arguing as to the best approach for how to bring the war in Europe to a conclusion. Now, those arguments and controversies are very heated, and I simply don't have time to delve into them in any depth. But simply the fact that there are so many different plans gives you an impression as to the kind of arguments that rage. Ultimately, with the successful conclusion of the campaign in French North Africa, which itself had caused a huge amount of controversy, ultimately the Allies do decide that they will invade the island of Sicily in an operation known as Operation Husky. General George Marshall, the Chief of Staff of the US Army, had not wanted to mount a campaign against Sicily. He saw the entire operation in the Mediterranean not only as a British-inspired campaign, but as one which acted as a vacuum pump, sucking American strength away from where it really ought to be, which was for an immediate cross-channel against France, cross-channel attack against France, against the German occupied France. And with the successful conclusion of the Sicily campaign, which actually led to the toppling of Mussolini as the leader of Italy, it was quite clear that Italy was on the verge of leaving the war. But at the same time, at the Quadrant Conference, the Allies had decided that the main force and the main attention now needed to be turned against the cross-channel attack for France. Roundup became renamed as Operation Overlord. And that meant that any attack or any assault on the Italian mainland was now no longer going to be the main focus of Allied attention. It was going to be a strictly limited liability campaign with strictly limited resources. And when we consider the very large coastline that Italy has, one of the key questions which everyone always asks about the Italian campaign is why was not more use made of amphibious assaults to lever the Germans out of positions? And of course, the answer is that the amphibious capability of the Allies was focused upon the campaign in France, and the limited resources given to the Italian campaign, still very considerable, particularly in modern terms, made amphibious assaults almost impossible, with one notable exception. So when the Allies consider where this limited liability campaign is to be mounted against Italy, you can see from the huge range of plans developed that while military forces do always have to have contingency plans, it's quite clear that the Allies didn't really have a clear focus for this campaign. They weren't really clear on how this campaign should be launched or indeed how it should be conducted. Eventually, they narrowed down to just three main operations: Operation Avalanche against the Bay of Salerno, basically as north as Allied air cover from Sicily will enable, and the 8th Army was to be inserted into Italy through Baytown and Slapstick. And it's actually as a result of Slapstick that the operations first enter the Italian campaign through the port of Taranto. One of the most important expectations that the Allies have is that with Italy on the verge of surrender, the negotiations for an armistice are going on, is that the Germans will not fight for Italy, that they will in fact withdraw from southern Italy and defend on the Alps. And it's very clear by this phased approach that by landing in September, that by the 30th of November, effectively Italy will be clear of German troops. That is the Allied expectation, but of course the expectation does not become the reality. Instead, as the convoys sail towards Salerno, news of the Italian armistice is broadcast to the men in these ships, with the troops believing that perhaps, just perhaps, they will be greeted by the Italians as liberators and that there will be no fighting. Of course, the reality is very different. And the German forces that fight around Salerno and delay 8th Army in their progress from southern Italy, it becomes clear that those expectations are soon to be dashed. Instead, the Allied troops through October to December 1943 find that the Germans defend almost every hilltop, every mountainside, and that conditions in Italy are by no means those that they had expected. This next slide, in many respects, sums up the reality. Bill Mauldin, the famous cartoonist who, in a sense, charted the American experience in the campaign, "This damn tree leaks," is very much the ordinary soldier's view of the campaign. Italy proves to be cold, wet, frosty, and filled with hilltop villages and mountain ridges, which the Germans tenaciously defend. Almost every hilltop, every mountain has to be taken individually, and that slows the Allied progress dramatically. Now, one of the Allied strategic objectives of the campaign in Italy is to contain German troops in Italy, to keep them away from the assault that will be coming across the Channel. But as the Germans begin to grudgingly give ground, it becomes clear that one of the key strategic questions, which in many respects has never been answered about this campaign, is who was containing who. Because the Germans are very skillful in defense, very grudging in giving up ground, and it takes a huge amount of effort to push them back. Nonetheless, from Salerno through the liberation of Naples, the Allies do progress through the winter of 1943 in dreadful conditions. But what none of the Allied planners really understood was that the Germans were planning to make their main stand on what became known as the Gustav. And the location, which is circled there in red, is the town and monastery of Cassino, and a very, very difficult position to break through. And of course, it's the battles for Monte Cassino which involve Indian troops over many months. It's the battles for Monte Cassino that, in many respects, are the one event of this campaign which is remembered. The battles for Monte Cassino ultimately form a campaign in themselves, and in the total destruction of the Benedictine monastery and the town of Monte Cassino, in battles which more resemble the First World War than those of the Second World War. Now, in the interests of time, I will briefly mention those battles. The Rapido crossing, which forms the centerpiece of the first battle, with the US 36 Texan Division suffering terrible losses. But it would be quite wrong of me not to mention in the second battle the fact that the 4th Indian Division had taken positions on the Cassino Massif in very difficult conditions, rock sangars, where there was absolutely no cover. And it's to support their attack on the 17th of February that the monastery is bombed. Francis Chukar, the commander of the 4th Indian Division, requests the bombing of the monastery. But communications between the air and the ground are quite frankly woeful. The monastery is bombed 2 days before the 4th Indian Division is ready to attack. And when it does attack, they suffer very heavy casualties. So the endurance of the 4th, 6th Rajputana rifles up on the Cassino Massif have become part of the legend of the Battle of Monte Cassino. And in the third battle of Monte Cassino, again, it would be quite wrong of me not to mention the 1st 9th Gurkhas, who managed to reach Hangman's Hill halfway up the Cassino Monastery Hill and hang on there for 9 days in what is an epic of endurance. Ultimately, the monastery is captured after the 4th Battle of Cassino, and the way to Rome is finally open. But the campaign in Italy gains its moment in the sun for just 1 day, when Mark Clark enters Rome on the 5th of June 1944, 1 day before the long-awaited cross-channel attack. Clark later complained that they had only given him the headlines for 1 day. And of course, in Britain, one of the myths of the entire war, which stings many of the troops in Italy, is that a rumor goes round that the troops in Italy have been called D-Day Dodgers, perhaps by the MP Nancy Astor, perhaps not. And John produces this cartoon, and there is a famous D-Day Dodgers. The Indian troops involved in this campaign absolutely have the right to call themselves D-Day Dodgers as well, having fought, particularly in the 4th Indian Division, all the way from Karen through to Cassino. And unfortunately, both at the time and ever since, the focus did switch to the campaign in Northwest Europe, and the troops in Italy felt that their efforts, particularly after Monte Cassino, were always in the shade. That is an unfortunate historical fact, which we should do everything we can to avoid. The campaign continues beyond Rome in a pursuit with the 8th and 10th Indian Divisions fighting intensively and highly successfully in the Tuscan hills and mountains on the drive to Florence. It's worth pausing to note that by late 1944, these are multinational armies in Italy, comprising of all of these nationalities, and indeed until the summer of 1944, including French troops as well. So the Allied armies in Italy, in many respects, form a model that has become very familiar in operations since, which is multinational armies operating together. The Allies attempt to gatecrash the next major German defense line, the Gothic Line, and Indian troops, as you could see from the last slide, fight in both the US 5th Army and the British 8th Army on the Adriatic coast. Unfortunately, those efforts are unsuccessful, and it means that the Allied armies have to spend yet another winter in the Italian mountains. This is a period where Allied desertion rates rise, where Italian partisans fight a very bitter war behind the lines. And it's also a war of rivers, mud, and engineers, making very slow progress in very difficult winter conditions. So it's not until the new year of 1945 that the Allies in Italy are able to prepare another offensive. And 4th Indian Division, which has toured across the Mediterranean by now, is sent to Greece to support the government there against a communist uprising. It's not then until April 1945 when the Allied armies in Italy finally break through that German resistance in Italy is shattered. And the Indian formations play a notable part in that, as Alex has already mentioned. And so the war in Italy actually comes to an end just a few days before the rest of the war in Italy, the rest of the war in Europe. It brings to an end Italian fascism and plays a major part not only in containing German troops, but in liberating Italy finally. So just a few concluding comments. The war in Italy, often overlooked even at the time, has faded generally from public memory. The war in Italy was indeed a hard way to make war, imposing real demands upon the troops that took part in it of endurance and courage. And as we can see from this Sikh soldier holding up a captured German flag at the end of the war, of course, these Indian troops played a major part in the European campaign to liberate Europe from fascism. But of course, at this point, India itself was not independent, and that raises questions about their role and about what happens next. But ultimately, over 50,000 Indian troops fight in the Italian campaign in very difficult conditions, and they fight extremely well and with real courage. And it's in that context that we should remember that courage and sacrifice as we consider the Italian campaign today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Neil. That was a fabulous introduction to the campaign, and it just bears out again, doesn't it, the quite extraordinary challenges that faced the very young Indian army as it transformed itself from what it had been before to what it was now asked to do in pursuit of Allied war aims in a major theatre of war, the European theatre of operations. And it's good just to pause and to consider just how dramatic those changes were. So from a deployable division, the 4th Indian Division in 1939, remember the Indian Army existed essentially to support and backfill the British Army in operations globally. It was an imperial reserve, to fighting in that context in North Africa, then being put on those ships and sent to Italy, and finding that the challenges that it was faced were very different to what it had assumed. And Alex at the start had explained very clearly just why it was that the Indian Army was able to transform itself. So I think it's been useful now, and we've heard a little bit about how the Indian Army was challenged by the fighting around Monte Cassino, and it had learned to fight in a very, very different way to the waste of North Africa. And then it fought valiantly and learned to change its tactics again in the pursuit to Florence. And then, of course, we have this terrible challenge of, as Neil Barr described it, gate crashing the Gothic line. So what I'm going to ask now is for Colonel Patrick Mercer to talk to us a little bit about the challenges that the Indians found on the Gothic line and how they dealt with those challenges one by one in order to retain the mastery of the battlefield. That's one most important point, but actually to retain the morale that the Indian armies were now significantly renowned for. So Patrick, over to you.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Rob. First of all, can I ask, have I got someone to put my slides on? If I haven't, it doesn't matter in the slightest bit because I can talk without them, because I can't do that myself. Do you happen to know? Right, doesn't matter in the slightest bit then.
Patrick, I was just going to say that if they may come up if someone in the background can put them on, but
okay.
I'll be able to do it for you.
Thank you very much indeed. That's no problem. Thank you very much to Niall Barr and to Alex before him, who spoke before him. I'm going to try and take this in a wholly unacademic way, if I may, from the grand strategic and the political strategic aspect right the way down to the personal one. Why can I do that? Well, I suspect that I am unique amongst you. Perhaps I'm wrong in saying that I'm the son not just of a D-Day dodger, but also of a casino dodger. So even if you know anything about the Italian campaign, as Niall has just pointed out, casino tends to dominate. That's a subject of another conversation completely. But my dear old dad found himself in one of the least glamorous but hardest fighting battalions of the British Army, 14th Battalion of the Sherwood Foresters, who had fought their way through the campaign in the desert, had taken very heavy casualties at Alamein, and then found themselves thrust into what they thought was going to be sunny Italy, but missing completely the casino front, and actually fighting at Anzio. Now, after Anzio, the great thing about 14th Foresters was they were a motor battalion, and therefore they belonged to the very famous British 1st Armoured Division. And after Cassino, after the Gustav Line had fallen, after Rome had been taken, this gang of Midland Englishmen found themselves back in their Bren gun carriers, back in their lorries, alongside the tanks of the 2nd Armoured Brigade, working under the command of the later Field Marshal Sir Richard Hull as the commander of the 1st Armoured Division, and heading up to that much neglected, as we've just heard, that much neglected part of the Italian campaign, namely the fighting up on the Gothic line in northeast Italy. Now, I may contend one or two of the comments that have already been made about how successful or otherwise this fighting was. But what they very quickly found was that if we take the 1st Armoured Division, that this consisted of a powerful brigade of tanks with a little bit of organic infantry, and then a weak infantry, lorried infantry brigade, namely 18 lorried infantry brigade, consisting of 3 English infantry battalions. But this was wholly inadequate for dealing with the very, very difficult fighting that they were about to face up just south of San Marino, from the coast of Ancona. They didn't simply have enough infantry to support the tanks that were needed. So after Alamein, after Anzio, this very knocked about and experienced battalion were suddenly told, do you know what, chaps, you are going to be reinforced. And it's not just being reinforced with any old organization, but 43 Lorried Infantry Gurkha Brigade are going to be put inside the 1st Armored Division. And more importantly, your left flank is going to be secured by the 4th Indian Infantry Division. Now, again, talking to my father, talking to his old comrades, I had the great good fortune to interview many of these old boys in the 60s, and no longer the 70s, really, 70s and the 80s, when as a young officer I was on leave. They talk about being absolutely electrified. They weren't going to have guardsmen or riflemen or buffs or loyals or any of the organizations that they knew, but suddenly they were going to have Rajputana rifles. They were going to have Central India Horse. They were going to have Sikh battalions and Gurkha battalions. Suddenly these great glamorous names were being put up in front of them. And it seemed to them that after the miseries of Anzio, that after the difficulties, the initial fighting on the Gothic climb, that these hardy little hillmen, these magnificent mustachioed and turbaned Sikhs and the like, were going to be there to support them and to be able to break through the Germans who had blunted my father's battalion on several occasions beforehand. Now, turning then from the fighting down on the Gustav line up to the northern part of the Italian campaign, as Dr. Neil Barr has made quite clear, this is the ultimate part of the campaign, and we're concentrating now in September 1944 through to October, before the dreadful winter and the deep snows delayed the divisions from advancing up into the Po Valley. Everything was about speed. Everything was about breaking through. Operation Olive, which was the operation on the East Coast, which consisted, as already mentioned, of one Indian division, a series of British divisions, all under the command of the British 8th Army. This was about tempo. It was about keeping the Germans on the back foot, pushing them through, smashing their defenses. And some of the authors, some of the architects of this campaign, or this aspect of the campaign, did perhaps not think about this as carefully as they should. I've been very lucky to spend a lot of time in Italy, right the way from Sicily in the south up to the north, but particularly to concentrate on the fighting in the Gothic line. And it's clear to me that above and beyond everything else, the commanders from army level down to divisional and brigade level were under dreadful political pressure to push on at all costs and to try to catch up with what was going on in Europe, not just in order to try and regain the glory, to have the cameras put back on the operations in Italy, where they'd never really been in the first place, but to try and create this second pincer that was moving, not just second pincer on the ground, the third pincer from the air that was moving against the Reich, trying inevitably to crack into the heart of Nazi Germany. It was interesting, of course, that again, my dad's experience was that he started coming up across people like 1 Royal Sussex, 2nd Battalion of the Cameron Highlanders, British, Scottish, English infantry regiments who were saying, well, we've had the very good fortune in the 4th Infantry Division to be brigaded alongside the Indians. Very interesting point. And the Brits said, well, is it luck? How's this come about? And I think the largely regular British, here we are, here's my map, first map coming up here. You see the fighting up here towards the north of on the Adriatic coast of the 8th Army trying to get through. Second one, if we just have a quick look at the Coriano map, which should be forthcoming in a moment. The next slide, please, if we can. Not to worry, it'll catch up in due course. But the impression that the British units had, as they were pushing up here, that belonged to the Indian divisions, is that they were immensely lucky to be fighting alongside Indian units. Of course, this was born in the days of the Raj of suspicions after the Indian Mutiny. But now the British regulars who were alongside the Indians regarded them as being absolutely first-class troops. little bit of a map here of the Coriano Ridge. If we can move on from there, we should pick up the flash next of the 4th Indian Infantry Division. Again, it'll catch up in a moment. But the operation I want to talk about, here we are, here's 4div, they're coming up. We'll then see some Gurkhas from 2nd, 6th Gurkha Rifles, with the whole point about this being the anti-tank efforts that were made up here in Italy. The anti-tank gun and the tank, of course, were absolutely supreme in the operations in valleys that are not on the coast of Italy, are not the yawning, towering valleys that we've been seeing down on the Gustav line, or further in along the Gothic line, which the American 5th Army Division were having to take, but a much gentler version leading up towards the Adriatic coast. We should, in a moment, get some pictures of Gurkhas alongside one of their anti-tank guns. Here we come, I think. I'm getting the runes that things are about to change. Doesn't matter if they don't. But again, the experience of Richard Hull pushing against the tide to get his armored vehicles up quickly to smash the Germans who were dominating the Coriano Ridge further to the north of the Gothic line. This was to be held up badly by the positions at Germano or Gemano. People pronounce it in 2 different ways. Here we are, 2nd, 6th Gurkhas with a captured German anti-tank gun. And then we'll get a picture in due course of Field Marshal, he will be Field Marshal Sir Richard Hull. At this stage, he's a divisional commander, who makes the extraordinary decision that because of the ground and because of the conditions, that he's going to launch his armored troops, namely the 2nd Armored Division, without any infantry support. So here's the man, here is the architect of this particular minor disaster that we're about to talk about. He pushes his tanks without the Gurkha Brigade on his right flank, and with only elements of the 4th Infantry Division supporting him up on the left flank at Germano, which dominates the attack that he's about to put in. An extremely experienced desert armoured soldier. He's the last officer to be commissioned into the British 21st Lancers. And yet, as so often we find in the Italian campaign, that people make terrible decisions time after time after time. In this case, his decision is that he sacrifices time and speed for solid preparation. Launching an unsupported armour brigade, he gets himself into a desperate tangle, which the Gurkhas from 43 Brigade, the British 18th Lorried Infantry Brigade, and the Indian formations from the 4th Indian Division have to try and sort out in order to try and push on across the valley. There are a series of attacks across the Coriano Valley. The next slide should show the tank casualties that have been taken. I beg your pardon, we've had this slide already. So this is Gurkha infantry. This is the slide that I really wanted. This shows the platoon commander's impression of the positions that the Gurkhas on the right and the 18 Lorried Infantry Brigade are going to have to take along the Coriano Ridge. If you can imagine, 4th Indian Infantry Division firing from the left flank, Gurkhas to the right, 18 Brigade in the middle. This is the sort of information that the lack of preparation from divisional level left at platoon and company level for the infantry to attack. Now, it's better than nothing, but as you fully appreciate, that is not an aerial photograph. That is not really a proper ordnance map. That is simply a sketch of one of the villages that the British and the Gurkhas are going to have to try and take in September 1944. The 2 very, very bloody attacks against this ridgeline. The next slide should show them the sort of British tank casualties. Here we are. This is up on the left flank, some Sherman tanks here. I think it's not entirely clear, but I think these are of the reconnaissance regiment of 5060. They could be from the 4th Hussars. I'm not clear about that. But to prevent this sort of thing happening, you're meant to have infantry in support at all times. Richard Hull got this wrong. Now, it was only finally that the gallantry of the Gurkhas on the right, the gallantry of the 4th Indian Division on the left, and the 18th British Lorried Infantry Brigade attacking in the centre, that the very difficult German positions along the top of the ridgeline were taken. This, of course, only opened the gate to the further attacks down along to the Marano River from the Coriano Ridge, which eventually would come up hard against the German 98 Infantry Division, which stopped the British 8th Army really in its tracks, if that's not a bad pun, before the winter of 1944. The last slide, I hope we will get in a moment, which just shows, I think, how these things get so badly wrong. If you look on Google, you will see that Sher Bahadur Thapa, VC, from the 4th Indian Infantry Division, is illustrated by this gentleman here. Well, he's not from the 4th Division, he's from the 8th Division, as you can see. He is clearly not a Gurkha, he is a Sikh soldier. And I feel that somehow this summarizes a lot of the confusion and the misconceptions that go on the fighting on the Gothic line. I'll conclude by saying this. I've been delighted to be involved in this presentation. My last visit to India was in March of this year when I was studying the Sikh Wars. But every time that I manage to get to Italy, I always go to the War Graves Commission cemetery just below Cassino. And I look at the headstones there, not only of battalions like my father's, not only of tank regiments such as the Central India Horse, but the Gurkhas, the Sikhs, the Rajputanas, all of these various different fine Indian infantry regiments which fought alongside their British, New Zealand and other brothers, finally to achieve this great breakthrough against one of the greatest tyrannies that we, the British, the Indians, and all of the Allied formations have faced so far in our history. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Patrick, thank you very much indeed. That was very moving, and I wasn't aware that your father had fought in the campaign. But I do agree with you that going to the cemetery at the base of Cassino is one of the most salutary experiences of anyone's life, because not only are there Brits, Australians, New Zealanders, Poles, Brazilians, all sorts of people representing this quite extraordinary international effort that Neil Barr described earlier. And but I think you did a really good job of just describing how the fighting on a personal basis. It's also very interesting, actually, and this is a little segue to Colonel Gareth Davis, is to really identify that at this late stage in the war, divisional and corps commanders were still making some quite extraordinary mistakes, tactical mistakes and operational mistakes in the deployment of forces, which might seem surprising to us. But I think you made it very clear that one of the real challenges that divisional and the corps commanders, and indeed the army commanders, had in Italy was this political pressure to keep the offensive going. The idea that we would become bogged down in this attritional type of warfare in Italy had not been considered prior to the invasion of Sicily. And indeed, from the very moment our troops landed on the beaches at Salerno and Anzio, the fighting was such, and this has been very well brought out in recent books on the Italian campaign, became a real surprise. And yet one of the things that is always intriguing about the fighting in Italy was how the men kept on going. And I was delighted to hear you describe the way in which the Indians maintained quite extraordinary morale through this. And Alex mentioned right at the start, for some very strange reason, the Indian formations, the three divisional formations in the 43rd Brigade in Italy, remained at an all-time strength in terms of manpower at a time when British troops were becoming thin on the ground. It's very, very hard to swap out battle casualties in the British formations, whereas it wasn't in the Indians. And not only did they retain quite significant numbers, they also retained quite extraordinary morale. And remember, men of the 4th Division had been fighting, as Neil Barr said, all the way from Karen. This idea that they would have lots of R&R and they'd be able to go home to India and come back and so on. It just didn't exist. So that's very, very powerful. It's a real question for us today when we consider the realities of war. How do these boys continue fighting in the way they did. It's quite extraordinary. So, Patrick, thank you very much indeed. We're now going to, last but by no means least, hand over to Colonel Gareth Davis, who's keeps on telling me that a day without tanks is a day wasted. So we're really pleased to be able to welcome you, Gareth. And one of the amazing things for me, actually, in the transformation, I do like using the word transmogrification, because it was a change from something very different to something even more different to the Indian Army. You know, in 1943-44, we had Indian soldiers who had never driven anything before, having been given armored vehicles and were being mechanized. They were transferred from their horses. And horsemen don't always make good mechanics. They don't always make good vehicle soldiers. And yet here in 1943-44, we have Indian Army that's been given tracks and wheels. So how on earth do they cope with that? Gareth, over to you.
Thank you very much, Rob. And hopefully you can see my slides on the screen. I think I've been set up very, very well by the previous speakers and by you in your introduction, Rob. So thank you. We've had the strategic aspect. We've had a little bit of an intro to the versatility of the Central Indian Horse from Alex. And Patrick talked and mentioned right at the end that the great regiments of the Indian Army working alongside other nations. And I'm certainly going to keep that element going in the next 15 minutes. So I think thank you to all four of you for setting the conditions very nicely. Just one little aside. This is a military literature festival. And it's quite surprising how little literature there is written about the Indian cavalry in Italy in 1943 to 1945. There are some books on the histories of individual regiments. Some very good books. There's a series of books about the Tigers of India, the three books on the three divisions, and there's some work on the 43rd. But there's nothing that focuses down really on the reconnaissance regiment, which I think is a shame. And so perhaps that's given me, this opportunity has given me my next project, but three, I think it is. My story starts back in this summer, actually, when I read this article in the Deccan Chronicle in June of this year. I was slightly surprised to read that the Indian Army is going to get its Swiss Army knives. And I'm surprised because, as far as I'm concerned, the subject of my 10-15 minutes this afternoon, this evening, is the Indian Recce regiments in Italy in 43 to 45 were, to me, very much a Swiss Army knife. And I'm now going to go and talk about why I think they're a Swiss Army knife and what they did in operations, a couple of vignettes to show what they did out there. But before I go into 1943, I need to go back to 1938. And this relates to what Rob was just saying about mechanization. May 1938 is when the Indian cavalry starts to mechanize. The Indian Army mechanizes before that, but not the cavalry. The cavalry is still on their horse, and it's the Sindh's horse who first give up their horses, and the other regiments follow suit, pretty sharpish. But the key point to take from this is that the three regiments I'm going to talk about, Skinner's horse, the Duke of Connaught, or the 6th Lancers, I'll probably refer to them, and the Central India Horse, they hadn't been mechanized very long before they headed off to war in certainly 1939, 1940, and 1941. That road to war for those three regiments, and the road to war in Italy, is a twisty road. It's twisty in terms of organization, structure, equipment, training, doctrine, and it's twisty in terms of the actions they fought. I might touch on them in passing. But the main point I want to bring out before we get into the detail is that there was a very different approach between the Indian infantry divisions and the British infantry divisions in how they approached reconnaissance. At the start of the war, the British infantry divisions theoretically had an armour corps tank equipped with tanks, but they were soon stripped out of the infantry divisions. And it wasn't until beginning of 1944 that the British infantry divisions got reconnaissance corps regiments. Most of those reconnaissance corps regiments that went to the British infantry divisions were infantry battalions that had converted. One or two were the divisional anti-tank companies, brigade anti-tank companies brought together and formed into a regiment. The Indians took a different route. The Indian Army took their cavalry regiments and put them into the reconnaissance role. And I've done a little bit of reconnaissance. I'm mainly a heavy tank man. But from my perspective as a heavy tank man, I think the Indians made the right decision, because I think the cavalryman comes with a mindset, if properly equipped, that he can execute that role for the divisional commander, perhaps more so than an infantry battalion. There are infantrymen listening into me who might disagree. Sorry, I've just got ahead of myself. First interaction, Skinner's Horse in 1940, followed by Central India Horse, who 80 years ago today were supporting 4th Indian Division in North Africa, just up on the Egyptian-Libyan border as part of Op Compass. And actually 4th Indian Division had been in action in December with my old regiment, the Royal Tank Regiment, in particular the 7th Battalion. Skinners go off to North Africa. Skinners start in Sudan in East Africa in 1940. They do end up in North Africa before they go off to Italy. Central India Horse, not long in North Africa. They go to Sudan, Syria, they're back to North Africa, Iraq, Tunisia, and then they arrive in late 43, early 44 with the 4th Indian Division in Italy. 6 Lancers have also been in the Middle East, in Iraq, and they arrive in Italy in about October 1943. So all 3 regiments have been doing quite a bit in a number of places. And so they are theoretically quite experienced, notwithstanding the fact that they have only mechanized soon before that. So back to my Swiss Army knife. Why do I call it a Swiss Army knife? Well, let's have a quick look at the structure. I'm not going to go through the whole regiment, but there are a number of bits and pieces I think are important to bring out. All 3 regiments have a very similar structure. There are some 1 or 2 subtle differences. And essentially, it's 3 Sabre squadrons and a headquarters squadron. I've left all the administrative elements out. But if you add in all the administrative elements and the 3 Sabre squadrons and the headquarters squadron, this is about 600 men strong. These are large organizations. And I think they've got, because of the way in which they're organized, a large number of capabilities. Com troop with Humber scout cars makes a lot of sense. The support troop is quite interesting. On the left-hand side, I've got Skinners with an armoured car, an AEC armoured car with a 6-pounder gun. But below it, we've got half-tracks with a 75mm gun. These are not artillery guns, although they are now here showing sort of semi-indirect fire. These are anti-tank guns. So these are tank destroyers, which is quite interesting. We've then got the mortar troop. Mortar troop, that's actually a 2-inch mortar. I think some of them had a 3-inch mortar as well. But there are accounts of them firing that 2-inch mortar in the direct fire role because quite a lot of the fighting, certainly up in the north of Italy, was at pretty short range. Looking across the right-hand side, we've got the mainstay is the scout troop, the armoured car troop in the squadron. That's, I think, on an Otter armoured car at the top, and below it's a Dingo. The carrier troop in the Bren gun carrier, universal carrier, fairly obvious, 2 of those. The Jeep troop, the 6 Lancers, DCO didn't have one of those. They had some additional lorries to keep them going. And then at the bottom, the rifle troop. Just look at the size of that. That's 36. That's a rifle platoon. So we've got support weapons. We've got anti-tank guns. We've got armoured cars for scouting. We've got carriers for moving around. And we've got quite a lot of lorries. And so that is why, to me, I say that these are very much a Swiss Army knife. And I started off thinking about the jack of all trades analogy, but that's unfair because jack of all trades is generally followed by the master of none. These guys were masters. And so that's why I think that the Swiss Army knife works slightly better as an analogy. Masters of what? Well, I'm just going to put the map up. That's the map we saw from Neil earlier, just to remind ourselves where the various formations were at the various points in time as we go through. And now I'm going to go and talk about what I think are the 4 key roles of divisional recce: to gain, to deny, to deceive, and to exploit. Those are not doctrinal terms. Those are mine, borrowed from somebody else. And I'm going to go and use a little vignette of action in Italy to show how these div recce regiments undertook those roles. And the first up is gain. Clearly, that's the core task of any reconnaissance organization. And it's what all of these 3 regiments had been trained to do on horseback. 6 Lancers, the Duke of Connaught's own, they're in action soon after they arrive in Italy. And by November 1943, the regiment is spread across the whole divisional front of about 20 miles across the front of the 8th Indian Division. And they start deep patrolling on foot. One of these patrols managed to take a couple of German prisoners. And on questioning them, they discovered that there were some more Germans in a village called Rossello, which was at the time about 4 miles behind enemy lines and about 8 miles away from the Indian Liga. So they sent a 12-man patrol out at dawn to confirm the enemy position and if possible, to capture a prisoner. Patrol went out, got about 5 miles, and they were lying up in a wood when some German cavalry appeared on horseback. I wonder whether the Sixth Lancers sort of looked slightly wistfully at these horses, considering they were doing a dismounted patrol. But the Germans moved off, and the Sixth Lancers pushed on into the village. They got to the village about 3:30 in the afternoon, and they walked down the main street, and there's no evidence of Germans around. So they started peering into the windows. And one of the houses they came to, they spotted a group of Germans sat around a table having a cup of tea. And as they were just thinking about what to do, one of these a pair of Germans walked out of the front door, hands in pockets, very nonchalantly. So they shot one of them immediately, which spurred the second one to surrender immediately. A grenade was thrown through the door, tea party obviously disturbed, and the patrol left with their prisoner, who was taken back. And actually the patrol commander, a young officer, was awarded the Military Cross for that action. So here we have them, cavalrymen who were on horses, who are now equipped with scout cars, armoured cars, conducting dismounted recce. So straight away we've got some versatility. Next task, denying the enemy access to your own positions, keeping the enemy at bay. And my favourite story for this is to do with the Central India Horse. And some of you will have read the book, The Tiger Triumphs by Stevens, and he talks about a situation where there's a cross-section of the United Nations taking part in an operation to build a road. We've got work being covered by the Central India Horse. They're pushed out pickets up into the hills. They've also created false positions and false emplacements to deceive, to confuse the enemy. But their main role is denial. And down on the ground, you've got Italian labourers, British sappers, Canadian sappers, all being protected by Indian cavalrymen. The success of the Central India Horse in keeping the Germans at bay was clearly quite excitement for one of the squadron leaders, Major Patterson, because as soon as the road that they had been guarding had been built, he and a sapper officer jumped in a jeep and set off to a village called Palazzo di Pero. It was hard going. They had to manhandle the jeep quite a lot of the way, and about 2 miles short of that village, they found that they could get no further. So they grabbed from the back of the jeep a couple of collapsible motorbikes, scooters, as issued to Paras, and off they set on these scooters and got to the village, where they met up with a New Zealand armoured car patrol coming the other way. And again, I like to think, Major Patterson, a cavalry officer, seeing that opportunity to push on and took it. My third task, deception. And it's another account which ties in with the sappers. And this is from May 1944. Sappers were building one of the many bridges they built. I mean, if you really want to read about hard work in the Italian campaign, the Sappers is an area to investigate. But the Sappers building one of their bridges, and building a Bailey bridge is noisy work. It's a very specific noise. It's metal on metal. And there's very little that can be done to hide that noise. You can't deaden it with material. So the alternative is to confuse the Germans as to where the bridging site was. And the Sixth Lancers found themselves up in the Lirey Valley taking part in a deception exercise. And so whilst the bridge was being built down over the Lirey, a patrol of the Sixth Lancers was further up the valley, banging metal stakes, clanging metal on metal, banging pickets and hammers together to create the noise of a bridge being built. The Germans were taken in by it. Sixth Lancers were shelled quite considerably during the day, whereas the real bridge site was generally left alone. And so again, use of deception by the cavalrymen again, that cavalry mindset to me, coming up with ideas to confuse the Germans, helped. And the final task is exploitation. And my example for this is up in the Tiber Valley in July of 44, when 10th Indian Division had a whole heap of high ground north of Perugia, and that allowed for a small exploitation task through the Tiber Valley. Clearly, after the fall of in 45, there's a great deal of exploitation, but I want to look at this one because again, it's multinational, and Patrick talked about this working together. Skinner's Horse are operating with the 3rd Hussars, who are on tanks, and the Royal Wiltshire Yeomanry, who are on tanks. And you don't get many accounts of British recce regiments working with British armoured regiments. And I think this comes about that the Indian recce regiments working with tanks, because again, they come from this cavalry back. Now, I may have got that wrong. I may have put an assertion out there that is not backed up in evidence, and it's an error I need to look at. But having just read through some of the detail this week, I believe that to be true. Exploitation isn't always done at haste. The countryside there is very enclosed, vineyards and fruit trees and limited visibility. And so progress was pretty slow. And coming through the vineyards, they were coming up against German defences at very short ranges. There was a description of one German anti-tank gun being destroyed at a range of about 10 yards. And what they found was that the tanks and armoured cars were actually a very good combination. Tanks, to some extent, drawing fire. Sherman tank is quite a high beast. And that then allowed the men from Skinner's Horse to perhaps manoeuvre around the German position and exploit forward. And the cavalrymen weren't constrained by the need to find, fix, and destroy every single German position. This cavalry mindset told them they needed to kick on, and that's what they did. And so those are my 4 vignettes just to highlight what the regiments are up to. I just want to finish with a word on bravery of 2 men. And this is a small memorial that, if you didn't know it was there in the village of Montezzi, you wouldn't see it. It's the sort of thing in the square you go and have a look at deliberately. It's a memorial to 3 men, Lieutenant St. John Graham Young, Sawar Ditto Ram, and Sawar Nehru Chand. And the 3 men found themselves as part of a patrol led by Lieutenant Young, who was a Royal Tank Regiment officer, as it happens, in a German minefield in the dark. Ram had a leg blown off, but that didn't stop him crawling to the aid of one of his fellow patrol members. He gave that other patrol member first aid before Ram himself lost consciousness and died soon after. It's not dissimilar what happened to Lieutenant Young. He also had a leg badly damaged by a mine, and he too didn't stop. He managed to get a messenger to go back to British lines to get help, and he managed to comfort the patrol, keeping them still and talking to them for a number of hours whilst they waited for help. Help came, but sadly, Lieutenant Young died on the way to hospital. And both Sawar Ram and Lieutenant Young were posthumously awarded the George Cross for their actions. And this rather little lovely memorial. The photo actually came from Tom Holland, the historian, so thank you to him. So in conclusion, I'm suggesting that the 3 divisional recce regiments, the cavalry regiments of Skinner's Horse first, 6 Duke of Connaught's Own Lancers, and the Central Indian Horse, sometimes known as the 21st, were the Swiss Army knife of the Indian Army in the Second World War in Italy. And I'm very firmly of the opinion, but the start point of using a cavalry regiment, albeit one that had only just given up its horses, was a very sound starting point and helped them considerably. Thank you.
Well, Gareth, you've completely persuaded me. And it's really interesting when you think about that interaction between the cavalry and your Swiss Army knife, and these boys who are used to thinking about maneuver and thinking about moving left and right and exploiting beyond the main positions. And then there's this big magnet to the Germans of those Sherman tanks. And it's no wonder, when you're lying in a position, you see these Germans coming, you're going to focus on them. And that then allows the opportunity for our cavalry to do what they're exceptionally good at. We are right on time. In fact, we're running out of time. I don't think we're going to have any time to open this up to our audience around the world. So I think what I'll do is I'll just try, it's going to be impossible for me to sum up. I'm going to first of all start by saying thank you. That was absolutely scintillating. It was fascinating. It was great to be able to relate the strategic and the operational to the lives of the men who, at the end of the day, were forced to fight that war and do so with quite an extraordinary degree of courage and even chutzpah. We need to remember, this is 1945. The world had been at war for nearly 6 years, and the Indians who had been deployed, particularly from the 4th Division, had been deployed since late 1939. And it wasn't over, because, of course, the war in the Far East was still carrying on. And the extraordinary thing, I think, when I think about the Italian campaign, and I read a really good book recently on the Italian campaign. In fact, there are 3 standout books, I think, on the campaign. And one of the thoughts that came to me was that at the end of this, those 3 Indian divisions and the 43rd Laureate Infantry Brigade were given orders to go back to the Far East because, of course, we had Operation Zipper and Operation Mailfist, the invasion of Malaya, Singapore, preceding the invasion of Japan in 1946, on the cards. They were invited back. It's quite an extraordinary thing to think about, that at the end of this fighting, this terrible fighting in Italy, those Indian divisions and the 43rd Brigade were going to pack up their kit, get on those ships, and head back to the Far East. Fortunately, you know, that's not how the story ended. Well, I'm going to draw stumps there. I'm going to thank each of you in turn for fascinating insights into the campaign in Italy. Thank you very much to everyone who's been listening around the world, those in Chandigarh and further afield. It's been great having you on board today. I think the challenge for all of us, well, for someone on the panel perhaps, is to write a new story of the Indian divisions in Italy. It would be an extraordinary story. It's something that all you Indian scholars need to be thinking about in terms of your next project, because I know the boys in the Far East all thought they were part of the 14th Army. Well, we've heard today that the troops in Italy consider themselves forgotten as well, and quite rightly. And thank you very much to the organizers in Chandigarh for your magnificent efforts in setting up this festival and for allowing us to enjoy it all so much. So thank you very much, everyone, and good afternoon or good night or good morning, wherever you might be listening to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
panel discussions and Clarion Call Theatre from 18th to 20th December on Facebook and YouTube Live.
Well, that was a very interesting discussion. Thank you, gentlemen, our counterparts from the UK. Coming back to India, we're going to Bollywood and how Bollywood and affects the shaping of the nation. The Fauji's actually boast that there are many armed forces brats in Bollywood, and these include some of the starlets like Aishwarya Rai Bachchan, Priyanka Chopra, Sushmita Sen, Gul Panag, Preeti Zinta, Anushka Sharma, and Nimrit Kaur. Each is as impactful and fiercey as the next and has a warrior spirit and self-confidence imbibed in them from childhood, being brought up in the Fauji atmosphere. A purge of the well-ensconced names in Bollywood and the drug trail which Hunt has put the stars and star kids in focus, even though for the wrong reasons. Films and star personalities have an impressionable impact on the millions of viewers, both in India and overseas. It is a force that cannot be overlooked.
Can there be an all-out purge in Bollywood? What impact will such actions have on India's image and the film industry? Some questions also arise or point fingers that in the face of Chinese turbulence and far-right nationalism, will Bollywood produce a Reni Riefenstahl? Incidentally, for those who may not be aware, Reni Riefenstahl was a German actress and film director. She was a Nazi sympathizer whose political leanings had severely damaged her career. Do we have a Leni Riefenstahl amongst us in Bollywood?
Moderating this panel is Nirupama Subramaniam. She is an editor of the Indian Express at Mumbai, and she writes on political and foreign affairs. After 2 stints as foreign correspondent, 7 years in Sri Lanka and 4 years in Pakistan, she has an abiding interest in India's relations with its immediate neighborhood. She has written a book on the Sri Lankan War, Voices from the War Zone, published by The Penguin in 2005. She is presently working on a crime non-fiction book.
Shubhra Gupta. Shubhra is a film critic and senior columnist with the Indian Express. She watches world cinema for enjoyment, Hollywood for fun, and Bollywood for work. She's been writing a hugely popular weekly column in the Express for over 20 years and is one of India's most well-known and respected film critics. Additionally, she writes on the cyclical, continuous connections between cinema and society. She's traveled extensively within and outside India to cover film festivals since the early 90s. Shubhra has served on selection panels and juries on the Panorama and the international film sections of the International Film Festivals of India. She curates and conducts a hugely popular platform, the Indian Express Film Club in Delhi and Mumbai. Shubhra has been the recipient of the prestigious Ramnath Goenka Award for Best Writing on Film 2012. Her first book, 50 Films That Changed Bollywood, published by HarperCollins, is the repository of her work and knowledge over the past 20 years and shines a mirror on how films change us and we change them.
Dr. Makarand Paranjpe is a columnist of Swarajya, Mail Today, DNA, The Print, and The Magazine. He was earlier a columnist for Sunday Observer, Business Standard, The Pioneer, and Life Positive. He has published over 175 academic papers in various journals and has edited books within the country and abroad. He is the author of several poems and short stories, book reviews. He has written over 500 essays. He has been teaching undergraduate and postgraduate students for over 35 years across the globe, largely in the United States and India. He was the general editor of a series of reprints of rare and out-of-print Indian English titles published by the Sahitya Academy, New Delhi. The founding trustee of Samvad India Foundation, a Delhi-based non-profit public charitable trust, and also the founding editor of IVAM, Forum on India Representations and International Biannual Multidisciplinary Journal on India. He was the chairperson for the Europe and South Asia region for the Pan-Commonwealth Panel of Judges for 2008 and 2009 Commonwealth Writers' Prize, and served as Indian host judge for the 2010 prize awarded in New Delhi.
Our last guest is a surprise in the true Bollywood spirit, and that is my co-host, Major Bikramjit Kavarpal. Major Bikramjit Kavarpal served the Indian Army for 12 years. He is second-generation Armored Corps officer. His father, Colonel Kavarpal, is a Gallantry Award winner who won the Kirti Chakra in 1963. Bikramjit has served in Rajasthan in temperatures of plus 45 degrees to Siachen Glacier, which is the highest battlefield in the world, at 21,000 feet in minus 40 degrees. He has operated in Punjab during Operation Rakshak, when terrorism was at its peak in Punjab in 1991-92. He is a qualified paratrooper and has experience in de-beaching operations of tanks at sea. Being an active soldier, he took premature retirement in 2002 because he suffered an injury and became a medical category. He then moved to Bombay to follow his passion to become an actor. He has done over 150 TV commercials, about 50 films and web series, and numerous TV series. He is also a military advisor and a consultant for Army films and has advised on films of critical acclaim like 1971 and Shaurya. I now hand over the forum to the moderator.
Good evening, everyone, or good morning, or good afternoon, as the case may be, because people are joining us from around the world. It's my pleasure to be the moderator for this panel. Firstly, I'd like to thank Chandigarh Lit Fest, the organizers, Military Lit Fest, for remembering me and inviting me to be part of this panel. I have a long association or a recent association with Chandigarh. I was the editor of the Chandigarh Indian Express until recently, and I was also part of the first Military Lit Fest. So it's a great pleasure to be back, and thank you to the organizers for inviting me. The topic of this panel is very current, and it's, as people keep saying, it's a hot burning topic. And, you know, it's not an old thing, this relationship between state and culture, the various representations of culture, be it art, cinema, music, dance, whatever. It's always an ongoing and complex saga. It's been like that through history. Everywhere culture has some form of state patronage. It has needed that to flourish, especially if the practitioners do not have their own resources. And history is replete with examples of this kind, where rulers, kings, queens, rich people, you know, business houses, being patrons of art and culture, and their association giving these cultural forms and their practitioners some kind of popularity, respectability. But when we come to films, it's a slightly different equation, because the popularity of films is very much driven by its appeal to the audience, and the audiences are mass audiences. They are people. The success or failure of the film is not determined by having state patronage or by having a rich patron somewhere. It really squarely is dependent on how it goes down with the people who see it, and if it's a mass. It's a film for the masses, then it is the audience that determines it. Still, with its potential for this mass appeal, nation states have, at various times, in various epochs, they have sought the cooperation of filmmakers, film personalities, and they have received it as well. Examples, the anchors just mentioned examples from Nazi Germany. I could mention examples from the United States, post-war United States, post-war England, Soviet Russia, and so on, and France, and so on. So some of this, what I was coming to say is that some of this cooperation may not even be actively sought. It's there because you know, the makers of films are in tune with the mood of the nation at any particular time, or they are in sync with the people who are driving this mood. For instance, a government, or take the case of India. The earliest films were actually inspired by the freedom movement. There's that beautiful song from Kismat, Aaj Himalay ki choti se humne lalkara hai, dur hato, Hindustan hamara hai. And there's a map of India, undivided India at the back. So this is still 1943. It's been inspired by the Quit India movement. It's supposed to be, I mean, there's a reference in the song to Germany and Japan, because India is in the war effort, but actually the British are also watching the movie closely, because it has a message in there for the freedom fighters as well. So so that's where the Indian film history begins, and then even after independence, the spirit of nation building was a predominant film among filmmakers, except that they changed tack a little. I mean, they did this by focusing inwards and addressing the social ills that beset the new nation. So there were themes like Hindu-Muslim unity or rich versus poor, caste. These movies were made by public-spirited movie makers, and though they focused on the country's ills and drawbacks, they were well received. Some of them were hits. Some of them, of course, didn't do that well, but there were lots of films that did extremely well. And Major Kamapal just mentioned the army, and Hakikat was one of the best war films made in India, and it was made in the aftermath of India's defeat at the hands of the Chinese in 1962. It was made in 1964, and its ultimate aim was to kind of make a bad thing look good, defeat look somehow as if we had snatched a victory out of that huge demoralizing defeat. So it was about one particular operation in Chushul, in which we did better. We lost a lot of men there, but we held on to that particular post. And it was also a very layered kind of story. It wasn't all black or white. It was made in black and white, but it wasn't a black and white film. There were lots of layers in it. There was the inadequacy of the Indian response. There was the lack of clothing. There was, the horrific conditions in which people had to fight. And the movie was also, even for all that, the movie was funded by the government. So the give and take between Indian cinema and the state and the Indian state has gone on. Whatever the political differences between the government of the day and individual filmmakers, and not just in India, across the world, there is this relationship. In India, films have accurately reflected the spirit of the nation in their own way. I mean, I'm not saying the great films all the time, but they have accurately somehow reflected the nation's twists and turns, its drawbacks, its successes. So the portrayals of the romantic hero and the angry young man, or the new aspirational young, all have been part of this. It's only when a government has wanted to impose its own political will, make this film, don't make that. This is the real India, not that. That the tensions have tended to erupt out in the open and take center stage. So one such moment was during the emergency, when political differences between the government of the day and prominent personalities in the film industry, they came out in the open. There was censorship. Attempts were made to make actors and filmmakers fall in line, and also a film like in this Valley to Indira Gandhi got made. I think there were two parts to that film. I was actually taken by my parents to watch that film, and I remember that my memory of that film is that my sister threw up on my clothes. So it was really horrific. I have a very vivid memory of that. So now the recent actions against Bollywood personalities through most of this summer and still ongoing, first in relation to the Sushant Singh Rajput suicide case, then in relation to allegations of money laundering still related to that case, and then about drugs also related to that case, but then going on separately and saying, the NCB saying that we are going to dismantle this citadel of drug that is Bollywood. It created a climate of fear and tensions in the film industry about, as somebody told me when I was writing an article recently, it's created this whole thing about a sense of siege in the industry, about who's next and to what end. And so there is a feeling in the industry that this is attempts are being made to arm twist them into into making a kind of film that hews to a certain political vision of India or a certain party's vision of India, or that attempts are being made to dismantle the existing Bollywood and recreate it in a after a vision that the powers that we may have. That it is an attempt to purge Bollywood, as the anchor just mentioned, of people, themes, storylines that do not comply or that do not have a place in their vision of India. So this throws up a number of questions. How does this impact creative freedoms? What makes a movie tick? What makes a star tick? Is it possible to actually dismantle Bollywood and then make it all over again with stars and movies that, after a certain around a certain political line or around a certain vision of India? Would these things have mass appeal? Is it all, or are we all overreacting, and are we all imagining that all this is going to happen? This is the subject of today's discussion. I've gone on too long, and you have been introduced to the panel already. So I will hand over to the panel, and may I, because Shubhra is a colleague, so I don't want to go with her first. Shubhra, is that okay with you? I will go with, and Major Kanwalpal has also a role as an anchor, so I will go first with Professor Makarand Paranjpe. Thank you, Professor, for being with us. And of course, you're very well known, and I see you all the time on Twitter, tweeting about this or that. And I would have loved to come to IIAS had I been in Chandigarh and had a powwow with you, but maybe someday. I hand it over to you now. Take it away.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's a bit disconcerting to be known only by what one tweets, which is really very secondary to what one does. In fact, unfortunately, the incidents you mentioned, whether it's Sushant Singh Rathod or the allegations of drug abuse, I think that we've got a very distorted perception of some of these things because of social media. So one has to step back a little bit. I will revert to these topics and the anxieties that surround them, but I think that what attracted me to this panel was the title of the panel, which was, if I'm not mistaken, Bollywood and the Shaping of the Nation. So I thought that was a very significant issue. And you rightly pointed out how cinema has been deeply integrated with our sense of who we are. And if you look at the literature on Bollywood or Hindi cinema or Indian national cinema, I mean, it's been pointed out over and over again. I'll mention a couple of books of great significance. One is, of course, a book by my colleague, Sumita Chakravarti at the University of Illinois at Champaign-Urbana. I think that was really the first book on this topic. It's called National Identity in Popular Indian Popular Cinema. And then, of course, Madhav Prasad's book on the ideology of Bollywood. I think Ideology of the Hindi Film, a historical construction. I think these two books set the stage for a discussion like ours. And if one is familiar with these books, and of course, if one is a viewer of Hindi cinema or any Indian cinema, then it'll be absolutely clear that cinema bears a very close relationship to what's happening in society. You might even say cinema mirrors society. And the Nazi filmmaker Leni Riefenstahl, who was mentioned, she was a very talented, very gifted filmmaker, by the way. If you see the films, they have a deep artistic and aesthetic impact. Whatever ideology they supported is a different matter. And I'm saying that some of our great ideologues of today are really very bad filmmakers. Now, the thing I want to say, I want to make 2 or 3 very quick points that it would be very incorrect to assume that suddenly we have got a political over-determination in Bollywood. Actually, this has been there throughout. If you see Awara, an early film after the independence. A kind of villain is Justice Raghunath, who represents these structures of imperialism which haven't been dismantled. And his own son is being disinherited. Similarly, if you see Shri 420, it's about Nehruvian socialism, people coming from the villages into the city, not having housing, living on the streets in Mumbai. If you see Naya Daur, again, it's a competition between the local landlord capitalist and the noble peasant. You see Do Bigha Zameen. The villains are the big capitalists, So, and let's not forget that films were influenced by IPTA. There were leftist writers, Khwaja Ahmad Abbas, Sahir Ludhianvi. All of these came from that leftist background. And in fact, the center of cinema earlier was Lahore, and after partition, it shifted to Mumbai. That's how the Kapoors and all the big clans which ran early Hindi cinema also came from there. And what's fascinating is if you see the progressive writers, a lot of them were associated with cinema. Ismat Chughtai, her husband was a film director. And Khwaja Ahmad Abbas, of course, used to write for Raj Kapoor. So the point I'm trying to make, and think about Sadat Hasan Manto, what a great storyteller. Now, all of these people worked in Bollywood, and what they lost in terms of their own politics, they lost because Pakistan was created. They were not in favor of Pakistan. They were progressives. They did not want a communalization of Urdu and of Urdu literature. And for some time, they also moved to the other side. They moved to Pakistan. They found it stifling and came back. So the point is they lost politically, but they gained in the literary field. And they went to Bollywood, and they constantly portrayed a certain kind of India. If you read Pyasa, you'll see, again, the lyrics of Sahir Ludhianvi, the stories written by a largely leftist set of people who were, in their own way, they were reflecting the values of the nation. Think about Mother India once again. And as some of my friends have pointed out, all you have to do is to look at the villains in Hindi cinema to see how cinema has progressed. So earlier, before independence, the villains were indirectly, because you couldn't directly criticize the British, they were indirectly the British. They stood for the imperial colonial administration and rule. As you pointed out, Dur Hato, Dunya Walo, Hindustan Hamara Hai. And then after independence, the villains were the landlords, the money lenders. Like in Mother India, the big villain is the money lender. And that's what makes one of the children of Mother India become a dacoit, right? And the other one actually becomes a politician. So the villains become landlords and capitalists, like in Do Bigha Zameen, money lenders, those who are obstructing, 5-year plans, Nehru's idea of an egalitarian India, and of course the communalists, right? Those who separate people, because Nehruvian secularism, etc. Then if you progress further beyond Nehru, then the villains actually become, dons, criminals, mafiosos, people who are subverting the state and its welfare policies, again, big industrialists. And the heroes become vigilantes like Zanjeer, the angry young man you mentioned. And you move further up, then the villains actually are politicians, because there's so much distrust. There's so much of a gap between the people, the rulers and the ruled. So the trust deficit is then displayed on celluloid. And if you move further up in today's times, many of our films are set abroad. They have very little to do with what's happening in India. But films like Laksha, they all target, let's say Islamic terrorism or terrorism in general, or people who are threatening the state, 27/11. So what I'm trying to say is that it's nothing new if cinema reflects the dominant ideologies of our times. And even historical films earlier represented the Ganga Jamna Tehzeeb, And all our Mughal emperors are shown to be so liberal. You know, you see Anarkali, you see Mughal-e-Azam and so forth. And the terrible history of medieval India with its vandalism and, genocides is never shown. Or caste oppression is never shown. In Bollywood, you hardly ever know the caste of a person because their last name is Kumar or something, So difficult questions are elided, right? And obviously, when the regime changes, you'll see a film on Jhansi Ki Rani, Manikarnika. So these are not things to be very alarmed by. I want to mention one more point. The alternate cinema was completely dominated by leftists, whether it's, except for Satyajit Ray, who was a class by himself, but Mrinal Sen and, Shyam Benegal, Kumar Shani, Govind Nihalani. And let's not forget, a lot of these films were funded by the state. You're talking about state funding. Luckily, we don't have state funding today. I mean, the government is not in the business of, funding movies. So all this so-called alternative cinema, if you look at, and the award winners, these were all state-sponsored and FTII. If you saw how FTII shaped Indian cinema, you will see the ruling ideology playing out there. Now let's come to the point that you were making. Is there an alarm now of the possible purge of Bollywood and creative freedoms being interfered with? I think the answer is yes and no. I mean, I think the greater fear is that international studios are taking over Bollywood, whether it's Disney or Sony and Netflix and Amazon and all these people, they are taking over our cinema. And if you see, 4 more shots, if you see all these films, you will see that they are being, there's a narrative that's being controlled by the funders once again. And let's not forget, just a few years ago, a lot of underworld money used to come to Bollywood. It probably still does. It's reasonably well documented where this money was coming from. And this underworld money was also promoting a certain kind of film. And you'll see that many of the underworld dons have been immemorialized in cinema. They've been made to look like Robin Hood, dispensing justice and doing good at the local level. And money laundering has been a part of Bollywood because huge amounts of money, unaccounted money, come into Bollywood. Cash payments are made to film stars. They're underreported. When I was growing up, I remember 97% taxation was there for the highest bracket. And we always heard about the income tax sleuths haunting the bungalows of Bollywood stars, Ashirwad and Juhu and Varsova, and the dogs being sent on them, and money coming out of mattresses and so forth. So I think all of this is grist for the mill. And let's not forget, a lot of Mumbai is still being controlled by the Shiv Sena. They also have a stake in the film industry, and you dare not say anything against them. Bal Thackeray himself, in his own ways, was a very civilized and talented man, a great cartoonist. He had a great sense of wit, and the film stars loved him. I've seen interviews with all the film stars went and did Ji Huzur to him. All of this is known. It has been broadcast. So this is the world we live in. There will be arm flexing. Political parties and their agents will try to influence content one way or another. Now, should the whole industry be demonized? Not at all. Should there be excessive curbs on the film industry? Not at all. In fact, there's a new book that's come out. Shekhar Kapoor and a friend of mine, Aarti Tikku, has written that book. And they're actually saying, don't censor these platforms like Netflix and Amazon Prime and Sony Live or Live. Don't censor them. Have them do their own self-certification, which we see today. They'll say nudity, sex, etc. And then when you see the film, there's no nudity really. So I mean, they're excessively cautious these days. I feel. I see, some Netflix and Amazon Prime myself because of COVID. So to sum up, what I'm trying to say is that artistic freedom must be protected from state interference, regardless of who is in power. And I think that people like you who are in the fourth estate, I think I have tremendous respect for Indian journalists, though of course there are claims that they are also compromised. And I think it's true to an extent, but still by and large, I think our media has an important role to play. And unfortunately, just to sum up what I'm saying to conclude, when it came to Sushant Singh Rajput, there was a media trial, which was so unnecessary at one level, and nothing has come of it. We don't know all these allegations that were going back and forth. I think it trivialized and sensationalized something that is much more important, which is cliques, lobbies in Bollywood, which control production, and they can ruin the careers of stars they do not like. Unfortunately, these cliques persist everywhere. In publishing, in academics. I'm an academic. I've been a dissenter in JNU for 25 years, 20 years plus. And if you're a dissenter, you have to pay a price for that dissent. Woe begone to you if you're a dissenter of the official modes of dissent. So there is the dominant, then there's the dissent, and then there's those who dissent against even the dissenters. So there is a price to be paid for dissent. So what I'm trying to say is that content in Bollywood is a part of a larger narrative war or a narrative competition that's taking place in India. It's about the idea of India, and Bollywood is not exempt from it. And it's not merely a matter of politicians controlling Bollywood or political parties or the state power. I think the control of Bollywood or on Bollywood is by a variety of other agents, including deeply entrenched cliques, studios from abroad, money that comes from known or unknown sources, and of course, as you rightly said, Nirupama-ji, ultimately, audience is king. I mean, you have star children being promoted, but they flopped. I mean, look at Kumar Gaurav, he was very well promoted as opposed to Sanjay Dutt, just to give you an example. So audience is king, and this is the great carnival of India: politics, Bollywood, and cricket. And I think that carnivals, the carnivalesque, as Bakhtin said, has a way of defying authority, of cooking its nook at authority. I'll stop there. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Dr. Paranjpe. You brought up some very interesting points. Mainly, I think the point that you made about how Bollywood was, had this great leftist influence at the beginning. Sahil Ludhianvi, K. Abbas, Kaifi Azmi, so many people. And IPTA, the influence of IPTA itself on filmmaking, many of the actors came from there. And now we are seeing, but Bollywood has moved from there, and as you said, it now mirrors the realities of India in its own way. It has been doing that. It has been very deeply integrated with all the realities of India, the many layers of India. And the most interesting thing, of course, is that, how you brought up this thing about international studios and international OTT platforms who are now that are now seen as that are in these times when there are no new releases possible. Indian cinema has actually discovered these platforms. Of course, international studios have been there from before, but OTTs have been a revelation during these last 8 months. And they're even seen as liberating in a sense, because there's no censorship. Movies have been able to go up on it without without any policing by any system. But we've also seen a pushback, and there are now demands within many quarters in India that there should be censorship of this. And you also alluded to the fact that there shouldn't be. And I'd like to now invite Shubhra, my colleague and reviewer par excellence. I mean, she gives 3 stars and there's a stampede to the movies, and then if she gives 1 star, it's all over for that movie. It's that kind of power. She's been an influencer before the term actually came into vogue. So I'll ask Shubhra to take that discussion forward and maybe also talk about OTTs and how they've changed the shape of Indian cinema, or maybe they're still changing, and whether in that kind of situation any control is possible at all by a political party or a government that wishes to exercise such control. Thanks.
Thank you, Nirupama, and hello. I'm very happy to be here, and I almost didn't make it because when I got a call yesterday saying that could we please have you, and I had back-to-back screenings today, and I've just about managed to squeeze an hour and a half, so I may have to run, but I'm hoping that I can, push my last screening of the day a little more so that I can be part of this. So just a little bit of some kind of an introduction for what actually I do. I review films, yes, and I have been doing that for many years. And when people ask me how many films I've watched, and I always tell them that if I started to keep count, it's almost impossible to have a count of something that you've been doing for over 25 years. So so what is now called Bollywood was Hindi cinema. And I come from a time when Hindi cinema has always been on the brink of change and has always grappled with things that are happening in society, as Professor Paranjpe very rightly pointed out, that when you have cinema, it's not like your filmmakers are from another planet. They are you and me. They are people like us. They look at stories from within us, from outside of us, from things that happen in newspaper headlines. So many filmmakers have told me that the germ of an idea of a film came from the news of the day, much before television actually even existed, that they used to read newspapers and headlines became, the subject of the film. So almost always there is a very, very strong connection between the way we watch movies and the films of the day, because how we watch and what we then talk about the film as a conversation around the film goes out, and it sort of reaches the filmmakers' ears in many layers, and it sort of gets it becomes part of that conversation about the next film that they do, and it's like a cycle. It's like a cyclical thing. And the other thing that I have noticed in all of these years is that there are really no absolutes when it comes to making movies or watching films, because the government of the day will always try and impose their view on both filmmaking, the narratives that the filmmakers are pushing out, as well as the star system themselves, as well as the actors and the stars. It's too tempting to not have some kind of a direct access to this body of people who have an inordinate influence on the country. As we all know, it's cricket and it's Bollywood, and that's it. It's between the two of these entities that the enormous numbers of people are affected, are impacted, are influenced by these two things, sports and cinema. So when it comes to the state taking a great deal of interest in what cinema is doing, it has always been the case, right from Nehru's, you could call it idealism or call it his idea of India. But in the 50s, there was a very clear mandate to the filmmakers to create cinema, which was about nation building, which was about creating mainstream popular cinema, which was about looking at India as a composite creature, not these little bits and pieces of principalities which were fighting with each other, or Patel actually did a great job in creating the India that we know, but there were still people who did not want to be part of this, and it was a very clear mandate. And there are, I remember researching for a paper, and I remember that looking at a story in the Hindu, which quoted Nehru as someone who said, we need this kind of cinema. So that's how the 50s happened. It was the whole idea of India, the idea of a composite culture, the idea of a country which was together, even if it hadn't been together for so long, and it had been in different, every 100 kilometers, language changes, dialects change, cultures change. It's many Indias in one country. So to have a cinema that actually addressed this India was really a challenge. And I think the filmmakers of that time, including the people from IPTA, people from the Khwaja Ahmad Abbas, the Ismat Chugtai, all of these people, they were leftists, but they were also artists. They were also primarily artists who had a very strong sense of the literary tradition that they were following and they wanted to develop. So it was not a leftist takeover of cinema, as a lot of people say. It just so happened that their ideology and their creative aspect kind of got very strongly linked together. And yes, a certain kind of cinema became the norm. But there were always, and this is something I want to emphasize as much as I can, there have always been disruptors. And there will always be disruptors. There will never be the one narrative, because it's a creative process. There are so many people who are creating so many stories. So there will never be the one. There will never, because that immediately, the pushback is a modern word, but people back in the 30 years back or 40 years back were getting, you have a formula which really does well. Bollywood or Hindi cinema or all cinemas across the world are very, very chary of sort of pushing the boat or rocking the boat. It's a thing of, if it is not broke, why fix it? So there one film comes along which is a huge hit, you will have 100 Me Too's. There will be copies of pale copies till there is a pushback, till there are people who will say, okay, no more, I don't want to see this. Along will come, and this is the thing, along will come a filmmaker who's just waiting for this opportunity to see this subject is now done and dusted, so let's get another kind of cinema. And this confluence is also very interesting to me, that one kind of film, the fluffy film, the La La Land film, the films where heroes did not have surnames. And that is why I always look at Dilwale Dulhania Le Jayenge, which is the first modern so-called post-liberalization film which had both Shah Rukh Khan's character as well as Kajol's character and gave them surnames. It gave them a location, it gave them surnames, it gave them a place. They were not just these, Meenas and Vijays. Meena and Vijay were both part of Pyasa, but and they were also very, very rooted people. But in the 60s, the cinema that everybody was watching in India, which came from Bollywood, from Hindi cinema, was the kind of cinema where a lot of the fairy tale-ishness, the popcornishness was at its peak, when Shami Kapoor was dancing, Sharmila Tagore was singing, they were rolling down the hills and all of that stuff. In the 70s, when the emergency came, it was like a different India, right? 1975, and everything changed. 73 to 75, the kind of things that were happening in this country, all of us were, we may not have been journalists at that time, but we knew what was going on, right? And as Nirupama had mentioned, that there were people who were talking against the state, and they were always excoriated. They were always, All India Radio was told not to play Kishore Kumar songs. Devanand, who was against the government of the day, was told, to behave himself. Morarji Desai was told to tell him to behave himself. All of those things. So they've always been, the state has always been the intention of the state is always never to be heavy-handed, but always to be like, hey, we are watching you, and do not overstep your line, which is why the CBFC exists, which is why I have been part of the Central Board of Film Certification and for 3 years, and I've seen how it works on the other side. So it's not like anyone will say don't do this film, but they can make things so difficult for the filmmaker that the film will never see light of day. So that is one wonderful way of keeping everything in check, because you cannot be seen to be saying that, okay, this is the film that you need to make, because that really is an overreach, and that becomes a stretch. It almost never happens. But I've seen how filmmakers can be in really difficult positions. So that is the other thing that I wanted to say, that no narrative can be a one size fits all. There have always been disruptors. The parallel cinema or the alternate cinema or the middle of the road cinema or the art house cinema have always been as posited as alternatives. If you were very tired of doing another kind of song and dance and the cops coming last and everything happening in a villain's den, you could always go and see the film. But those films did not really have theaters at that point. In the 70s, there was maybe one theater in Delhi and maybe one in Bombay and maybe one in the other bigger cities. But other than that, there was only state television, which contradictorily, they were films which were examining state policy, they were critiquing state policy, and they were getting 11 p.m. slots on Doordarshan because there was really no other way to watch those films. A lot of us remember watching many of the films that we now consider classics of the of the 80s, when NFDC was called FFC, with Film Finance Corporation, where they did give money. In fact, Jaane Bhi Do Yaron, which cost $50,000, was given a lot of its money to Ketan. They gave that NFDC gave money. So a lot of the movies that Ketan Mehta made, for example, Shyam Benegal made, even all of these filmmakers were critiquing policy. They across the board. There was poverty, there was hunger, there was disillusionment, which very deep that had gone down. All of these films were getting money from the state because it was considered important for filmmakers to have an idea of the kind of thing that they wanted to do, and the push came from. But the problem at that point, like I said, was where did we see those films? There was hardly any place. From then to now, when you have, of course, there's been COVID. 2020 has been a year which has upended all our notions about how we watch. In the last 9 months, in fact, I've been telling people that I have watched more than I ever have in all my life, because I used to go to the movies and come back. Now the movies have come home to me. There is no silo. I can't create silos and say, okay, this is my movie watching day and not the others, because I barely get a chance to take a breather, and then I'm either watching a film that comes from India or it comes from across the globe. Because when you look at your home screen on Netflix or Amazon or Disney Hotstar or Sony Live or anything, you will find one film that comes from here, from Argentina. So the riches are enormous. The universe has opened to us, but at the very same time, many people are now saying there is nothing to watch. Yes, there are all these films, but what do we watch? So it's not as simple as getting this access to all of these films, and you're going to have to. My job is to watch, so I watch. But a lot of us are actually looking at something that we want, and no Netflix or Amazon can give you that. A filmmaker can. A filmmaker who knows, what the kind of cinema that his or her audience wants. Something like a Rajkumar Hirani, for example, who's no longer making movies at this moment in time for various reasons, but he was the last filmmaker to have made a mass film which sort of went out to major parts of the country, because now we all live in pockets. Everyone's making films for a particular kind of audience. So that all India, pan-India hit that used to happen as a matter of course has now started to get very, very, it's become almost non-existent. So to have a platform like this where you have you have so much choice is actually quite fantastic. But at the same time, I will also a cautionary note here that not everything is to be watched. And two things before I give the the mic to my next panelist, just to say that the people from outside of this country have been trying to get a foothold into India. As far as cinema is concerned, it's not been an easy ride for them. 25 years back, when I was starting to to do this as a profession, Hollywood's presence in India was 4%. Literally, now it is 11%. All of these years later, they have much more of a penetration in something like a China, for example, which is why China keeps, raising its walls higher and higher. We in India, we like watching our movies. We are very, very happy with the kind of films that we make. We want to watch our own movies. Hollywood will come. Jurassic Park 93 Jurassic Park was the first film which really made Sony some amount of money. So the 2 or 3 films that in India which do well, which come from the West, one is a creature feature, something like a superhero film, and maybe an adventure film. That's it. The rest of it, you can talk about, rom-coms, all of that stuff. We want to watch our own movies, when it comes to people talking to each other, people creating romances around each other, all of that stuff. So Warner Brothers, Sony, all of them in about 12, 15 years ago came into India starting to want to produce movies, and their hands got so badly burnt that they backed off. So now they are only in distribution. And the only way that they can increase that is to have one more subtitled, print of Spider-Man 6. That's about the only way they can come in here. Otherwise, we are very, very happy with the kind of films we make, though we make a lot of trash, but Hollywood makes as much trash as we do. All mainstream cinema make a lot of trash. And that is, my trash could be your treasure, so it's entirely out there. And the last thing, to also say that as cinema of the day keeps a close eye on what is happening in society, the last 6 years have been, in that sense, as far as being able to tell the stories of what is happening around us, have been a little less forthcoming than they have been before, because there has been a very strong directive from the government of the day, which understands the power of the image like no other government that I have seen. They understand one single tweet that can go out into the ether, and the force multiplier effect of one image is something that this government understands better than anything else I have seen. So they really are right on top of it. And even if they want to, but here's the thing, they may want to control it, but I am not so sure they can control it only up to a point, because it's a massive thing, and every kind of person who is a storyteller may not want to go down the path, may not want to be proscribed or to be told what to do, because there will always be other avenues. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shubhra. That was really insightful. And I think you made a very important point there about how Bollywood is not a monolith. There are very many people, there are very many actors, actors in the sense, there are very many elements in Bollywood. And trying to take over Bollywood for any single political entity or government, to take over Bollywood would be like trying to fix all the players in a match, which doesn't happen, which is impossible to do, as we all know.
It can happen for 12 hours. It cannot happen beyond that. So
it cannot happen all the time, and you cannot control everything. So that was very important to say, and I think you spoke about that at length, and also the fact that despite all these platforms and all the things that are coming in now, OTT platforms and Hollywood studios, they still don't have that much, that big a share of the pie as they would like, because there's enormous viewership for Indian films and in all languages. And I think the thing that has happened in the last few years, the last 10, 15 years, is that is across India there is there's an increasing interest in and viewership for films in languages that viewers don't necessarily speak. For instance, I think North Indian languages happily watch a Malayalam film now. I watch. I'm Tamil, but I watch Marathi films. I watch Bhojpuri films. So just out of interest, some of them can be very bad, but you watch all of them because you're interested and you like to see all that. And I remember in your discussion in the film club discussions, you have audiences. You take this film club across the country and you play movies that are not necessarily Hindi films or in the language of that particular place. So, and you have large attendance at these places. I'm now going to move to the next panelist, Major Kamar Pal, who's an actor himself. He is ex-military, an actor, model, and he is going to talk about something that has really come into its own, the military, the Fauji film. He talked about how there are Fauji brats in movies were stars, but actually there are more and more films being made about the military. I think we've seen this since perhaps Kargil, that this military film genre, how people either want to join the film or there's scenes out of a battle or the heroics. Uri, I think, was a top grosser last year, Shubhra, if I'm not mistaken. And so these are the films that are being made, and he has his take about how people take liberties with history, with accuracy, with uniforms, and there have been many run-ins like that. My own question about it, which I'd like him to address at some point, is how if having too many military films increases the appetite for war, if it actually becomes it militarizes society in a sense, and if it constantly indulges in an othering. In my own interest in the neighborhood is coming in here, and I just want to understand if these films, by constantly dealing with people across the border as hostiles, whether this border or that, are actually creating an entrenched view of people around us as all enemies forever. I'd like him to address that. And I hand over the mic to you, Kamarwal.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. First of all, I'd like to talk about films, and like everybody said, cinema has been one of the most influencing factor when it comes to us humans. Whether it's not only India, whether it's Hollywood, or whether you talk about the good old days of the westerns. To the tune of the kind of clothes that people wear and the kind of hairstyles that people would wear. So notwithstanding the fact that where cinema heads, one thing has to be very clear, that it is the most influential media of conveying feelings or conveying kind of a genre where people will understand where they're heading. Coming to this, I think that the governments that come to power tend to kind of utilize the same thing towards to their advantage. Coming to your first point, is they do want to come in because they do understand the value of cinema as its influence on the public. They do want to use that influence, but unfortunately, I don't think they will be able to ever impose their thoughts on cinema. It's a very independent thing, and no matter how much they try, it is such a forum that cannot be controlled by anybody as such. Yes, we have our boards of censors and who can control things. We also have a few parties like Shiv Sena, like somebody just brought out, who had a huge ruckus played over water on a film that was to do with lesbianism, which didn't which doesn't appeal to their sense of cinema, and they thought that it was going a little overboard. Yeah, barring that, I don't think they will be able to kind of they would not be able to have influence on it, but yes, they will impose a few restrictions on some things, and that too via the censor boards to gain whatever advantage they can, and whichever the government is in power. The last I was hearing gravitas, and this lady was talking about, why is the US called the promised land, and why not India? And she also talked about the cinema, that the kind of cinema Hollywood makes to the kind of cinema that we make. Coming to that point of view, when I see Hollywood, if you look at Hollywood when they make cinema on Vietnam, which is actually the worst debacle that they've ever had, and it couldn't get worse than that. But yet, they have made films like Rambo. They have made films like, out of Vietnam, and then they made Hurt Locker out of Desert Storm and stuff like that, which actually promotes them, and which is a highly influencing factor. And that is why the uniform abroad, especially in the US, is respected a lot more than that is respected in this country. And I can tell that from personal examples. Cinema actually follows events. So when they were 65 and then they were 71, so they were like war movies that came up on 65 and 71, and then came Kargil and then Uri. So I think it's a event by event making of films, and we forget some of the things that we should have made, because there's much more to just the 71, 65, and an incident like Uri. So we have Siachen, and then we have the Valley, and what actually happens there, and how our soldiers deal with it. So there are varied subjects that we can deal with. I personally have written 2 scripts on those subjects. Coming to the second part of the media, which we talk about, is also TV, which has a greater viewership. Now, this is where when I do TV, I look at the scripts and I say, are they really hitting it the right way? The problem is that is what sells. Some schools of thought come from people like me who say, what you will feed is what you will get. So when I look at the TV soaps that we produce, not that Hollywood soaps are any better, but yes, we do produce some really bad TV soaps, which are like actually trash to me. But now the point is of changing the viewer's mindset, and that will happen gradually. There was a film, like we said about, like I talked about influence, was a film called Fana, where Amir Khan becomes the hero, even though he's a terrorist, and he finds love, and he finds love, and he's the hero, and he dies a glorious death in the end, whether he's shot. But the point is the death of that terrorist is glorified to an extent. And what happened there was that I got several of my course mates were at that time serving in the Valley, and they said, you know what, we find these CDs in homes of these Kashmiri village boys who then want to be the jihadis and say, well, if he can do it, so can we. So that's the kind of influencing factor. And that is where I find that filmmakers must understand a kind of a philosophy, a kind of a responsibility towards the public itself. Now, somebody talked about liberty and said, they will be at liberty to make cinema. But I feel that there is, especially to do with the uniform and army cinema, we have a lot that's going wrong. In the process of making cinema, it is called the cinematic liberty, and the amount of cinematic liberty you just take it, blow it out of proportion. The problem is that the uneducated masses that see their film actually, they start believing what they see. And that is actually a very misleading factor. I think we need to be a little more careful in the way we project, especially the uniforms. With the top that you just talked about, saying that too many military films will cause a rupture across the borders and all, and I don't think so, because I feel it gives a rise, it raises the patriotism factor amongst the people, which I don't see otherwise in this nation. If you realize that, the whole nation suddenly comes together, suddenly when a Kargil happens, and the whole nation suddenly comes together when a Uri happens. But it's not there, which the spirit of the spirit of the nation should just speak by itself, and not because of these particular incidents. So I think these films need to be made, not for any other, because these are the films that talk about the supreme sacrifices made by the people. And that's the reason that we breathe in peace. And that's the reason we hold these festivals. And that's the reason that we make cinema at peace. So I don't think there is anything wrong or like it'll cause a further disruption between two countries, whether you make it against Pakistan or, well, that's the only country I feel that, at this juncture is promoting. And it's a worldwide known factor that they promote terrorism. So, that's what I want to say about, cinema that should be made and how it should be made and how we should be careful in making it. Thanks.
Thank you, Major Kanwarpal. You raised some important points there about patriotism and how cinema should constantly strive to raise the patriotism quotient of the country. I just want to, if I may, I think I'll start with some questions to the panelists, and I want to start with Professor Paranjpe about this very question of patriotism. When we talk about films to do with nation building, is there a certain definition of a nation building film? Are there certain parameters? What would you consider as a nation building film? For instance, is Dilwale Dulhaniya Le Jayenge not a nation building film, but Jhansi Rani Manikarnika is a nation building film? I mean, why is one a nation building film, and if the other is not, why is it not? I'd like you to talk about this. Just to sort of extend this a little. I was talking to somebody in the RSS when we were working on that story, and he said that Bollywood is soft power. We have to project soft power, and here is a country here's an industry that goes out to the rest of the world. It is seen everywhere across the world, and it has to represent the right image of India. I want to understand if there is such a right image, and if so, what is that image of India which we have to project outside?
I have to unmute myself. Yes. I was going to say there are as many images of India as there are people. Now, there are obviously groups of politicians, political parties, other outfits, which have a well-defined idea of what they want to project. So if they want to pay for it and produce a film, and then if it's commercially successful, so be it. But I think the questions that you raised earlier are very significant. For example, the militarization of society, is it being promoted by these sorts of films? Now, I want to draw your attention to films which are more complex. For example, we mentioned Laksha. I mentioned it myself. You can mention Border, Hakikat, which is a much older film. But what about films like Haidar or Shaurya, which is about a court-martial and talks about human rights abuses in the army? Now, these are much more complicated, or there was the other Hrithik Roshan film, which Vidhu Vinod Chopra made, Mission Kashmir. So my point is that as the previous speaker, Major Vikramjit ji said, I think some of these topics are extremely sensitive, and portraying our armed forces in a negative light there are some repercussions. Now, as for the police have been trashed in Bollywood. I mean, villain after villain is a police commissioner, bribe taker, whatever. Now, police are also people in uniform. They also give their lives for the country. I mean, you go to the police memorial and you'll see hundreds of thousands of policemen have died, since independence. It's not just our soldiers who die. And apart from that, there are paramilitary people, BSF, CRPF, and so forth. Now, again, these are sensitive issues. I saw this film, what's it called? A Bollywood film where a general is being court-martialed because his daughter is raped, and I think Tom Cruise plays the role of the investigating officer, and he doesn't spare the general there. So I don't think as a democracy we should be afraid of self-criticism, self-examination. And, the army has a lot of secrets. It has a lot of things which they don't want the outside world to know. But if you have friends in the army, so many things go on. There's fair and foul in the army as there is everywhere. But we are not supposed to talk about it, obviously. Now, patriotism, another thing. I think Major said very rightly, if you see a film like Border, you're very fired up. What if you see a film like Razi, where the Pakistani people are being praised, and their intelligence and this and that. So, it all depends on your point of view about artistic merit, artistic freedom, patriotism, what is right, and what should be projected, and who's to tell and who's to impose these matters. But to answer your question, I definitely think society is getting more and more militarized. The military, its triumphs, its sacrifices are being harnessed for political purposes. Just as you said, Bollywood is being harnessed, just as cricket is being harnessed. So, we can't shy away from this. We see more and more military people on the media. They are on the shows all the time. They are experts on all kinds of things. And there are, people who have taken early retirement. They're anchors today. They're influencers. And they're being exalted. And former army people are ministers today. So obviously, there is a much greater presence of the military in our national consciousness. And has Bollywood contributed to it? Absolutely. Has the media contributed to it? Absolutely it has. Is it a bad thing? I don't know. I mean, earlier bureaucrats and foreign service officers, they were ruling the roost. I mean, they were constantly commenting. Even today, you read the Tribune, which is a sponsor. Look at the number of retired bureaucrats and army people who are writing columns. Every day, there's some bureaucrat, some IFS officer telling us what to think. I mean, op-ed pages, right? So do you mean to say that such people can be dislodged from their extremely privileged positions in a democracy? No. So, I mean, the jury is out there. But I think what is really important for India as a democracy is to keep the separation of powers. We don't want a coup here. And I think our army is so professional and they don't interfere in politics as long as they're in uniform. I mean, and this is the greatest thing about the Indian army. They're powerful, they're smart, they're strategic, they know what's going on. But as long as they're in uniform, they don't get into politics. Completely opposite of our neighbors, where the ISI and the military, they control that country. You know that 60% of the GDP of Pakistan is consumed by the army one way or another. So I think as a citizen of this country, as an intellectual, as a writer, as a thinker, I'm very proud of this distinction, this separation. This is a country where basically we elect our leaders, and even if our politicians are whatever, I mean, and our politicians have been slammed in cinema. You know that better than me. So they are open to criticism. They have a very difficult job. And the politicians I've met, I respect, because they have one of the hardest jobs I know. They're constantly in the media. They're constantly in the searchlight. If they lose an election, they're nobodies. a hard life, and it's a difficult profession. And of course, there are rewards. But what I'm trying to say is, as long as we elect our leaders democratically, and the leaders, do legislation, laws are passed, and there's the judiciary, there's the executive, and there is the legislature. This is how our country, the separation of powers, and there are the forces. It's extremely important. And think about the police. The police have got politicized. Today, you heard about IPS officers being called by the center and resisting it. The police forces are under state governments, right? I mean, ideally, they shouldn't be. Why should IPS and even judiciaries are state cadres in a way, So we need the separation of powers. Judiciary should be independent. Police should be independent. Unfortunately, police are politicized. But I'm so happy, I'm so glad that the army still is apolitical. And I really salute our generals and the leaders of the army who decided, and they still maintain that tradition of staying out of it, They had times when the country was very vulnerable politically, and they could have intervened, but they didn't. So I think that for me is a very important thing.
So, Shubhra, if I may bring you into this, and the same question, if I may ask you to weigh in on that. What is a patriotic film? I mean, what is a nation-building film?
Can I just come in for 1 second, Nirupama? Just one second.
Yeah.
Because I think that, both you and Shubhra have said a couple of really important things, and about this. Now, Shubhra rightly said that our films were about national integration, under Nehru. And that's the article she quoted from the Hindu, that films should promote national integration, they should promote secularism. So that was considered the patriotic film. Now, what you mentioned about Dilwale Dulhania Le Jayenge, you see, is that a patriotic film? That's the film which defines the diaspora. You see, that's the film where the diaspora comes of age, because they have the money power. A film can become a hit if it does well abroad, as you know. So the diaspora becomes an extra territory, apart from Delhi and Bombay and CP and Berar and all those old territories of Bombay. Of the film industry, how films are sold. The diaspora is a huge territory, so you have a different idea of India as projected from the diaspora, and there are hundreds of films like that now. So I don't want to steal my co-panelist time at all, but I just wanted to emphasize that there is no one kind of patriotic film, and each government will try to plug its idea. Now we can talk about the glories of Hindu India, and Jhansi Ki Rani, Rana Pratap, Shivaji. Let's make many films about them. And I say, why not? If you make films about Akbar, let's make a film about Hemu, who ruled for 17 days. Why not? Let people know. The more, the merrier. So there's no one template. There's not one size fits all. Thank you.
Right. Thanks, Professor. Shubhra, if you'd like to weigh in on the same question, is there one sort of template, one of patriotism?
So it's Nirupama, I think you really asked one of the most interesting questions that I have, in the last so many years about what is it that makes a film patriotic. Now, I think a lot of us, or too many of us, use the phrase patriotism / nationalism interchangeably. It's not the same thing. It's not the same thing, because when we're talking about nationalism, we're looking at a nation and a broader, much broader idea of what a nation should be. And when the early filmmakers and the early settlers, the people who had crossed over from the pre-British times, when they were making movies at that point of time, and they had to be very careful of the British censors to be able to say many things about, things that were not allowed. So they created codified language, or they created codes to be able to talk about freedom struggles, or to talk about freedom, or to talk about many of the things that would pass the British censors by, who were only worried about people talking about freedom struggles, people talking about getting together and fighting the British and so on. The thing about the CBFC, or what used to be called the Censor Board, which is now called the Central Board of Film Certification, when it it rolled over, and in 1953-54, when it started to take shape, a lot of the British idea about keeping a very strong hold on filmmakers crept into the making of that, of the creation of the censor board of that time. And in all of these years, in my 3 years on the board, and as a practitioner from the other side, there have been attempts where people have said that the Cinematograph Act was created in a different time. It was in the mid-50s, and we are now in 2020, and it needs to have a complete overhaul. You cannot have a set of rules, and these are all guidelines, by the way, right? And it's the censor board, and it's the adjuncts that actually you're supposed to interpret guidelines, and you could be a liberal, and I don't mean the word liberal in the way we have come to use it now in this sort of very pejorative manner, but if you are someone who believes that if do not cut out, if you do not like it, do not cut out, but look at what you do not like as something that comes from another point of view, and engage with it in a critical manner so that you can understand what that person is trying to say. So actually what the CBFC should do, the mandate is to hand out certification on what the film is about to say. So for example, if a filmmaker has made a movie and wants a U certificate, which is what is the most useful thing, because it can go straight on to state television, which will not show you an adult film, and the satellite rights are a very, very important part of a film's the kind of money that they can make. So when the CBFC actually hands out a certificate which the filmmaker doesn't want, then it becomes a problem for the filmmaker, and then there are procedures put in place where the filmmaker can say, no, I don't agree with this. Then there is a second level of certification that happens when a board member is mandatorily on that another next 5 people who look at the film, and so on. So anyway, so instead of getting I just wanted to give you a broad idea of certification and censorship, and the kind of the way that the board actually looks at their mandate, which is simply to certify, but a lot of it is used to censor. A lot of it is used to say you cannot do this. In fact, I keep saying this to people that as an adult, the numbers of times I have heard the word allow in my 3.5 years on the board was like, we cannot allow. But why? No, we cannot allow this because people will not understand it, or your people are not, will take it in a different manner. And my question to that, or my response to that, has always been that instead of what that does is to infantilize an audience. You do not. Are you saying that an 18 plus person who is allowed to vote, who's allowed to marry, who's allowed to procreate, is not allowed to then watch something that he or she wants? I mean, that it's patently absurd, right? So the idea to me is never to have a kind of you give yourself the power to tell someone that you can or cannot watch it. Rather than that, I would say that we should, and I've always maintained this, that we should be talking to the audience, and we should be in the business of making an audience more aware of what they are going to see. The responsibility is not just of the filmmaker. The filmmaker has responsibility towards their own shareholders now, because now that it's all corporate and the fattening the bottom line, that is basically what they are interested in doing. Their job is not to create a safe space for you to go and see a movie. That is the audience's responsibility. And a lot of the times I find that people are very happy to point fingers at the filmmaker and say, "Dekho usne kaisi picture banai hai." You have to look at yourself, train the lens on yourself, and see how much work have you put in on yourself to be able to look at an image that bothers you, or it doesn't sort of align with your own set of values or the kind of things that you think are right or wrong. If that is something that is happening on screen, how do you respond? Do you react or do you respond? Okay, as a react thing, I mean, you can react and you can do a knee-jerk thing, and if you are in a position of power, you can say, we cannot allow this. But then we are continuing to infantilize our audiences. We are not going to give them the power which an adult has anywhere in the world, and particularly in our country. We pride ourselves on the fact that, hey, we are free to do so many of the things that many countries in the world, cannot even take for granted. And then we want to keep this little power to ourselves. So I find that problematic, and I find that one way of dealing with this, whether it is the army or it's the judiciary or it's the police or any other organization which has really thin skins about how they are portrayed. Because if you have even if something that goes wrong, and you have somebody who writes off to their MP or the MLA and saying this is not a good thing, so the MP and the MLA will then bring it up in Parliament and say this is not a good thing. So then the INB minister will then tell the CBFC person in charge, how did this happen? So there are processes. All I'm trying to say is that this business about telling people what they should watch, must watch, what is allowed and what is not allowed is a thing that we can do when there are children. I was a Nazi when it came to children below 12. And if any film that tried to sneak in anything that I thought that kids below 12 should not watch, it didn't matter to me which filmmaker it was. I would say, like, this is out. We throw this out. Okay. But when it comes to children, at adults, between the 15 to 18, we have something called a U/A, a universal stroke adult, which is a very complicated area to traverse, because you need parental permission, which you can't show in writing to the guy at the gate and say, "Haan, mere parents ne bola hai." But the assumption is that your parents or your guardians know that you're watching this film, and that you have the metrics by which time you have grown up to create your own standard or your own metrics of what you think is right, what you think is wrong, what you should be watching, and what you should be wary of. And you should go back to your to whoever it is who's in charge of you and say, "I watched something that I was disturbed by. How do I respond?" So this, I think, is the most important thing, is something that we've lost sight of in all of these years when we talk about media education, when we talk about people who are, like film appreciation, for example. I'm a big votary of starting film appreciation for children as young as 5. Why are they not being shown films which are nation building, what is considered nation building or considered good cinema, and to have conversations, because children at 5 are very sophisticated consumers of the image. They understand much more than we think they do. That is one point. And the other is, when you were talking about Dilwale and any of the films that are, that have been markers of how Bollywood has grown. Dilwale was directed by Aditya Chopra, who was the scion of the Yash Chopra, the house of Chopras, and Yash's son, who had come back from a US degree and wanted to make his first film. And yes, it was very, very clearly aimed at an NRI audience. But it was very interesting to me. But the second part comes back to India, comes back to the Punjab, it comes back to the Parandis, it comes back to the safe space of the Chaijis and the Baujis. And so it has both. It has a modern India. We had never seen a pair like that before, who were not chaperoned, who were left to their own devices in Europe. It's, they didn't have 10 girls who were around Kajol's character, or didn't have 5 boys around Shah Rukh's character. They did have them for a bit, and then for at least half an hour, they're left to their own devices. It had never happened in a Hindi movie before. All right. So it was when we watched it, it was modern, it was fresh. And even if you watch it, it completed 25 years in October 25 last 2 months ago. And there was a big outpouring of love and critique of that film. But what it did to me, it made Hindi cinema, turned it into, and for me, that turned that Hindi movies, Hindi cinema became Bollywood after that film. Because very interestingly, a lot of the thing about taking permission from a parental figure to be able to be with the love of your life turned the whole idea of rebellious love on its head. It became the template. In the last 25 years, rebellious love has gone out of the window because DDLJ was the movie it was. It created such an impact. It created such an impact that you don't have, the two people running away together or eloping. There was a story that I had written about how it had become very difficult to be a rebellious, pair after Shah Rukh Khan and Kajol's character. And also after that, every single film that has come in as a romantic film has always paid some kind of tribute to that film. So yes, of course, it is a nation building film because it changed the whole idea of how romance and how love and how you grew up and how you take that first step into adulthood by putting everything on the same page. And a lot of people have also said that, okay, it's one way of looking at saying that, rebellious love was thrown out of the window, but it was also a kind of negotiation that Shah Rukh's character makes with Amrish Puri's character. So it's a kind of adulthood where you have someone, you work on them and they come to your side rather than saying, okay, this is it, I'm gone, you're gone, and we're never going to talk to each other again. That's one. And the other is that every other film that has come, for example, something like a Dil Chahta Hai, okay, which was the first film in Bollywood, which said that it is okay to be rich, that it is okay to have money, that it is okay for you to lounge in your living room. It is okay to spend your father's money and to jump into a Mercedes coupe and go off to Goa because you have the money. Okay. First time. It had never happened before because people who had money were deeply, suspicious characters. They were dodgy. They were either smugglers or, having money and flaunting it or flouting it was completely not the right thing to do. So that was, again, a marker. And many, many films after that have been at each step when one of these very significant films have come up. It's something that I wrote in my, I have the one book to my credit, which I call the 50 Films That Changed Bollywood, which Harper had brought out 3 years ago. So in the last 25 years, there have been so many films that have actually aligned themselves with the things that were happening in the country. Post-liberalization, brands were coming in, malls were coming in. We had cars other than Fiats and Ambassadors. All of those things started to, show up in our movies. And part of that was also then they were being celebrated, like wealth is celebrated in Dil Chahta Hai, and so on. So I think it's a question of both things. There are, the films will always pick on stuff that, because a film is a thing of its moment. You can look back at a film and you can have a critical appreciation of it, but a film will always be the most significant when it comes out.
Okay, interesting, Shubhra. I just want to say one thing about the diaspora with that Professor Paranjpe mentioned, which is that it caters to diaspora because diasporas are markets, but diasporas have also been part of the new nation building. They are vote gatherers. They are fundraisers. They reach out to the powers of the countries that they live in. They influence those governments on our government's behalf. They are used by our politicians to reach out. So in that sense, that's also a kind of nation building. And the other thing that I just wanted to raise in this thing is that the whole idea, you mentioned national integration. I just want to ask if the opposite is happening right now. I just want to push the envelope a bit, and I want to ask if the opposite is happening right now. If there is now a certain divisiveness at play by for instance, we have seen in this movie, Help Me Shivra. I just forgotten the name here. The one in which Ranbir Kapoor was the Muslim invader, and Deepika was the.
Yeah. No, it's Padmavat. Padmavat.
I'm sorry,
It was supposed to be called Padmavati, but Padmavat. And yes, you're right about the demonization of the other. It's no longer the enemy. It's the enemy is the demon. It has no redeeming features at all. Right?
It has no redeeming features, and it is demonizing a particular community. There used to be something called the Muslim social, that is not there anymore. Then there are no national integration films of Hindus and Muslims or of any other religions. Are we going to now see? I'm just throwing it open to the panel. Are we now going to see films in which love jihad will be sort of a theme, in which there'll be cops going and stopping marriages between Hindus and Muslims? Will that be the new template of a romance or a non-romance, or what? I mean, I just want to understand. And another thing that I wanted to ask Major Kanwarpal is, you talked about Vietnam, you talked about Hurt Locker. I remember seeing Zero Dark 30, and I was actually impressed by how Hollywood could bring in a lot of criticism. Professor Paranjpe mentioned what are they called? A Few Good Men, I think it was called. The movie that you mentioned with Tom Cruise taking the generals to task. I mean, in a court martial, perhaps. I mean, are those films ever likely? Do you think the military will ever allow those kind of? Hurt Locker was really about PTSD. And a lot of the films about Vietnam are about PTSD, that we have seen. So these are very, very sensitive issues for the army. And I think, to its credit, Hollywood has been able to make those films without actually raising a furor about, no, these go against our national values, these are against our army, they're all against patriotism. Are we ever going to see films like that?
I was just about to come to that point when he mentioned about this film in which, Tom Cruise court-martials the general. And then there was just a film I saw on Netflix, was The Green Zone, where, the government is doing something wrong and the army is involved. And there was another film on the same lines. But what you must understand is the US of A actually has never fought its own battle. If you notice, all their battles have been on somebody else's land. That doesn't hold good for us, because our soldiers are fighting on two fronts and protecting us on two fronts as we speak right now. So you cannot compare the US government as to what they make about their soldiers. Yet they make a classic amount of films. But the point is, ours is an active operation to save our own country. But theirs is a fight for somebody else. I mean, if they go to Iraq and fight, it's not their battle. Nobody's coming attacking the US of A, except for like the Twin Towers went down. Yes, I can understand the terrorist attack. But there is no legitimate war that they have on their borders. So they can take the liberty to make these films. But the moment you do that with the Indian Armed Forces, who are actually guarding your borders, it's very demoralizing to do that. And you must understand that it can, but on the other hand, I also agree with Paranjpe sir that, when he said that, what about the police? I mean, they die too. I understand that. And I think they should raise an objection to it. Finally, it's a democratic country and they're allowed to raid. But yes, we have made films like Shaurya. They were an off-take of another film. I'm the advisor and consultant of that film. And I understand that, yes, one odd case can happen and you can make one odd movies, an odd movie here and there. But if you start making a movie which is constantly hitting the army on saying that to, they take advantage of the uniform and stuff like that, it can actually demoralize the army to quite an extent. The other point of yours that you were trying to say was, what are the nation-building kind of movies? And amongst those, I can name a few like Super 30, Raid, Padman, Toilet Ek Prem Katha, Dhoni. And there was a movie called Matrubhumi, which was like, to me, one of the finest movies, a very dark movie, but it was to do with, the way in Haryana and in some states, they kill the girl child. And the movie was about, how the village or the township is left with only one woman, and the father is protecting her. And finally, how she gets married into somebody, finds out, and she gets married. So these are films that can be of greater influence, and that's all to do with nation building. But yes, to criticize a force that is already sitting at the borders for you, for the US, it's okay because they're on somebody else's soil and fighting somebody else's war, which may affect them, in politically or economically, but they do not affect them directly. That's my point. And as far as the other movie that you talked about, where they see the Hindu-Muslim pact and all, there's been a movie by Salman Khan himself. When he joined, which one, the Bajrangi Bhaijaan, where in the end they show that, both the countries are the same. So yeah, there are movies like that. That's
Right.
I hope I answer your question.
Yeah, thanks. That's good. The insight about fighting our battle and them fighting other people's battles is interesting. Professor Paranjpe, you are eager to say something.
Yeah, I think it's a fascinating topic, and I'm not so sure that I agree with the distinction. You had great films like Apocalypse Now, which critiqued the Vietnam War. And there are films which continuously critique US engagements. Guantanamo Bay figures in so many, self-critical takes, and the CIA is constantly being criticized. And now, FBI, everything is under scrutiny in a free society. But now I think the question is, can we impose restrictions? I think that is a key question. The film, by the way, I was talking about, in addition to the Tom Cruise film, I think it's a film called The General's Daughter. It had John Travolta in it. And then the films that you mentioned, look, Chak De India was a very patriotic film. Lagan, it's about team building. Lagan is about bringing people from all kinds of backgrounds. Though some people say Kachra is a very bad name to give to somebody who bowls a Chinaman or a googly. So yeah, there are all these films. But what I'm also saying is, I want to take you on. I think national disintegration also sells. Now, I'm in JNU, Tukade Gang, etc. All these things have a lot of traction, If you make a certain kind of film or a short, or if you write a certain kind of book, if you're plugging a certain kind of line. Now, I've been following the reports on the farm protests. The overwhelming number of reports are in favor of the protests. I track op-eds just for fun. I write op-eds myself. Are we trying to say that there are no lobbies at work? Do we mean to say that Omedia Network and all these networks are investing, Soros, independent media people, everything is being funded? In other words, what I'm saying is there's a huge funding behind narratives, and you can't get that out. You can't stop that, is what I'm saying. So I think that, this is a tussle. And apart from individual conscience, like I may have my views and I may resist certain kinds of, whatever influence. Have you seen a site called Muckrake? Or is it Muckraker? All of Muckrack, sorry, I'm so sorry, Muckrack.
Yeah.
All of us are in it. They tell you if you're an influencer or not. They're telling lobbyists. Suppose you want Miss Subramaniam or somebody to write a particular article. They've tracked all your stories, all your tweets. So people are tracking you even as we speak and monitoring what we say. So we can't get out of the fact that we are in a surveillance society. But I think that as citizens, as people who have values, I think we have to stand up for certain things. And I think what we stand up for is things like artistic freedom, freedom of expression, And as I think, I agree with Major that there has to be some self-imposed regulation, especially. And I like what you said, Ms. Gupta. You said we always infantilize our populace. Either we say, oh, they're villagers, or we say they're illiterate, but they're probably smarter than us. So this overprotection is something I'm completely against. Who are we to decide? And similarly, why should we cocoon our armed forces? They're intelligent enough to see what is propaganda, what is not, etc. So I'm a Swarajist at heart. In other words, I want the people to be empowered. I want power to devolve to individuals and to communities and to those who make democracy, not networks, corporations, politicians, political parties, film lobbies, other lobbies. So I'm all for that, of that unlocking of the spirit of the nation, if you want to call it that. And there are hundreds of ways of doing it. And certainly being self-critical is very important. We have to be self-critical. Not everything, like I'm in a field in academics, okay? And everybody's saying Jagat Guru Banna hai. Wow, you're going to be Jagat Guru, but look at your standards. In JNU, I've taught, only postgraduates, okay? MA, MPhil, PhD. They can't string 5 sentences together. This is our truth. And we say Jagat Guru banenge. I mean, it's great. Okay, at one time we were at the top of the world. We are a knowledge society. But how do you encourage knowledge? You have to have excellence. You can't have excellence if everything is caste and community and this reservation, that reservation. Now Marathas want a reservation. Jats want reservation. Sorry to name communities, but powerful communities, want a slice of the pie. Are you going to become Jagat Guru by doing this? So, in other words, my point is simply that we shouldn't infantilize our people, and we shouldn't constantly, be statist. Statist means you want the state to do everything. The state should take control. Government ko karna chahiye. No, we should do things. People like you and me should do things and talk about these things and be open about them and debate them. And as I said, as somebody said before me, even in CPFC, you can debate. You can say, look, this sends out a really wrong signal. You're demoralizing the forces. Then the filmmaker can say, you know what? I think you're right. I'm going to change this. I'm going to show it slightly differently. I'm going to show nuance. Or if someone says, these are MB words which are really, really disgusting. It's vile, it's demeaning, it's misogynistic. Then the person says, okay, maybe I will show things in a different way. So I think that, in other words, what I'm saying is that art is also negotiation between the consumer and the producer and the stakeholders. So, and these are the forums, like, you talk, I mean, I wish movie reviewers had so much power. I mean, I wish, we were Pauline, Kael and Variety, and I'm sorry. I've reviewed hundreds of books. Nobody reads reviews. Nobody reads books, frankly, very few. I'm not saying nobody. So books have become accessories, today we want to show off books. And so, there are contrary trends in our society. That's what I'm trying to say. And there's always going to be a tussle between, narratives. And I think the critical spirit is really important. And in the name of patriotism, or in the name of national integration, or in the name of whatever it is these sacred symbols of our society are, we should not shut down debate. And at the same time, there should be, as I said, there should be dissent of dissent. I've just seen a book on the 50 years of JNU, and there's not a single voice in it other than a left liberal voice. And you read all these great people in the book, including Abhijit Banerjee, and you know what they say? The best part of JNU was the dhaba, was the adda. Nobody talks about what happened in classrooms. So what I'm trying to say is that things are being massaged left, right, and center. And the best safeguard is an educated, if not educated, at least intelligent, self-aware populace, and not a dumbed down, simplified, and infantilized public.
Thanks. Thank you. Shubhra, I want you to weigh in on this, on the Hindu-Muslim sort of divide in the film, in films that may be made in the future because of how it is in society right now. You're muted. You're muted.
Okay, back. I want to take us back to the 60s, where the Muslim social was a very, very popular mode of showing a Muslim parivar and a Muslim universe, but a lot of that was it was like a little bit of a ghetto. In fact, in that ghetto, a Muslim Nawab or a Nawabzadi or the friends, they had the freedom to negotiate, romance of their own kind, or to have their little rebellions. But a Muslim social remained a Muslim social because there were no sort of outgoes from there, ingoes. It was a universe that had been created. It was fine. Sawan Kumar Tak making all of those films with the green shararas and the gararas, and Wahida Rahman biting on a diamond, and in all of those fabulous films. But they were films that contained the Muslim, the character. They were always flowery, they were always doing adakari, they were always doing shairi. They were not people like you and me. Once the 60s, sort of went into the past, in the 70s, there was really no time. I think in the mid 70s, when things started to change, when Amitabh Bachchan became number 1 to number 10, and no other kind of cinema was allowed to be because he just took over the whole narrative. From he fought and he danced and he did comedy and he did everything. So basically, all kinds of genres of cinema that used to flourish became extinct nearly. And by the 80s, the Muslim social was gone. It's very interesting to see that the Hindu main character had a Muslim friend, but it was always, the lead character was always Hindu. The Muslim character was a character who would sacrifice, who would do the, it was a trope, whether it was a Hindu trope, a Hindu best friend, a BFF, Hindu Muslim, they would sacrifice their love for the main character, who would almost always be Hindu. In 1994 came Hum Aapke Hain Kaun, which I do believe that with the confluence of Ramayana and Mahabharat and HAHK, the kind of universe that was shown, where everything, the big Hindu joint family had a Muslim character, but the Muslim character is someone who is in service to this family. They have their little nok jhok, but they are both the Muslim character and the girl have their 5 minutes on. Everything else is a great Hindu joint family. And that, I think that film was such an influencer that it became the mode of showing all kinds. Muslim characters nearly disappeared from popular mainstream cinema because there really was no place for them. We are not very happy to, even today, we are not happy to accept a Haider or a Shahid. Hansal Mehta made a movie called Shahid 6 years ago, which was about a real life character called Shahid, and the thing that happened to him. It's when I was doing research for my book and I was looking at Muslim characters who are lead character, there are barely any. They are tropes. There's a Muslim best friend, there's a Parsi, there's a Sikh, there's a Sardar. They will always have their little appointed places in this universe that we create for our mainstream cinema. And it's even today, it's very, very hard to actually have a film which has a Muslim character who's like you and me. It's only in the last 10 years, I would say, that there have been names like Altaf or Ahmad, and who have not worn their sherwani and their topis and bowed and said Mohtarma and all of that stuff. There have been people like you and me. It's now starting to happen. But again, whether this is the kind of film which is it's not massy, the massy kind of film, but the Muslim character is almost always a terrorist. My Name is Khan became the kind of movie that it was because this autistic character was said, I am not a terrorist. My name is Khan and I'm not a terrorist. Okay. He could say that with the Shiv Sena. The Shiv Sena said, how can you say this, right? Remember that big thing that had happened, yeah? And then when Thackeray gave it the blessing, then Shah Rukh Khan's film came out. Even Fana, for example, when you were talking about it, there were problems with all of these films which have actually gone out there talking about Muslim characters who are not one or the other. They are very, very clearly boxed into categories. They've almost never been this kind of person like you and I, like, somebody who goes to college, has a romance, has a life. It's now starting to happen. But and that's where I think the OTTs come in very handy, because what the streaming platforms have done has, in this last year, what they've taken away the power of the star. You can be an actor and you can still get a fair chance of getting viewership on a streaming platform, which has almost never happened before in Bollywood, because it's always been so star driven. The two movies that have held off and not come onto any streaming platform are the big two, Ranveer Singh's the movie that he made on the World Cup. It's called 83, and Suryavanshi, which is the three cop film with Akshay Kumar. Those are the two blockbuster films which have stayed away from in the 9 months that we've locked down, and many films have come onto it, including Amitabh Bachchan's film Gulabo had come on, Sitabo had come on it was the first big film that came on, and of course many other films. Akshay Kumar's Terrible Lakshmi came on. There are films that are coming on, but there will be those tentpole movies which will stay away from this because they want the theater experience. They still will hold out, I think, for people to get back. So to see what you were talking about, the whole the difficulty right now in expressing or creating a story with a real life Muslim character has always been difficult. It has never been an easy ask, and it is going to get increasingly difficult as far as theaters are concerned, movie halls are concerned, because there you need a lot of people to go see it. And the kind of discourse that has happened in the last 6 years, I think, has been very inimical to that particular kind of person. So when you have a Manikarnika, or you have like a film where the Muslim character or the Muslim invader has got a lot of traction, almost always with no redeeming features, a meat eater has not a single redeeming factor, that kind of film gets a lot of traction. Not the other kind of film where you could be a Muslim character or a Parsi or a Sikh or a Christian or anyone else, and still be able to have to hold your own flag because you're a human being. I think that is becoming, or started to become very difficult when the pandemic happened.
So just one last question. Since so many of our films are about romance, and this I asked earlier as well, is it going to be possible to ever show a Hindu, a Muslim man falling in love with a Hindu girl anymore?
Sushant Singh Rajput's film 2 years back, what was the film called, in which he plays the Pittu and he falls in love with it. That is a Hindu Muslim.
Kedarnath.
Kedarnath. Yes, that is a Hindu. That showed a Hindu Muslim relationship, and that was it was a big hit. And in all the chest beating that happened after Sushant Singh Rajput's death, and there were all these letters, that film conveniently got sidestepped because everyone else were talking about. If that film had got its viewers, I think some of the narrative for Sushant Singh himself would have been different.
I think we are running out of time. And
I just want to make one last point. My point is, like, this Hindu Muslim films I would like to know, like, why do we only talk about the Hindu Muslim films in India? Predominantly, it's a Hindu society. So probably that's the reason why a filmmaker, knowing where his money is going to come back. So in the same reason, how many Muslim-dominated films are made in Hollywood? None. Nobody complains about that, right? So what I'm trying to say is it's all to do with who is dominating, how many people are going to see what. So like somebody, I don't want to name the person, but we were talking and he said, cinema has become business. So when you make Hindu, when you said the hero is always Hindu and, everybody else is just the, side effects of it, that's probably for the reason that he knows where the money is going to come back from. Otherwise, in Hollywood till now, I haven't seen a Sikh-oriented film. I haven't seen a Muslim, in the lead in the film or in any other cinema. Country by country. That's what my take on that is.
But you've seen Black people in the lead in US cinema, which is, I think, their division. Their primary division is black and white. Our primary division here is more religious. Yes, I'll let you have the last word, and then we must close, I think.
Yeah, I think we've, right. I just wanted to say that how many films do you have in which the heroine is Muslim and the hero is Hindu? Bombay, they had to do a huge drama. Mani Ratnam, he had to cut his hand to convince the girl's father. The girl elopes in a burqa. You see, the point is there's an asymmetry between religious traditions. Apostasy is a crime in several Abrahamic faiths. If you're an ex this or that, you could be stoned in earlier times and even today. So it's a one-way traffic usually, and we can't exalt. I'm obviously appalled when you say, oh, such and such a show based on a famous book which I've read and which most people may not have read. It's a very fat book. Has a Hindu girl kissing a Muslim boy, so you should ban the show. Well, do you mean to say that that doesn't happen? Obviously, these things happen, but we can't simplify these things. There is a deep politics in it, and we can't be innocent about it. That's my point. Now, the last thing I wanted to say is this Islamicate cinema. That's the name of a book, by the way, and it was written by one of my former colleagues at JNU, Ira Bhaskar. So, the problem with that cinema, think about Pakiza, which is a more complex film than Mere Mehboob. It's about a feudal society, and it's a throwback. It's an elegy, to that society. And there are, if you think about Chaudhary Ka Chand, it's a triangle, but some of these, that's where Rahman, the character played by Rahman, eats the diamond and dies. But there's homosexuality. There are all kinds of things in those films which need to be unpacked. It's not just about, I think as Shubhraji said, it's not just about showing, a ghettoized, idealized Muslim community in which there are no Hindus except the Hindu sidekicks, So it's a much more complex issue than I think, the way you framed it. And think about Pakistani serials. They're so popular, but they never talk about religion. They never talk about their minorities. It's a closed society and it's a safe world. I think great art is about making the world just a little unsafe, at least artistically and ideologically.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I think unless you push everything off the table, art is basically, it challenges you and it leaves you in a place where you haven't been before. Otherwise, what's the point of art? What's the point of, doing the same thing over again? Status quo is not art. It's basically status quo and it's making your money. It's about, pushing the envelope right off the table. And it's showing you a new world. And that's the only way you can see it. And, unless we see something new, we are not, made anew in that, I think. So I think all cinema should have the power to give us something new every time we go to it. That's the least of it.
Great, fantastic. I think it's been a very interesting discussion, and I could actually ask a few more leading questions to sort of heat it up a bit more, but I think it's now the clock's showing 8:33 and we must tear ourselves away from this. Right. fantastic having all of you in this panel, and I wish there were people from Bollywood here who were supposed to be, but they backed out at the last minute. And it's a pity that they did, because they could have brought in a lot more, a lot of their insights as well, and this would have been all the more interesting. But hey, we had a wonderful discussion, and lovely meeting you all on this show. Thank you all. Fantastic. Bye-bye.
Thank
you. Lovely to know Professor Paranjpe has such interest in cinema. We should get offline and have a discussion sometime. Yeah.
Well, absolutely. Let's organize something at IIAS. Let's by all means do that.
Oh, wonderful.
I think the Bollywood folk self-censored themselves out of this, and I think that as academics, we are a little more privileged. We do say, sometimes outrageously controversial things, and views are personal, as they always say. No, I'm not speaking as director IIAS, anyhow.
Okay, bye. They have locked us out, so we could actually continue, but I don't think we should. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, no, I was just going to say we certainly should do this, and a film conference is something we can do post-COVID on site, or otherwise even as a webinar. So I guess if they can connect us, exchange emails, let's take this forward.
That would be nice. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot.
Bye. Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. And it is time to say farewell now. But I have to say that this was such an interesting topic and such fabulous conversation. And it's great to know that alliances have been made, and many things are going to come out of it, and it's going to be taken forward in so many ways, with so many experts coming together and film lovers coming together. So, ladies and gentlemen, that being the last panel for the day, and on behalf of the Military Literature Festival Association, we extend a heartfelt thanks to all the panelists who took out the time to be with us today and share their views and thoughts. We look forward to meeting up with all our spectators and viewers tomorrow, as we have a very interesting lineup of discussions and panels. We will begin tomorrow with a session of Clarions at 11:25 p.m. These are short audio visuals showcasing the finest martial races of the country, the legacy of the Gurkha soldier and legacy of the Sikh soldier. Please watch them. They are very interesting and very well produced.
Thereafter, we shall go on, and at 12 noon, we come with a big bang on a very controversial book discussion, The Khalistan Conspiracy by GBS Sidhu. This will be followed by a panel discussion, Crossing the Meghna 1971 Victory Curtain Raiser at 2 p.m. And at 3 p.m., the panel discussion on a very intriguing topic, pluralism, the armed forces, and the question of who is Indian, followed by a session on military leadership for the present day. We will also have a parallel session from 4:30 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. with Mr. Shashi Tharoor in conversation with General Ashok Mehta. Lastly, at 6 p.m., a topic with the present simmering situation and a matter of concern, Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan. That'll be the last session of the day. That'll be followed by a release of an ebook and the closing ceremony. Thank you so much. Signing off from the MLF studios.
Good night, all.